Every village has its traditions. Abbeymead's was murder. This is The Autumn Fair Secret, a charming mystery thriller set in the English countryside where a beloved village fair becomes the scene of an impossible death, and two amateur sleuths discover that the sweetest traditions often hide the darkest secrets. Every autumn, the people of Abbeymead gather on the village green. Children chase one another between brightly colored stalls. Fresh bread disappears from bakery tables before noon. Homemade jams compete for blue ribbons. Musicians fill the crisp Sussex air with cheerful melodies, and neighbors argue over whose cheese deserves the year's highest prize. It's the kind of day that reminds everyone why no one ever wants to leave the village. Until a van rolls across the green, its engine sputters, the laughter fades. Flora Carrington reaches the driver's door first. Gilbert Barrow, the village's most celebrated cheesemaker, is slumped over the steering wheel, lifeless. Resting against him is the enormous wheel of cheese that had won first prize only moments before. The police call it a tragic accident. Flora quietly disagrees. Gilbert treated that prize-winning cheese as though it were priceless. He would never have allowed it to come loose inside his van. Someone made sure it did. With her husband Jack at her side, Flora begins asking the questions no one else seems eager to answer. Why had Gilbert been arguing with his cousin days before the fair? Why was his powerful business rival suddenly desperate to buy his tiny dairy? Why had his estranged wife returned to Abbeymead without warning? And why does it seem that everyone in the village knows part of the truth, but no one knows the whole story? Because before the last tent comes down and the village green falls quiet once more, Flora will discover that the greatest prize anyone was trying to protect wasn't the championship cheese. It was a secret someone had been willing to kill for. Prologue. Abbeymead, Sussex, October 7th, 1960. Gilbert Barrow was feeling good. Today would be special. Today, he'd leave his mark on the world of cheese, and it was perfect weather for it. For the grand autumn fair that Abbeymead was hosting this weekend. He'd already had success. Autumn Gold, developed while he was still in training, had won a national prize for the best soft cheese, but this morning would better that success, he was sure. The Barrow Blue, his new, rich-veined blue cheese, was about to come into its own. He glanced in the driving mirror. There it was, strapped securely right behind him, a huge wheel of blue and cream loveliness. It would make his fortune, Gilbert thought jokily, or at the very least ensure his name joined a pantheon of master cheesemakers. There would be big dairies at any fair organized by the South Downs Country Trust. Its chairman, Colonel Hamilton, would see to that. National grocery chains and department stores, too, on the lookout for something new to offer their customers. And food writers for the daily newspapers, ready to spread the word to a large audience. This new cheese was certain to impress them all. He'd risen at dawn, eager to arrive at the green in good time and ensure the Barrow display was as impressive as he could make it. First to be loaded was the wonderful Barrow Blue. Trundling the huge roundel through the creamery door, he secured it with newly purchased webbing attached to a wooden pallet. The massive wheel of cheese would be the centerpiece of his stall and must arrive in pristine condition. Several wooden crates of autumn gold followed, packed with straw to prevent damage on the journey, and finally, cheeses from the dairy where he'd trained. For years, it had produced a tasty cheddar that he was proud to sell. Greenway Lane, the route he always took from his creamery to the village, was narrow and winding, gradually opening out as it drew closer to the high street. A difficult lane to navigate, faced with oncoming vehicles, but this Friday morning it was too early for most, and Gilbert's gentle progress to the village green was unlikely to be disturbed. He had begun setting up his stall the previous evening, but because of the vagaries of autumn weather, had decided to leave the final touches until this morning. Some 10 minutes later, driving carefully along the lane, his eye was caught by a host of fallen branches. There had been a storm in the night, he recalled. The mass of wood was blocking one of the few passing places in the lane, where the hedge had been hacked back to allow vehicles to inch by each other. This particular recess was close to a severe bend, and a driver speeding around the corner and unable to escape to a safe space would be certain to cause an accident. Gilbert pulled into the side of the road and jumped out of the van. Looking around, he was puzzled. The trees nearby appeared hardly damaged, so where had this mass of wood come from? Without thinking more of it, though, he went to work, yanking the larger branches into the ditch and throwing a host of smaller ones over the hedge. It was hard work, but necessary, he thought, and pleased with his neighborly act, the warm feeling adding to an already happy day, he resumed his journey. But precious minutes had been spent in clearing the danger, and now he feared he was running late. There was a lot he had to do before the big opening, and putting his foot down, he sped on to the village. In minutes, he was in the high street and powering onto Fern Hill before abruptly swerving left into the narrow alley that led to the unmown area of the green. An array of stalls had been set up to line the central oval, the smooth, cultivated area used for every village celebration. Ivor Pritchard, the village groundsman, might be the grumpiest man alive, but he did a brilliant job in looking after Abbeymead's open spaces. The van bounced and jolted over thick grass and bumpy earth, and a sudden intimation of danger had Gilbert tell himself to slow down. But ahead, he could see the line of stalls, many already sporting their bunting and balloons, and knew he needed to get to his. A sharp snap from behind. Over the rattle of the ancient van, his ear picked up the clear sound. One of the straps, his brain registered. He really must slow down, his foot hitting the brake hard. But then, another, louder snap, and the van had jerked to an abrupt halt, marooned amid the knotted grass. There was the crack of bone, a searing pain, and then darkness. 10 minutes earlier. These looked delicious. Flora wedged the plate of chocolate macaroons into the one small space left on the Nook's display table. Sausage rolls, meat pies, and Cornish pasties filled one side of the stall, and on the other, a mass of fruit tarts, eclairs, and fondant fancies. "My new recipe," Tony Faraday grinned at her. "Katie didn't think it would work when I told her what I intended, but voila! Voila indeed! They'll sell like mad. Such a shame she can't be here to see it." Kate was one of Flora's oldest friends, and with her husband ran the village cafe. But with a spirited toddler to care for, the Faradays had decided that if they were to take part in the fair, the Nook would have to shut for the weekend. Kate would stay home to cook, producing regular batches of savory and sweet treats, while Tony would man the stall. "She'll be sorry to miss the day," he said a little glumly, "but it's important we keep the stall well stocked. The fair could be big business for the Nook. Katie will need to bake most of the day, and with Sarah around, I've promised I'll bring the little one with me tomorrow to lighten the load. I can be here tomorrow as well. If Sarah is coming, you'll need a second pair of hands." The Faradays' small daughter was lively, to say the least. "Jack will be around too, once he's finished the chapter he's writing." When Tony began to protest, Flora stopped him. "Really, it's fine. I have Rose to look after the shop. She's happy to work Saturday as well as today." Rose Lansdale had become her most trusted assistant at the Allswell, and Flora had no qualms in leaving her in charge of her beloved bookshop. The Nook's stall complete, she looked around her at the fair taking shape. A large marquee had been pitched at the far end of the green, acting as a refreshment tent, and already there were stall holders drifting through its door. The stalls themselves to the right and left of the Nooks were gradually beginning to fill. Mr. Preece, the butcher, with his specialty sausages, Mr. Houseman, with trays of marrows, tomatoes, and cucumbers, and several expensive varieties of potatoes, and Sally Jenner, standing behind a velvet-covered table that advertised the Priory, the prestigious hotel she owned and ran on the outskirts of the village. By her side, Flora saw with a smile, was Sam Mulholland, the solicitor who had helped her and Jack to buy their new house. Since Sally and Sam had met at Flora's cottage earlier in the year, he had become a frequent visitor to the Priory, despite sharing a legal practice with his father miles away in London. Sam's friend had a stall too, Flora knew, wedged between the butcher's and the greengrocer's. She glanced across at it, thinking it looked a little sad, but seemingly Gilbert Barrow had not yet arrived on site. Gilbert had given up a city job, Sam had told them, in favor of cheesemaking, a brave decision that seemed to have paid off. His cheeses, Flora had heard, were wonderful. Before the fair officially opened, she was hoping to sneak a taste. "He's going at a lick," Tony remarked, pointing at the small white van that had appeared out of nowhere and was rocketing towards them across the rough grass. "He needs to slow down." And then, as though the van had heard his words, it did, suddenly and jarringly catapulting to a halt. Flora stared. An almost unearthly silence fell on the green, while the van remained motionless, its doors closed. "Something's wrong, Tony!" She dropped the sheaf of menus she was holding onto one of the chairs they'd brought from home. "We need to find out." And she was off, running past the line of stalls towards the choppy terrain, with Tony at her heels. Reaching the van, she bent to peer through its window, only to jump back in fright, cannoning into Tony, who'd that second caught up with her. A man's head was slumped over the steering wheel, lifeless. That's all Flora could see. The rest of his body invisible beneath an enormous round of cheese, itself shattered and crumbling. She made herself look again. "It's Gilbert Barrow," she said, her voice shaking a little. "Are you sure?" Tony bent again to squint through the window. It had taken a second glance. Flora hardly knew the man, but she was sure. "This is Gilbert's van." Another voice had joined theirs, Sam Mulholland racing across from the Priory's table. "And it's, oh my lord, it is Gil!" Sam's face was ashen, and for a moment Flora thought he was about to faint, but only for a moment. "Help me," he demanded, turning to Tony. It took two of them to wrench open the driver's door and, with great difficulty, very slowly extricate the man from under the huge wheel of Barrow Blue. Smatterings of cream and blue cheese swirled in the air as they lifted Gilbert's body out of the van and laid him to rest on the tufty grass. "Poor chap." Looking down on the man, Tony's expression was grim. "I don't think he's going to make it." It was clear to Flora that Gilbert hadn't made it. His body was so obviously broken. His neck, she thought, feeling slightly nauseous. Why had he been driving so fast over rough terrain? And even more oddly, how had this giant cheese broken loose from its fastenings? Once more, she peered through the window, taking in the chaos within. What she saw caused her to frown. The webbing that tethered the cheese to the pallet had broken clearly in two. Surely Gilbert would have bought new straps to ensure the safety of his precious cheese. Even with the jolt the van had received, new straps should not have snapped so completely. "I'll call an ambulance," Sam said at her shoulder. "Maybe the police, too." Sam slewed around. "Police?" Flora nodded towards the straps, lowering her voice since, by now, a small crowd of stallholders had gathered around them. "The webbing. It suffered a clean break. It doesn't look accidental. I think the police should see it." She heard Sam's quick intake of breath as he looked to where she was pointing, and, for the first time, his attention was diverted from his friend. "You're right. The police. But I don't want to leave Gil," he trailed off. "The nearest telephone is at the post office. I'll go," she said crisply. And without waiting to exchange more words, Flora ran at speed across the green, down the alleyway, and into the high street. The post office had just opened its doors when she arrived, and Dilys was busy with her broom, irritatedly sweeping the wooden floor. "I don't know," she said, looking up as Flora tumbled into the shop. "People get messier and messier. Just look at this." "I need to use your telephone, Dilys," she gasped, interrupting the woman's monologue and marching towards the counter. "Here, here," Dilys protested. "You can't do that. You can't go behind a post office counter. Only people that's accredited can, and that's me." "I have to phone for an ambulance. There's been an accident at the fair." Flora was careful to omit any mention of police. The postmistress was the village's most prolific gossip and happy to embroider whenever facts were scarce. "The fair?" Dilys snorted, plainly unimpressed. For her, the autumn fair meant nothing except fewer customers, Flora supposed. Impatiently, she pushed up the wooden flap and slipped behind the counter, grabbing the nearby telephone. Outraged, the postmistress stood hands on hips and stared, her whole body, face, arms, legs, flushing red. "Jack," she said into the phone, ignoring the angry figure now advancing on her, "there's been an incident." Calling it an incident would alert her husband to the fact that something very serious had happened. "You need to call an ambulance, and Ridley." Alan Ridley was the Brighton police inspector who helped Jack get his facts right for the crime novels he wrote, but also an officer who was not above asking the two of them for help in solving whatever murder was proving difficult. Asking Jack to telephone him directly seemed to Flora the quickest way of getting the police to attend the scene. Going in search of Constable Tring, the village policeman, and expecting him to leap into action would mean delay. A long delay. Dilys was striding purposefully towards her. "Emergency or not, you can't telephone from post office property without permission," she accused, "and I don't remember giving mine." "I'll pay for the call," Flora said over her shoulder in a rush to the door. Humoring their recalcitrant postmistress was second nature to the villagers, but Flora was too agitated at this moment even to try. Breaking into a run again, she was back on the green within minutes to find that Constable Tring had actually arrived and was holding court. Apparently, he was to be the police presence at the fair this weekend and, in his own way, was already carrying out that duty, standing by the body and scratching his head. "I've telephoned Brighton Police," she told him. Tring looked annoyed at the news, while Sam hardly responded, seemingly paralyzed by his friend's death, and it was Tony who gave a sigh of relief. "Colonel Hamilton is here," he told Flora. "He took one look and decided the fair will remain closed today, as a mark of respect," he said. As he spoke, the tinny rattle of a tannoy crackled through the air, and a clipped, military voice announced that an unfortunate accident had occurred. Flora compressed her lips. It had been no accident, she suspected. The fair would now be opening tomorrow instead, and Colonel Hamilton hoped that stallholders and visitors would return for what he promised would be an excellent Saturday. "Though not for some," Tony muttered. Some hours later, Jack Carrington walked into the cottage sitting room, pushing back the flop of hair that would never quite sit flat. "That was Ridley," he announced, having a few minutes ago taken a phone call from Brighton Police Station. "And?" His wife's expression was anxious. "Your suspicions are confirmed. He reckons the van's webbing was almost certainly cut. The straps appear to be brand new, and Ridley says there's no way they should have split in two. Right now, he has a forensic team combing the van, and their findings will be crucial. And poor Gilbert Barrow is in the morgue, awaiting a post-mortem. What a dreadful beginning to what should have been a brilliant event. Sam will be distraught," she said sadly. "I thought he was about to faint when he saw what had happened to his friend." "I didn't realize he was so close to Barrow." Jack slumped down on the sofa and cuddled into her. "Sally told me they've been friends for years. They met at law school, but then went their different ways after graduating. Sam to join his father's business, and Gilbert to work in the city. A highly paid job, apparently, and just as highly pressured. Hence the cheese-making?" She nodded. "I imagine he'd had enough of the corporate world." "It's a bit of an odd choice, though. How do you go from a city lawyer to a cheesemaker?" "Not all at once is the answer, I think." She smiled at the thought and snuggled into him. "Sally told me that Gilbert trained for a couple of years at a dairy in Surrey, then decided to set up his own business, which is where Sam caught up with him again. He helped Barrow with all the legal stuff. The Barrow Creamery is on Dan Kettler's farm, isn't it? Yes, it's Daphne Kettler's old dairy. Mr. Kettler didn't want to continue after his wife died, and selling it made sense. It was probably Sam who suggested that Gilbert bought it. He'd have heard the dairy was up for sale on one of his visits to the Priory, where he must be staying tonight. Sally will have a lot of comforting to do. And she'll do it well. She really loves him, I think. It looks as though this romance might prosper. Sally Jenner's love affairs seemed to attract disaster, and her friendship with Sam Mulholland, now 3 months old, was proving a surprise exception. "Let's hope it works out for her," Jack said sleepily. "And works out for us." She twisted round to look at him and saw trouble in his dark gray eyes. "Why shouldn't it?" "In 3 weeks, we're moving house. Have you forgotten? Finally on the move after the delay in Ambrose leaving, to the house of our dreams, or mine at least. But now this, another murder on our patch, and you know what that will mean." Flora was now wide awake, any inclination to sleep gone. "I'm not sure I do know," she said. "Gilbert Barrow is a relative newcomer to the village, and we hardly know him, only really through Sam, and he's our solicitor rather than a close friend. But becoming closer, you have to admit, and Sally, who seems entranced with him, is a close friend." "You think she'll ask us for help?" "I think she's almost bound to. As you said, Sam Mulholland and our cheesemaker have known each other for years, and when he understands how exactly his friend died, it will hit him hard. My guess would be that once he's come to terms with Gilbert's death, he'll be agitating for progress in finding the man's killer. And if Ridley and his men don't produce the goods, then Sally will be agitating too. We can always say no to both of them if they ask for help. We've more than enough reasons to refuse. I run a bookshop. You have a novel to write and a deadline looming, and we're very soon making a big move. Into the schoolhouse, the first for me since Aunt Violet brought me to the village as a small child. And there's still a huge amount to do before we leave the cottage." "None of that will matter," Jack prophesied. "It never has in the past. We'll be put under pressure. You'll see. Friendships will be tested." Flora uncurled her legs and reached out for the glass of ginger beer Jack had poured an hour ago. She'd been too wearied by events, it seemed, even to drink it. "What do we know about Barrow?" she asked idly, "apart from what Sally has told me." "Virtually nothing." "That's not helpful, Jack. Did he live alone, for instance?" "I believe so. There is a wife. Sam mentioned her once, but they live apart." "Divorced or separated?" "I've no idea." "Okay, so he lives alone." Flora wrapped her hands around her knees and hugged them close. She was in thinking mode, he could see. Presumably, he was the only person who could have packed the van, and would have packed it this morning. "I don't know much about cheese, but I'm pretty sure you wouldn't leave it in a van overnight. I do know that it's wrapped in a special cloth and needs a humid environment. Wouldn't you want to keep it in proper storage until the last minute? And even if he had loaded the cheese the previous evening and someone used the cover of darkness to cut the webbing, Gilbert would have noticed as soon as he got into the van. The straps must have been cut this morning once the cheese was loaded, if, of course, they were cut. We'll have to wait for the forensic results to be completely certain. Unless, Flora was following her thought, unless he was late, in a hurry to get to the fair and set up his stall, and he didn't notice. He'd checked the webbing the night before and it was fine, so didn't bother to check again. Jack shook his head. If there was anything amiss when he loaded up the cheese, he couldn't not see it, which means the webbing has to have been cut immediately before he left the creamery. He was ready to leave, but went back into the house for some reason? Jack had begun to speculate too. And someone hanging around the farmyard was ready to do the damage. They were already becoming involved, Flora thought dryly, and despite her reluctance, couldn't resist continuing. If the webbing was cut by someone lurking in the farmyard, it makes the attack completely opportunistic. That person couldn't know the van would be left unguarded. But why go to Kettler's anyway? No idea, though a farm is an easy place to hang around unnoticed. I suppose we could always ask Mr. Kettler if he'd seen anything odd this morning. He must be up at dawn every day, and some of his laborers, too. It's a working farm. Flora raised her eyebrows at the suggestion. You're thinking of going to the farm? I'm thinking it's best to be prepared if or when we get asked for help. If Kettler and his men saw nothing, then it's down to Ridley and his men to solve the puzzle. Is Rose at the All's Well tomorrow? Are you free? Rose is looking after the shop, but I'm not free. I've promised to help Tony at the fair. He's keen to give Kate a break and is bringing Sarah with him. Jack pulled a face. Definitely not free then. Tony will need you. Far too many temptations for my naughty little goddaughter. The following morning, after waving goodbye to Flora and wishing her luck with both Sarah and the Nook's stall, Jack collected his car keys and prepared to drive the Austin to the Kettler farm. He could have walked along Greenway Lane. The farm was no more than 30 minutes on foot. But a wind had sprung up, an icy blast blowing from the northeast, and he'd only just shaken off a cold. In a way, too, driving was preferable. From the car, something might catch his eye, as it could have done for Gilbert Barrow yesterday, driving the other way to the village green. Something did, in fact, catch Jack's eye. On the last bend before the farm, a flatbed truck was parked half in the ditch and half on the road, leaving him the smallest space to inch past. Two men were loading what looked like fallen branches, prompting Jack to pull in to the side of the road. He vaguely recognized one of the men. The Cross Keys, he recalled. The chap was a regular drinker there. Leaving the car, he sauntered over to speak to them. "Looks like you've a heavy job there," he said, hoping this might start a conversation. "'Tain't too bad," one of the men offered. "Anything to keep the boss happy." "The boss? Dan Kettler?" "That's right. Proper annoyed he is. Don't like stuff slung over his fields. Don't do the sugar beet no good." "Someone threw tree branches over the hedge?" Jack surmised. The man nodded. "Or they chucked them in this here ditch. That's not good either. Blocks it good and proper. I guess they were trying to do the right thing, clearing a passing place, but it ain't sensible." "There are only a few passing places along the lane, so I can see why they tried. When did it happen?" "Search me. Boss spotted it this morning when he was out doing an inspection of the beat. A whole row flattened. He were some annoyed." "Is Mr. Kettler at home, do you know?" "Oh, aye. Comforting himself with a cuppa, I reckon." Thanking the men for their time, Jack drove on. At the farm entrance, a newly painted sign pointed him to the Barrow Creamery and a parking space immediately outside. He would look around before calling at the farmhouse, he decided. The smell hit him as he climbed out of the car, a rich odor of earth and straw and manure, but the yard itself was clean and swept. To one side lay the brick farmhouse, a good 2 centuries old, and on Jack's left, a storage barn holding a variety of farming equipment. The creamery, a long, low building, lay beyond, and it was this he made for, scattering squawking chickens at his approach. There was little to see, however. An air of desertion had already crept close, the door to the creamery locked and every window shut. It was sad to think that only hours previously it would have been the scene of furious activity. Crouching down, he sheltered his eyes with a hand to look through one of the windows. The gleam of stainless steel machinery, now standing idle, caught his eye, alongside a tiled counter that had been swept clean. Against the back wall, an enormous white cabinet, refrigerated, Jack guessed, remained firmly shut, a large padlock protecting its contents. He was disappointed, he had to admit. There was nothing of note to see. Walking the 100 yards or so back to the farmhouse, he noticed a pathway leading from the yard into the first of the fields, and to one side of it, yet another barn. A smaller building this time, that had evidently been converted into living quarters, a pot of geraniums still blooming by the front door, and a weathered bench beneath the window. This must be where Gilbert Barrow had lived. Jack walked back to the farmhouse and knocked. The farmer, a pair of Wellington boots in his hand, came to the door almost immediately and seemed surprised to see a man he hardly knew on his doorstep. "Good morning, Mr. Kettler." Jack gave a hopeful smile. "I hope I'm not disturbing you, but I wondered if I could have a few words." Kettler continued to look surprised until Jack said, "I was hoping to talk to you about Gilbert Barrow." "Ah." The farmer shook his head and put down his boots. "Bad business, that." "Indeed." Kettler frowned. "I don't know how it could have happened. Can't understand why the man didn't make sure of that cheese. I'm no cheesemaker, though Daphne was a fair one. But everyone knows them cheese wheels weigh a ton and need proper securing." "Did you see Mr. Barrow leave yesterday?" "Said goodbye to him. Strolled over to wish him luck at the fair. He was a good worker. He deserved success. Like I say, a bad business." "Did anyone else see him off?" Dan gave a slight smile. "Why would there be? There's no one else to see him off. I'm on my own now Daphne's gone, and the lads had left for the fields, where they should be today, instead of clearing the rubbish some nitwits chucked across my sugar beet." "And you saw the cheese wheel packed into the van?" Jack pursued. "Watched Gilbert roll it out. That was quite a moment." A worried look filled his face. "Those straps. They were okay. I saw Barrow tighten them." "You couldn't see anything wrong with them?" "Nothing." The worry lines deepened. "I guess accidents can happen," Jack said lightly. "And the creamery? What will happen to it now?" "I don't rightly know. It belonged to Barrow. He bought it outright, bought the small barn too, and turned it into his home. Whoever's in his will inherit, but I expect they'll sell. Living out here isn't everyone's idea of fun." "I imagine it will be his wife who inherits," Jack hazarded. Kettler shook his head. "Dunno about that. Mind, he had a wife, but they weren't together, if you know what I mean. In fact," he lowered his voice, "Gilbert was a bit of a naughty boy. Had a girlfriend. But there, these young people, marriage don't mean the same anymore." "A girlfriend? I hadn't realized." Which was true enough. She must be desperately upset at what's happened. "I reckon so. Nice girl, too. Lily Fairchild. Known her dad ever since I was a nipper. Tom Fairchild farms over Bramber Way. Large place, 200-odd acres, and Lily lives along with him. His wife passed away years ago. The girl wouldn't have been much more than a babe then. Looks like we farmers can't keep hold of our wives," he said sadly. "And Gilbert and Lily were good friends?" Jack was keen to learn as much as he could. "You could put it that way, though village gossip thought it was more, that they'd make a match of it." "It was serious then. How long had they known each other?" "No more 'n 6 months, I guess. But that's young people today, too hasty in my view. Met at a young farmer's dance, and that was it." "They'd share common interests, I suppose, with Lily being a farmer's daughter. She works on her father's farm?" "Now and then, at peak times, you know, harvest, sowin', but she's got her own studio in the yard, works with clay." "She's a potter?" Dan nodded. "And a good one, I believe. She's doing well, running a stall at the fair this weekend, too, though now after this. Will you be going?" Silently, Jack juggled priorities and came to a decision. "I think I might," he said. 3. It was nearing lunchtime, but rather than return to the cottage to eat, Jack made tracks for the village green, managing to find a space to park at the top of the high street. He could grab something savory from the Nook stall, he decided, after he'd said hello to Flora. He'd only walked a few yards when he saw his tiny goddaughter stumbling towards him across the green. She grabbed Jack around the legs, laughing fit to bust. He looked up to see her father lumbering towards them, red in the face and breathing heavily. "This was the worst decision I ever made," Tony panted. "Having Sarah or bringing her here today?" Jack had a smile on his face. "I think it's the latter." "Only think?" he joked. "I love her to bits, but she's exhausting. Aren't you, Muffin?" Tony scooped up his small daughter, burying his head in her tummy and sending her into squeals of delight. "How's business been?" "Brilliant. Actually, brilliant. After yesterday was canceled, we did wonder, but we're virtually sold out. If you want a pie, you'd better be quick." and Flora has taken 2 big orders for outside catering, a couple of birthday parties with a lot of guests. She's been a wonderful help. I better say hello to my wife, congratulate her on her sales technique, but first, do you know if the fair has a pottery stall? Tony nodded. On the right, the last stall, I think. Tom Fairchild's girl is running it. Her stuff looks classy. Jack nodded and sauntered towards the stall Tony had indicated. The stuff, decorative pots, various shaped vases, and a cluster of ashtrays, had an expensive sheen to them. A light blue vase, scalloped-edged and a floral design, took his eye. A posy vase, he believed they were called, and very similar to one that Flora had accidentally dropped last year, one her Aunt Violet had treasured, and therefore doubly precious. A new vase wouldn't replace the old, but it might bring a smile to his wife's face. Are you interested in buying? The girl behind the stall had finished serving a previous customer. The posy vase you're holding? She tossed a blonde ponytail over her shoulder. I am. Do you have a price? The young woman consulted a typewritten list from beneath the table. A slim figure, delicate features, and a peaches and cream complexion, Jack noticed. He could see the attraction for Gilbert. Lily Fairchild named a price which, though it felt expensive, also felt deserved. It was a beautifully crafted piece of pottery. Rather than buying the vase immediately, he pretended to think about it, hoping it would give him the chance to continue talking to her. I didn't know we had a pottery in the village, he began. Not quite in the village. I'm at my dad's farm on the Bramber Road and been there the last 5 years. I opened the pottery as soon as I left school. But you'll know Abby Mead well, he said, feeling awkward at the blatant attempt to pivot the conversation. I think you were a friend of Gilbert Barrow's? For a moment, Lily's hitherto expressionless face crumpled, though she was quick to regain her poise. Jack had thought her remarkably composed for someone who only yesterday had lost the man she loved, but now he felt guilty. The girl must have braved the fair today for the sake of her business, but inside— How do you know Gilbert? She asked, her eyes watchful. My wife runs the village bookshop, he said hastily. I think Gilbert bought from her several times. Jack had no idea if this were true, but it seemed a way of establishing his sincerity. Lily was obviously suspicious of his questions. Reference books, he added. They would be reference books, she said. Gil was always keen to learn. I was so sorry to hear of the accident. A tremendous blow for the village, and for you. She looked up then, though her eyes refused to meet his. We had plans, she said simply. But they were never going to succeed. There was too much against Gil. Really? I thought his cheeses were doing exceptionally well. They were. That was the problem. It's why he had people working against him, people who didn't want him to succeed. Jack tucked the words away. A possible motive for murder had appeared, if murder was what it had been. He tried to look shocked. What kind of people? Other cheesemakers who were jealous of his talent, who wanted what he had. I'd no idea there were other cheesemakers in the area. Not artisan businesses, not proper cheesemakers, not anymore, but big corporations like Consolidated Dairies. And they were hostile to Gilbert? At first, they pretended to be encouraging, but later— Later? Reggie Chalmers. He's the acquisition manager for Consolidated. He's been buying up small dairies all around Sussex. Did you know? 3 in the last year. It's clear the company are out to establish a regional monopoly, and Gil's Creamery was the final piece in their plan. And Gilbert didn't want to sell? Jack guessed. She shook her head, her hands leaning heavily on the wooden trestle. He refused their offer, didn't consider it for a moment, but Chalmers wouldn't accept the decision. He kept coming back. If he's an acquisitions manager, he would likely have a target he was supposed to meet, Jack suggested. I'm sure you're right, she said miserably. It probably meant more money for Chalmers and a promotion. For Gil, it was harassment. Actually, it felt quite threatening. That's sad, Very sad that Gilbert had such a worry on his mind. But the accident, who knows if it was an accident, she interrupted. There are people who wanted Gil to disappear, and not just Chalmers. The truth is that to some, he was worth more dead than alive. Jack flinched. That's a shocking thing to say, Miss Fairchild. Believe me, Gil's wife, his so-called wife, is shocking. All she wanted from Gil was his money, and now he's dead, maybe she'll get it. After all, she has a London lifestyle to maintain. Lily's voice took on a mincing tone. Living on a farm next to a dairy wasn't what she signed up for. They were still married? He asked tentatively. If you can call it that. He was going to divorce her and then we'd marry. It was all arranged until Gil ran out of time. One minute he was here, the next he was gone, and she, the laughable wife, could have been the one to make sure of it. Are you taking that vase? Slightly startled, Jack looked down at the bundle he was still cradling. I am. It's for my own wife, he said, hoping to end the conversation on a more cheerful note, and pulling out his wallet for the 2-pound notes he knew would be there. Lily handed him the carefully wrapped present, and thanking her, he walked away to find Flora. It had been an uncomfortable purchase. Whatever loss Lily Fairchild was feeling, she seemed determined not to show it. Whatever grief she carried was carefully contained. Only when Gilbert Barrow's supposed enemies were mentioned had she shown real emotion, a bitterness that belied the impassive face. On his way to the Nook's stall, towards the furthest end of the semicircle that lined the Moan Oval, Jack passed a perspiring Sam Mulholland in the middle of dismantling a stall. Gilbert Barrow's, Jack presumed. Having battled the trestle table into submission, Sam was now busy removing its striped awning and folding it small enough to pack into a van. "Have you given up on the Priory stall?" Jack greeted him. Sam stood upright, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. "I'm leaving it to Sally. She's more than capable of sweet-talking the customers single-handed. The Priory is going from strength to strength." His smile was wistful. "Whereas—" Sam gave a twitch of his shoulders, glancing down at the tablecloth he'd folded, the stack of price sheets he'd gathered, and the colored boards advertising the different cheeses Gilbert sold. There was one enormous poster, Jack noticed, featuring a large and luscious blue cheese. "That's the Barrow Blue." Sam had seen him looking. "The new cheese?" He nodded. "The killer cheese. Poor Gil," he muttered, his face rigid with sadness. Jack looked away. The two men had been friends for half their lives, and Sam must be suffering. There was a long silence before he asked, "What do you know of Consolidated Dairies?" For a moment, Sam seemed taken aback. "A growing concern in the district, I understand." His tone was cautious. "Growing as in rapacious?" "Something like that. They're swallowing small dairies at a fair rate." "And did they want to swallow Barrows?" "It seems so. They made Gil an offer a few months after he opened. He'd already won a prize for Autumn Gold, so he was on their radar. But they got wind of the new cheese he was developing and wanted the recipe." He paused. "And didn't want the competition." "Was it a poor offer?" Jack imagined it must have been for Gilbert to turn it down, according to Lily Fairchild so emphatically. "On the contrary," Sam surprised him. "It was an extremely generous one, and the chap who made the offer, a bloke called Chalmers, was as charming as his name, or seemed so. That was Gil's initial impression, he told me. Chalmers had had success with several of the local farmers and seemed pretty confident that Gil would take the offer." "And when he didn't?" "Ah, that's when the trouble started, I think. Gil was pretty reticent at talking about it. He worried I might start involving the law, but I could see he was being put under huge pressure. Consolidated lowered their prices on soft cheeses, which made Gil's Autumn Gold too expensive for many customers. Then they ran a huge advertising campaign, which of course Gil couldn't match. They even took the trouble to monopolize local transport, so he had to sign contracts with businesses at a distance, which meant paying additional charges. All in all, I'd say, Consolidated set out to ruin him. before they made their second offer. And that was less generous, I imagine? Nowhere near the same figure, but they must have reckoned that by then Gil would be on his hunkers. "We'll buy you out," Chalmers told him. "Pay your debts, and you can go away without a loss around your neck, maybe even a small profit. Go back to the city and get yourself a top-paying job again. You're still young enough to make a killing. No more worries then of how you'll meet the bills." This Chalmers sounds a persuasive chap. Ruthless as well as persuasive. But Gil was never going to agree. The job he'd had in the city well-nigh destroyed him, but in any case, he developed a real passion for cheesemaking. He loved it. I've never seen him so happy as when he was elbow-deep in curds. Sam stopped talking and stared at the ground. Then, raising his eyes, he looked fixedly at Jack. "I took a good look at those straps. They'd been cut," he said. "No one's going to persuade me otherwise. There's no justice in the world, Jack. I've known Gil since law school. We lived together as students, and only went our separate ways on graduation. He was a decent man, a man who always did the right thing, and that was a truly horrible way to die." "The police will see justice is done," Jack said mildly. "The inspector has ordered a forensic examination of the van. If there's anything to find, they'll find it. Whatever the police come up with, I know those straps were deliberately cut." Sam's lips formed a stubborn line. They were severed to harm Gilbert, injure him badly, or kill him. And kill him they did. "Are you thinking that Chalmers—" "Why not? For all I know, the bloke might have had a lot riding on the offer he'd made." "Or Gilbert's wife?" Jack threw out the suggestion, hardly thinking what he was saying. "Vivian?" Sam's eyebrows shot up. "Well, there's a thought." He shook his head. "Not her style. A bit too precious, I'd say, for anything hands-on. But if we're talking women, Bea Fincham is a possibility." "And who's she?" "A deranged cousin of Gil's and nothing but trouble. Once he launched his new cheese and made some money. He was expecting great things from it. He'd promised to help her out. Her business was struggling, and he felt he owed her something. They shared a great-aunt, I believe, but it was Gil who'd inherited the estate, and Bea who was left with nothing. I reckon Martha, the old lady, saw through Bea's caring role and knew she was only there for the money." Sam drew a hand through his hair. Gil's promise to help should have settled things between them, but I remember him saying his cousin was someone who never forgave a slight. As adults, they kept their distance, but he was still nursing wounds from their childhood. If she thought he'd stepped out of line, there was always payback, he said. A broken toy, salt in his pudding, a spider in his bed. And by all accounts, she's changed little. She manages to alienate just about everyone she meets. If the police do begin a murder inquiry, it looks as though they'll have their hands full. Sam gave a loud sniff. If Brighton Bobbies are anything like the constable who was here on Friday, bing, tring, I won't hold my breath. Jack said nothing, but, wishing him a good day, walked on past the array of amateur gardeners competing for prizes for the best marrow, the best bunch of carrots, the best garden flowers, to Kate and Tony's stall. It was almost empty, his lunch disappearing before his eyes. Flora looked up from packing away the few jam tarts that remained unsold. "Have you come for a pie?" she asked, laughing. "If so, you're too late." "Sausage roll?" "Too late again, and no soup, and most of the dainties have gone as well. It's been a really busy day." "It has." Tony's muffled voice sounded from within a pile of cardboard boxes he'd been stacking, his daughter happily destroying the pile as he went. "I'm not sure it will be worth opening tomorrow. I'll have to ask Kate. It means a long evening baking." "What have you got there?" Flora demanded. She'd spied the parcel Jack was carrying. "A small present, that's all," he said airily. Her eyes brightened. "Can I see?" "Best to wait until we get home." "And home's where you should be heading," Tony put in. "Thanks for all the help, Flora, but you've done enough." "But," she began, when she turned to see a heavily pregnant Kate making her slow way towards them. Have you walked from the Nook? Tony was concerned. You shouldn't have. Waddled, more like. Thank you so much, Flora. You've been marvelous, and tomorrow I'll be here to help, all three of us. She stooped to give Sarah a cuddle. I've spent the day baking, so our evening is free, and I've cooked enough for the morning. Tony nodded. I reckon the fair will start to pack up around lunchtime. A few more catering orders, and it will have been a good weekend. I'll take the empty boxes to your van, Jack offered. It must be close by. You're to go home, Kate scolded. Get some food, and some for your poor wife. She must be starving. Now shoo. Jack shooed, and taking Flora by the hand, walked swiftly across the green and out into the high street. We'll be home in minutes, he promised. Thank goodness for that. Kate was right. I'm ravenous. You didn't sneak a pie? He teased. I was tempted, but managed to resist. I'm looking forward to the most enormous plate of scrambled eggs. But the scrambled eggs were destined to wait. Drawing up outside the cottage, Jack spied a figure standing at the front door. It's Alan Ridley, Flora muttered, clambering out of the car and following him to the garden gate. Now what does he want? When all three were seated around the kitchen table, it soon became apparent what the inspector wanted, though he began innocently enough. You were the first person to reach Barrow's vehicle, I believe, he said to Flora. She nodded. I heard the noise, a loud juddering sound, and rushed over. The van had been careering across very rough grass, driving far too fast for such bumpy ground. Then there was that loud noise, the engine, I suppose, a grinding of gears maybe, and the van came to a sudden stop. I knew straight away that something was wrong and ran. And Mr. Faraday was with you? Just behind. We were working together on the cafe's stall, and he pointed the van out to me when he saw it speeding. I'll be talking to Mr. Faraday, but what did you see when you got to the vehicle? See? You must have looked into the van's window. I saw a dead man, Inspector. Or at least, I saw a body which, when Tony and Sam Mulholland managed to extricate him from the vehicle, turned out to be dead. Ridley nodded. The wheel of cheese had broken through the straps. Did you notice them? Not immediately, except to think it was odd that they'd broken. It was only later. When I first reached the van, my attention was all on the injured man. It was a horrendous sight. This enormous block of cheese had smashed into Mr. Barrow, and he looked so fragile beneath it. What's the importance of the straps, Alan? Jack asked. Were they worn, or had they been cut? The inspector sighed. Forensics are clear they were cut with something like a Stanley knife. It appears to have been a precise job, 2 cuts on either side of each strap, with the middle section scoured so that only a thin layer of the linen remained intact. And likely to snap if put under pressure, Jack finished for him. Exactly. For a while, the webbing held the cheese in place, but was likely to break at any moment, certainly as soon as the van hit a rough surface or the brakes were applied too fiercely. Whoever cut the straps intended murder. Mischief, at the very least, and it was murder that resulted. Idly, Jack stirred the mug of tea he'd made. I spoke to Dan Kettler earlier today. He's the farmer who has Barrow's creamery on his land. He was in the yard when Barrow left yesterday morning. He saw the man secure the cheese and check the straps, then waved him off the premises, which suggests that the van was safe when it left the farm. And if that's the case, Flora added, the straps were tampered with between the farm and the village green, and I can't see how that could have happened. Nor me, Ridley agreed. He sounded glum. Unless Gilbert stopped somewhere on his way to the fair and left the van unattended for long enough for someone to get busy with the webbing. But why would he stop? He was bound for the village green, keen to finish setting up his stall. Why indeed, Jack thought, then remembered how he had stopped this morning. Could that possibly have anything to do with the tampering of those straps? Sam Mulholland's words sounded in his ears. Gil was a decent man. He always did the right thing. Was that what Gilbert had done? Stopped to be a good Samaritan? His companions were staring at him. It's nothing, he said. Just a passing thought. but one that might be worth pursuing. I'm hoping you'll have more than a passing thought. Alan Ridley shifted in his seat, tapping his spoon against his mug and suddenly seeming very uncomfortable. You're asking for our help? Jack was uncertain. It was rare for the inspector to approach them. Most often, they were the ones to bring their discoveries to him. I could do with it. A situation has come up that's a bit, well, awkward. He took a deep breath. I've had a chap come to see me, Reggie Chalmers. He's a manager with Consolidated Dairies. We know, they chorused. Ridley looked peeved. I don't know how you know, but you'll understand then why Chalmers turned up in my office. Two blank expressions greeted him. You don't? He's concerned that any investigation into Barrow's death might involve him, the inspector spelled out slowly. I can't see why he'd assume that, if he's innocent of any wrongdoing. Flora's tone was sharp. For one thing, the weapon. A bloody great cheese. I ask you, who would have thought of it as a weapon unless you were in the business yourself? Someone allied to the industry seems an obvious choice, Jack agreed, which is what Reggie Chalmers was quick to deduce, with the added twist that Consolidated have been trying for some time to buy the Barrow Creamery. I understand from Chalmers that his company made several offers and they were refused. Reggie was being lent on heavily by the top brass to bring the Barrow enterprise under their umbrella. And when he came to see me this morning, he was worried that he might be implicated if Barrow's death turned out to be murder, which, according to the forensic evidence I've been given, it has. I can see why he'd be worried, Jack remarked. According to Sam Mulholland, it wasn't only Chalmers being lent on heavily. He was pressuring Gilbert Barrow to sell. Heavy pressure. In fact, overt bullying. The inspector chewed his lip. I thought as much. Of course, Chalmers didn't admit to that, but over the years, I've heard tales of Consolidated's way of doing business, and though Reggie is a charming chap, I'm pretty sure he can be ruthless, too. There were those words again, Jack registered. Charming and ruthless. Reginald Chalmers was a man he'd like to meet. Flora rested her elbows on the table and spoke directly to the inspector. By the look of it, he's attempted to preempt your investigation. What made him think he would be successful? We're golf buddies, Ridley said gloomily. That's what makes it so damn awkward. There's not exactly a conflict of interest, but if I'm to investigate the man, and his dealings with Barrow will have to be examined, I could be accused of prejudice. Unconscious prejudice, of course. Of course, Flora said a trifle caustically. Is that where we come in? The inspector leaned forward, his expression earnest. I was thinking you could make a beginning, discover if there's anything to suggest that Chalmers could be involved, other than what we know already. If there is, I'll feel justified in following it up. And if there isn't, I get to keep the best golf partner I've ever had. Jack's uncertainty had increased. It seemed a flimsy reason to involve them, and he wondered if there were more to it than Ridley was admitting. What about Sergeant Norris? He's surely the one to deputize for you. He would be, except he's not at the station for the next month, off to Bramshill for training, a first step on his path to becoming an inspector. It's his future, and I can't stand in his way. I have to let him go. Flora had fallen silent, and it was up to him, Jack realized, to bat away Ridley's request. You do realize that we're moving house in 3 weeks. It's going to be a hugely busy time. Ridley nodded, seemingly undisturbed. The schoolhouse, wasn't it? Nice property, but good luck with the packing. Fearful job. But honestly, Jack, this won't take up too much of your time. That's what we always tell ourselves, but somehow it always does. And usually lands us in the middle of a gigantic mess. And, of course, it might not have anything to do with Reggie Chalmers, Flora announced, surprising her listeners. Or with cheesemaking generally. It could be closer to home. Have you considered that? Gilbert Barrow seems to have had something of a mixed personal life. It's early days. The inspector's response to the implied criticism was stiff. We only had the initial forensic report a few hours ago, and nothing yet from the pathologist. But Barrow's relationships is an area we'll need to look into." "You should, definitely." Flora smiled brightly across at him. "While we're packing for our big move." When Jack returned from seeing the inspector to his car, he found Flora slowly passing one mug after another through the washing up water. She turned as he walked into the kitchen. "Are we going to help?" was her immediate question. "I don't know. I'm torn," he confessed. "I want our move to go well, to settle into the new home without too many problems. It's a big moment. You're giving up the cottage you love. But," she looked inquiringly at him, "I haven't been able to stop thinking about Barrow. I didn't know him well, but his murder has got under my skin. It was a uniquely horrible way to plot someone's death." She nodded. "I know what you mean. The way he was killed somehow feels personal, doesn't it? As though someone wanted to mock as well as kill him." "And then there's Ridley," Jack went on. "How many times has he ever asked us for help? I can count them on a few fingers. He must be feeling very uncomfortable about Chalmers for him to come to us." Flora emptied the washing up water with a loud sloosh. "If we mean to help the inspector, we should look more widely than he suggested." "I'm not sure. Chalmers, as a disappointed bully, is a clear favorite for our villain. He recognizes that himself." "Maybe a little too clear." "So, who else? The wife? The girlfriend? And do we have the time? I'm just realizing how much there is to do here, and we've not made any kind of a start. You might not have, but I've been sorting clutter for the last month. And since the removal firm are delivering packing cases next week, you might want to start clearing your study." Okay, I'll get moving." He sounded irritated and was sorry for it. Really, packing up a household was the devil. Then he remembered the splendid new study waiting for him at the schoolhouse, bright and airy and spacious, and his shoulders relaxed. 5. While Flora was working at the All's Well this Monday, he would play truant for an hour or so, Jack decided, leave the Remington covered, and take a walk along Greenway Lane to the passing place a few hundred yards from the entrance to Kettler's farm. "But why do that?" Flora asked, a spoonful of cornflakes halfway to her mouth, when over breakfast he confided his plan to her. "I think it could be useful to take a look. There might be something there still, some clue as to what happened on Friday morning. And even if it turns out to be a pointless trip, it's still a walk, and riders need exercise." "But what has a passing place to do with anything?" Flora sounded bewildered. "We've more or less decided, haven't we, that the webbing securing that wheel of Barrow Blue was cut somewhere between the farm and the fair." "Yes, as far as we can tell. And what you're saying is that you think it happened at the passing place?" Her bewilderment hadn't lessened. "It's a suggestion, that's all. I didn't mention it when the inspector was here. It seemed a bit harebrained, but I've had a day to think it over, and I've gradually come round to the idea." Flora put down her spoon. "I can't for the life of me see why Barrow would stop there. Why not in the high street? Why not on Fern Hill? Why stop anywhere?" "He must have stopped somewhere, and there's a reason, a possible reason, that he stopped in the lane. When I drove to Kettler's farm on Saturday, before I arrived at the green, I saw some of his laborers at that lay-by, the one just around the bend from the farm. I didn't know at the time they worked for Kettler, of course. They were loading tree branches onto a truck, a huge pile of them. It seems they'd been thrown over the hedge or stuffed into the ditch. When I mentioned it to Kettler, he was angry that his sugar beet had suffered. The branches had flattened a row of plants, I think, and he'd sent his men out to clear the mess." "But what's that to do with Gilbert Barrow?" "Sorry, sweetheart, but I am getting there. I reckon Barrow saw the branches just after he left the farm on Friday morning, saw they were blocking the only passing place for a mile, and stopped to move them. It was the sort of thing I think he'd do. Sam said he always did the right thing, and the right thing would be to clear what was plainly a danger to anyone driving along the lane.
But even if he did stop, and that's just guessing, and you accuse me of leaps of imagination, could anyone have cut the webbing while he was clearing the site? Flora sounded disbelieving. I don't see why not. Gilbert would have had to park further down the road, as I did, and that would leave the van vulnerable. It would take time to move those branches. There was an awful lot of them from what I could see on the truck. You're suggesting that the killer crept into Barrow's van and damaged the security straps while he was busy being a good neighbor? Surely he would have noticed. Not necessarily. If they were swift and knew exactly what they were doing, he'd be looking in a different direction, concentrating on the task at hand. Okay, maybe not while he was actually clearing the mess, but when he got back into the van? Or later when he drove along Greenway towards the fair? How, for instance, did the attacker arrive at the passing place? If they'd been in a vehicle, Gilbert would have heard the engine, so they must have traveled on foot, which means the killer would be in the lane still, making their way back to the village. He'd see them. They could have hidden. There's plenty of vegetation to get behind. Or they could have walked in the other direction, around the bend and past the farm. Flora looked doubtful, and Jack doubled down. But what if he did see them? He was going to die. They'd made sure of it, and it wouldn't matter a fig if you recognized them. And all he'd see is a man or a woman walking along the lane, not someone who'd just passed a death sentence on him. Except the murderer couldn't be completely sure their plan would work. They might hope that an untethered cheese would kill, but there was always the possibility it would cause serious injury rather than death. If the cheese wheel had fallen differently, it might not have broken Barrow's neck. Flora looked slightly sick at the thought, and her cornflakes were pushed to one side, but it didn't stop her continuing her reasoning. The murderer must have hidden, she said decidedly. Otherwise, the outcome would be too uncertain. A badly injured Barrow could have recognized his attacker, and a police investigation would do the rest. They must have hidden, she repeated. In the ditch, behind a tree. They wouldn't have walked in the opposite direction. After Kettler's farm, Greenway Lane wanders off into the countryside, and they'd have to walk miles to get anywhere. I suppose they could have walked just around that bend and waited. They'd have to be sure then that Gilbert wouldn't reverse the van and return to the farm. No, hiding makes more sense, she said firmly. They'd stay hidden until he finished clearing the wood, watch him drive away, and then walk back to Abbeymead. Easy enough from the village to find your way home. And they was probably a man, she added. Or someone with a substantial degree of physical strength, he agreed. A lot of wood would need to be shifted to fill that passing place. Very heavy wood. So who? That's where my morning walk comes in, Jack said triumphantly. I'm hoping I might uncover a clue. Apart from a tractor trundling its way to Kettler's yard or the farmer's fields, he met no one on his walk, and the passing place, when he reached it, was scrupulously clear of even the smallest twig or scrap of litter. Dan Kettler's men had done a good job. He climbed up to the grass bank, looking over the hedge at the field of beet beyond. The nearest plants appeared a little droopy, but otherwise unharmed, and there was nothing to point to what might have happened here 3 days ago. His attention turned to the ditch. The farmer's workers had again been thorough, leaving it as pristine as any ditch could be. It seemed as though his walk would prove pointless. Gingerly, he stepped down into the gully, unwilling to give up. The weather had been dry for the last few days, and it was possible to walk comfortably along the ditch to where, in the scenario he'd painted for himself, Gilbert Barrow would have parked his van. As Jack walked, he kept his eyes glued to the ground, which was fortunate because when he saw it, the smallest of indentations, it could easily have been missed. The marks of a bicycle tire pressed into what would have been a muddy bank, but over the last few days had partly dried. Peering down at it, the tracks of a tire were plainly visible. Someone had taken their bike off the road and into the ditch, resting it in the hedge with the tires propped against the side of the bank and leaving what was now a clear imprint. Jack stood for a moment thinking.
There should be footprints too, but there weren't. Then he realized, although the sides of the ditch were now dry, in wet weather, a small trickle of water would flow along its floor, and anyone walking along the gully would leave no footprints. On Friday morning, there must still have been water in the ditch. It was beginning to make sense. Flora had been on the green for less than an hour before she'd seen Barrow's van make its dangerous entrance, and she'd left the cottage, Jack knew, just after 6 o'clock that morning. So whoever had filled the passing place with dangerous branches must have done it before dawn. It would have taken time to collect sufficient broken wood to alert Barrow as he drove past, sufficient to cause him to stop, and it would have to be in place before there was any chance he'd left the farm. A bicycle would mean the killer didn't waste time getting there and ensured their escape after they'd done their worst. On a bicycle, too, it wouldn't matter that the rest of Greenway Lane wandered miles into the countryside. A cyclist would eventually hit a road and find their way home. He was getting ahead of himself, Jack knew. A bicycle had been parked in the ditch. That was the only sure information he had. It could have been there days before Friday and belonged to anyone. He'd take an impression, or try to. He wasn't sure it would work, but the tire marks were still slightly damp, and he should get something. Reaching into his jacket pocket, he pulled out the notebook he always carried, a writer's trick, and tore a page free. Bending down, he placed it over the tire print and pressed hard. The result wasn't wonderful, but there was a definite pattern. He'd hand it into the police, just in case it proved useful. As he attempted to climb out of the ditch, it seemed steeper at this point, he reached up to grab a chunk of overhanging hedge to steady himself. His hand came away sticky. Grimacing, Jack burrowed in his pocket for a handkerchief, but about to wipe his fingers clean, he stopped and gave them a cautious sniff. A cream, he thought. It felt like a cream. But the smell? Hard to describe, except there was a definite smell. A skin smell? A hospital smell? Was that significant? He wasn't sure. And how was he ever to find out exactly where this stickiness had come from? It had to have been left by a human hand, and that was it. That was all he had, and it didn't exactly get him far. Sighing, he scrabbled up the bank and out of the ditch and started back to the cottage. When Flora returned from the All's Well just after 5 o'clock that afternoon, he had the kettle boiling. "Well," she asked, "has Sherlock solved the case?" There was a cheeky smile on her face. "There's to be no mocking." He grabbed her around the waist and tickled her. "Stop, please," she gasped. "The tea!" He filled the waiting pot with boiling water. "No, I haven't solved the case," he said wearily. "On the contrary, it's just got a whole lot more puzzling." And he told her of the bicycle's imprint and the sticky mess he'd disturbed. "It's possible they have nothing to do with what happened to Gilbert," she pointed out helpfully. "Don't you think I know it?" He brought the teapot and cups to the table. "Biscuits?" She shook her head. "We're out of gingers, and rich tea are boring. Perhaps we're barking up the wrong tree, Jack, looking for clues when there aren't any." "I don't honestly think we're barking up any tree at the moment, but if we want to help Alan Ridley in his hour of need, maybe we should concentrate on some of the people Gilbert knew. Reggie Chalmers, for instance, as the inspector suggested." Flora took a first sip of tea. "Nectar," she murmured. "You're such a good tea maker these days. Alice is bound to know Chalmers. Should we start with her?" Alice Jenner, the chief cook at the Priory Hotel, had been the best friend of Flora's Aunt Violet, and now, despite their age difference, was one of Flora's closest confidants. Alice had lived in Abbeymead her whole life and knew just about everything about everyone. If there's something worth knowing about Reggie Chalmers, she'll know it. I can ask her when we meet on Friday. The Friday evening meal was a tradition, a time for the friends to eat and talk together. Kate, Alice, and Flora, and occasionally Sally, Alice's niece, when she could break free of the demands of the Priory. It was a chance for them to exchange news, and best of all, have fun with whatever gossip was making its way along the village grapevine. Kate rang the bookshop to say she's feeling well, Flora went on, and keen to host the meal this week, before the new baby arrives and it becomes impossible for her. Jack lifted his cup in a pretend toast. "Let's put our trust in Alice then," he said lightly. 6. When she opened her front door to Flora on Friday evening, Kate was looking a good deal fitter than she had for some time. Her guest received an enormous hug and a kiss on both cheeks. "I'm so glad to see you," Kate beamed. "These past few weeks, it's felt as though the world has left me behind." "You're a little better?" "Heaps better," she said. "Dr. Hansen prescribed sleeping tablets. Only a short course," she added quickly. "But for the first time in months, I've had several nights of decent sleep. You see before you a new woman." "It was only a short course," Flora said warningly. "True, but who knows? The tablets might have broken the cycle." "Let's hope so, and only a few weeks to go now." She eyed Kate's burgeoning figure with respect. "Then there won't be sleep for any of us," her hostess said laughingly. "Come into the kitchen, Flora, and stir a saucepan for me. Alice isn't here yet." "And Sally?" "Too busy to come, I'm afraid. Apparently she's given Hector the week off. He's not had a break for ages, and Sally's having to help out in the kitchen. Not that she can replace a sous chef like Hector, but she'll do what she can to make sure things work smoothly. Alice is getting too old to keep working overtime." "I guess Hector must have asked for time off to help with the move, though it shouldn't be too complicated, from one rented property to another." The Lansdales, Hector and Rose, would be renting Flora's cottage when she and Jack moved to the schoolhouse. "Ooh, what's this?" She'd walked into the kitchen and was bent over the pot bubbling on the stove. "It smells delicious." "I thought I'd try something new tonight. Pregnancy is making me brave. It's called a fondue. It's a mix of cheeses. I've used a French one that Tony found in Stenning and a slab of Gouda that the grocer had here in Abbeymead. And, confession, Flora, some cheese triangles too, with a little wine and some corn flour to thicken." "Interesting, but what do you do with it?" "You're supposed to have a special fondue pot, so my magazine said, but as long as you heat it up well on the stove and keep it warm once it's on the table, it should be fine. Tony has been clever. He's rigged up a trivet to stand the pan on, with a couple of tea lights underneath." "And these are for—" Flora pointed to an assortment of chunky bread cubes, small cooked sausages, and baby tomatoes that she'd caught sight of on the far counter. "They're for dipping," Kate said a little doubtfully. "The magazine article said you could use raw vegetables as well, like batons of carrots or sprigs of broccoli, but I couldn't quite see Alice doing that." Flora couldn't quite see Alice doing any dipping at all, but she kept a diplomatic silence. "What you do is dip the bread or meat, or whatever you fancy, into a pot that we all share," Kate went on. She paused for a second. "If all else fails, Tony's made a large salad to accompany it." "It looks wonderful," Flora said loyally, and began to stir the heavy-bottomed pan of melting cheese. "Kate, do you know anything about Reginald Chalmers?" she asked in a sudden thought. "He works for Consolidated Dairies." Her friend shook her head. "I've seen their lorries around, of course, but the Nook doesn't deal with them. We're too small an enterprise. The Priory might, though. Why?" "Chalmers was trying to buy out Gilbert Barrow before he died. Consolidated Dairies wanted his creamery." "Really? I didn't know that. I did hear there was a break-in at the creamery a few weeks ago, but I don't suppose that was connected." "A break-in at Barrow's?" "It was when Amy Dunmore popped in from the vicarage. She doesn't often come to the Nook, but she was after cheese scones for the vicar's tea. He'd had a bad day, apparently, and she wanted to cheer him up. He's partial to a cheese scone. Anyway, she'd gone to Barrow's to buy some of that soft cheese he does, the one that won an award. She was going to slice it up to go with the scones, together with tomatoes from the vicarage greenhouse. But she couldn't get any. Gilbert Barrow was in the farmyard when she got there, in a bit of a tiz. He told Amy that he'd been burgled. His stock of the cheese she wanted had been stolen. Autumn Gold, that was its name. Flora was mystified by the news. "It's the first I've heard of any theft. No one in the village has said a word. Mr. Barrow couldn't have wanted it known, I guess. He couldn't have reported it, just kept it to himself. He probably told his girlfriend, though. They seem to have been pretty close. There's been talk in the village that they'd marry soon, at least until people heard there was a wife involved. Flora was about to ask more of the girlfriend when a knock on the door heralded Alice. She came puffing over the threshold. "Brought the puddin' you were after, Katie, love. A queen of puddin's made specially for tonight. I'll plonk it in the kitchen, shall I?"
"Hello, my ducks," she said to Flora as she came trundling through the doorway, but then pulled up sharply. "What's that you're cookin'?" Peering into the saucepan, Alice sniffed. "Cheese?" "Fondue," Flora told her, watching her old friend's face and trying to suppress a laugh. An anxious Kate lurked in the doorway, but Alice was about to surprise them. "I've heard about that," she nodded to herself. "Some newfangled dish from Switzerland, I read. But then, what do you expect?" Later, when they were seated around the table and had had enough of dipping bread, sausages, and spirals of ham into the thick cheese mixture, it was remarkably filling, Flora had found. She ventured to ask the same question she'd put to Kate earlier. "Do you by any chance know a Reginald Chalmers, Alice?" "He works for Consolidated Dairies," Kate put in. Alice shook her head. "The Priory don't buy from them. I've heard his name but never met him. Wasn't he after the Barrow Creamery?" "Leastways, that's what I heard. It was Hector talking about it, I recollect. And Chalmers wasn't the only one after the place either, not by the sounds of it." "There were others trying to buy?" Flora frowned. "I don't know about buyin'. Some woman Hector heard goin' on about it in the pub one night, bad-mouthing Barrow something dreadful, sayin' as how the creamery should really be hers and how Barrow was a mean cheat. Got quite violent, according to Hector. Old Timpson had to show her the door." Was that Gilbert's wife, Flora wondered, or maybe the mysterious cousin Jack had mentioned from his talk with Sam Mulholland? The landlord of the Cross Keys joined the list of people Flora thought she should speak to, along with Gilbert Barrow's girlfriend. But did she have the energy for this? As she dipped a last, stray chunk of bread into the cheese, her mind took a stroll. If Jack had accepted that offer to research in Egypt, she could be drifting down the Nile right now, far away from Gilbert Barrow and his creamery, and couldn't stop herself wondering idly if the offer might still be open. It was pure escape, she recognized. Escape from an investigation that loomed, from the disruption of moving house, from Abbeymead itself. Alice got stiffly to her feet and began clearing the table. "That wasn't bad," she said graciously, "but in my opinion, you can't beat a proper meal." "Your pudding should make it proper," Kate reassured her, starting to get up. "No, you're to sit there," Alice commanded. "Flora and me'll do the washing up, won't we?" Flora nodded. "We'll sort this lot out now, then we'll enjoy the pud. You need to rest. You've a baby to think about, Katie, and it won't be long." "Not long for your move either," she said to Flora as they washed and rinsed dishes together. Flora sighed. "The days are going by too quickly. I've only just persuaded Jack to clear his study. I'm not sure Hector will use the second bedroom, or Rose for that matter, but we should leave the cottage as tidy as we can. Hector is fair bouncin', I will say. Can't wait to get movin'. No wonder Sally gave him the week off. He's been dancin' around like a cat on hot tiles. Mind, I can't blame him. Them neighbors of theirs sound horrible, and the Lansdales won't have that problem when they get to your place." Flora had fallen quiet, and Alice noticed. "You're feelin' okay about the move still?" Was she? Now that leaving the cottage she'd known for most of her life was becoming a reality, doubt had crept in. But the decision was made, and she had to be sure. She cast around for her most positive voice. "I know it's the right thing, Alice. Really, I do. But, well, you know." Her friend enfolded her in a big hug. "I do know. Memories and all. But you'll make new ones in the schoolhouse. See if you don't." 7. "Did you know Gilbert Barrow had a girlfriend?" she asked Jack as soon as she walked into the cottage that evening.
He put down the newspaper he'd been reading, abandoning an article his friend Ross Sabler had written on Lady Chatterley's lover. The book's publication had become a hot topic in the papers and on the airwaves, and the Daily Mercury had given the article a one-page spread. Ross would be delighted, he thought. "Hello, Flora, and did you have a good evening?" His smile was wry. "Yes, I did, thanks. But the girlfriend?" Flora had found a buried bone he could see and had begun to dig. "Dan Kettler mentioned her," he said calmly, "and Sam, and I spoke to her at the fair." That was a surprise to Flora. "Her name's Lily Fairchild. She's a potter, a good one by all accounts, and has a studio on her father's farm." "So you know her? Why didn't you tell me?" "I wouldn't say I know her. I bought a vase from her at the fair, the one you're keeping on the windowsill, and exchanged a few words. Nothing too important." "She could be important, Jack," Flora frowned. "And what did you think after your few words?" "A pleasant enough girl," he said cautiously. "That's not exactly a ringing endorsement. What's wrong with her?" "Nothing's wrong with her, not really. It was more, I don't know. She came over as very contained, really quite reserved, unnaturally so. And there was something about the way she spoke I found off-putting, a kind of doggedness, which I imagine works well when you're setting up a business, but in this case, it was marriage she was talking about." "Marriage to Gilbert?" He nodded. She seemed determined it would happen, or would have if he'd stayed alive. Marriage was like a mission she had to achieve. There was a streak of ruthlessness in her. I guess that's what I thought. "Ruthlessness seems to be a feature in this case," she said lightly, cuddling down beside him on the sofa and squashing the newspaper beneath a cushion. "Isn't Reggie Chalmers said to be ruthless? Charming, but ruthless." "Not an attractive picture. But then I can't say I've been much taken so far with anyone connected to poor Barrow's death, and we haven't yet met the mad cousin or the wicked wife." "You haven't met Reggie Chalmers, for that matter. You know, I think I might pay a visit to the pottery. I love that vase." "You're thinking of buying its twin?" He reached across to smooth back the long wave that had fallen across her face. "I need a haircut. It's beginning to annoy me." She rammed the chestnut tangle behind her ears. "Don't worry, I'm fairly sure I won't be buying. At a guess, my present was very expensive, much too expensive to repeat, but I can always pretend that I'm interested." This Saturday morning at the All's Well was proving quiet. Today, Flora was on her own, but there were no packages to unpack, and the week's orders were sitting in the cellar, already organized and labeled, and awaiting collection. There was always a bright side to having few customers, a chance for Flora to bring her books up to date, a daunting weekly chore, without the usual interruptions. By 12:30, when she hung the closed sign on the All's Well's wide front door, she was feeling satisfied. The task was done. This week's sales, it seemed, had been unusually healthy, and there was the Christmas rush still to come. Hungrily, she unwrapped the sandwich she'd brought to eat at her desk. Lunch at the bookshop would be quicker than returning home, the cottage lying in the opposite direction from where she was headed. Jack would hardly notice her absence, she thought wryly, behind as he was with the current novel, and keen to get it finished and posted to his London agent. He'd probably forget to eat altogether. His previous book had been a success, selling well for some time, but the last royalty check hadn't been marvelous, and sales must be dropping quite rapidly. Producing a new book, a popular book, was necessary. She'd worn a nearly new skirt for this visit. It was important she looked smart but businesslike, and the woolen floral wrap, she thought, should fit the bill. Gypsy Peasant, the assistant had called it. Hopefully, the swirling pattern of deep blues would strike a suitably artistic note. Brushing the crumbs from her new purchase, she locked the All's Well's door and retrieved Betty from her shelter in the courtyard. "We're going on a visit," she told the bike, "but no more than 2 miles along the road. Betty didn't seem too interested, but ground gamely into action and set Flora on her way to the Fairchild's farm, which, she discovered, was just beyond the village, close to the Bramber Road. It was a chilly day, the sky overcast with few glimmers of light, but thankfully too cold for rain. Aunt Violet's monumental scarf wrapped tightly around her neck kept her warm, so that when she arrived at the farm, which proved easy enough to find, her cheeks were shining a bright pink. Unbecoming, Flora decided, catching sight of herself in the pottery window. Lily Fairchild, on the other hand, standing behind the counter of her small shop, appeared cool and businesslike. Shouldn't potters be messy? She thought crossly. But perhaps the girls set aside certain days for the potting and used the weekend for selling. A customer was already at the counter, discussing a new order and specifying in detail the fruit bowl she wished to buy for her aunt's birthday. It gave Flora the time to browse the shelves and absorb the works Lily had created. She was obviously very talented. Every piece, bowls, ashtrays, mugs, as well as vases and small ceramic boxes, was beautifully made and all very covetable. Through the open doorway behind the girl, she glimpsed what must be Lily's workplace. A kiln sat against the far wall, and to the right of a counter covered in hand tools was a potter's wheel and a slab roller. Flora's attention returned to the counter. The customer, it seemed, had finally decided on the design she wanted and was shaking hands with Lily, making ready to leave. Lily Fairchild glanced across at her. "Can I help you?" Another customer, she must be hoping. "My husband bought me a wonderful vase from the stall you had at the recent fair," Flora said. "And you'd like a pair?" "I'd love a pair," she answered brightly. "But at the moment, I'm afraid I'm just looking." Lily's smile withered slightly. "Was the fair good for you?" she ventured, then realized how insensitive that must sound. But it was too late to take the words back. "For sales, yes, it was good," the girl replied. "Otherwise, not particularly. I lost the man I intended to marry." "Oh, I'm so sorry." Flora could see she would have to appear ignorant. "Lost as in dead, killed, murdered." Flora's mouth dropped open. Of course, she knew the situation as well as Lily, but it was the young woman's uncompromising tone, her blunt accusation, that shocked. "But your boyfriend's death, it was an accident, surely," she said with an assumed innocence. "An accident when each of the restraining straps has been cut and the contents of the van allowed to kill? Somehow, I don't think so." Flora remained unfazed by the girl's sharp tone. It was information she'd come for. "The straps you mention, they're the webbing that holds the goods in place?" "Yes, it's a traditional method of transporting large cheeses. Every cheesemaker I know uses webbing attached to a wooden pallet." "And the equipment Mr. Barrow was using was fairly new?" "It certainly wasn't faulty, if that's what you're implying. Gil would never be so stupid as to carry a cheese of that weight without knowing the restraints were safe." "My goodness, it sounds as though you're right." It was hard work playing the innocent, but Flora was determined to discover as much as possible from this prickly young woman. "Do you believe that someone cut the straps?" Her eyes had widened convincingly. "But how would they do that? And why? Who would want to harm the poor man?" Lily gave an irritated shrug. "I'm sure the police," Flora began to say. "The police will do nothing," the girl interrupted. "I never placed much faith in their discovering anything worthwhile, but when I found out a few days ago that the inspector in charge of the investigation is a close friend of the main suspect, well, what do you think?" "I'm shocked, astounded." Flora hoped that would suffice. She lowered her voice to a whisper. "But who is the main suspect?" "The man from the dairy, it's obvious." When Flora feigned confusion, she said crisply, "Consolidated Dairies, the man they employ to buy businesses. He tried to force Gil to sell the creamery, and when Gil refused, he killed him." "That's quite some accusation." Flora paused, watching the girl's face, tight and angry. "Surely, though, if he killed the man he was trying to buy out, that rather defeated his object?" Not if the person who inherits the creamery is encouraged to sell to Consolidated, and they will be. He'll make sure of it. That sounds a little complicated, but the man you mentioned, Reggie Chalmers, he's the dairy's acquisitions manager. How would it benefit him personally to do such a dreadful thing? Lily spread her hands wide. Who knows? I don't. But I do know the dairy is desperate to get rid of competitors, and presumably this Chalmers is paid well to do it. But murder, Flora objected. It seemed crazy to be talking openly of what must be a respected business sanctioning the killing of a rival. Why not? The girl shrugged. They've already staged a break-in at the creamery a few weeks before Gil died and stole every one of his award-winning cheeses. He had to work day and night to replace the stock he lost. Really? The conversation was becoming more surreal by the second. They've tried to make their own cheese, Lily said confidently, one that would mimic Gil's Autumn Gold, but failed miserably. There was a review in the Cheesemaker's Journal. It was scathing, saying how vastly inferior it was to Gil's, and why bother? And you think Consolidated, Mr. Chalmers, stole the real cheese? I know they did. They wanted the recipe, you see, and even more, the recipe for the new cheese that Gil had just perfected, the Barrow Blue. Did they get what they came for? Flora was by now hooked on this tale of industrial mischief. For the first time, Lily gave a genuine smile. Gil never wrote his recipes down. He kept them in his head. Ironic, isn't it? By killing him, they killed any chance they ever had of gaining the recipes they were so desperate for. A gripping tale of espionage, but to Flora, there was something awry in this story, something that didn't add up. If it was recipes the dairy wanted, she said slowly, why would they have stolen all those cheeses? They surely couldn't have sold them as their own products. Oh, no, they'll get rid of them on the black market, Lily said confidently. They stole them to intimidate Gil, to make him think he would never succeed when he had them as an enemy, that they would destroy him so he might as well sell to them. But it didn't work. Of course not, she said scornfully. Gilbert wasn't a man to give in to bullies. He was in love with cheesemaking, as I am with making pots. And when you have that kind of passion, that determination to succeed, nothing is going to stop you. Except death, Flora thought. A real death for Gilbert Barrow, and the death of a marriage for Lily Fairchild. It's why we were so well suited, Lily went on, now in her stride and having softened considerably. Both of us wanting each other to succeed, both sure we could make a happy life together. While they'd been talking, Flora had become aware of another customer walking through the door. Turning slightly, she caught sight of a woman she was certain would have no problem in buying a second vase, or, for that matter, a third or a fourth. The newcomer was in her 30s, Flora judged, although the clothes she wore, a beautifully cut purple astrakhan-collared coat with a matching pillbox hat, made age immaterial. She was simply an extremely fashionable woman, wearing perfect makeup and with her long hair swirled into a neat bun at the nape of her neck. Lily looked over Flora's shoulder, trying to catch the attention, it seemed, of the woman now browsing the shop. "Mrs. Ashton," she called out, "how good to see you." "You'll excuse me?" she muttered to Flora in a low whisper. "This lady is a very good customer. She buys whenever she visits." "Whereas you don't, so please leave now," was the unspoken suggestion. Flora took the hint. In any case, she had learned all she was going to. Bidding Lily a friendly farewell and giving Mrs. Ashton a casual nod as she passed, Flora walked out into the gray day. A Jaguar saloon was parked in the farmyard. Flora recognized its iconic mascot and smiled to herself. This was the difference, she thought, between 1 and 4 vases. Then she wheeled Betty back onto the road. 8. Jack had spent several hours sketching a rough plan for his final 2 chapters and was hoping to get at least one of them written before Flora arrived home.
But hadn't she said something about calling at Lily Fairchild's pottery after she closed the All's Well? So maybe a chapter and a half. Halfway through the morning, the telephone rang. He was deep in a detailed description and considered letting it ring, but a vague prompting had him run down the stairs and pick up the receiver, and he was glad he had, if only to head off trouble.
"Jack, how are you?"
It was Arthur Bellaby, his agent, sounding as bluffly cheerful as ever. "Fine, thanks. And you?" Jack was cautious. It was unlike Arthur to ring out of the blue, and he had an uncomfortable feeling that the call was to be a gentle but determined reminder. The first draft of this latest book should have been with Arthur last week.
"About the book, Jack," his agent said, confirming his fears. "How's it going?"
"Fine," he said again, this time a little more stiffly. "I'm nearly through a first draft and can post it later next week, if you're happy with an unrevised version." He hoped that would act as a warning to Arthur not to expect anything too polished. "I'm happy to read whatever you've got, Jack. We need to get ahead, get things moving." There was a long pause before the agent continued smoothly. "No Time to Die has done exceptionally well, but we ought to have a follow-up pretty soon. You know how long it takes to get a book into the shops, and it's important to keep the momentum going." "Sorry, I'm a little behind," he mumbled, "but you'll have the manuscript in a few days, I promise." "Good, good." There was another long pause. "Sales haven't been too brilliant this last month." Arthur sounded as though he might be sucking his teeth. "A definite tailing off, I'd say." Jack felt ruffled, unsure of his response. He'd always done exactly as he'd been asked, book after book, submitted at the agreed time, carried out the suggested amendments, attended book launches, book signings, both of which he hated. And yet here was Arthur, always a decent chap, and one he'd thought a friend, harassing him on the one occasion he was a few days late. Or that was how it was beginning to feel. "Remember the Sphinx book?" Arthur continued. "That was months ago." "Yes, months ago, but seemingly it's returned. After we passed on the book, the publishers found an author they could work with. Eventually. But? The poor chap has had a bad accident, I understand. He won't be writing for some while, which means—" "That you want me to consider it again," Jack finished for him. "What kind of accident?" he asked, suddenly suspicious. "Was this book cursed in some way, like Tutankhamun's tomb?" "Car," Arthur said briefly, "on his way to Southampton for the ship to Port Said. His taxi got into an argument with an articulated lorry and was crushed." "How about it?" he added hopefully. Jack frowned. The suggestion made earlier in the year that he undertake a research trip to Egypt in order to write the book the publishers were wanting had been completely lost. And he'd been happy it had. "Just to say that everything's ready to go, Jack, and it would keep things ticking over, you know, before the current novel goes on sale. Fits the schedule very nicely, better than before, in fact." "It might fit your schedule nicely," he retorted, "but mine doesn't include a journey to Egypt any time soon." "Fair enough, but I thought it worth mentioning. I'll hold off speaking to the commissioning editor until I see you, just in case you have second thoughts." "I won't," he said firmly, and for the first time in their acquaintance, finished a phone call with his agent feeling aggrieved and very slightly angry. An hour later, still disturbed by the conversation, Jack had been unable to settle back into work. Glancing at the clock, he saw that it would be several hours yet before Flora returned, and wondered how best to fill them, since he now lacked the concentration to write even a paragraph. He would take a walk. A walk always cleared his mind. Maybe to the Priory. He had a restaurant review, cut from a national newspaper, to show Charlie. Master Teague, once Jack's garden mentor at Overlay, the house he'd rented, had matured from schoolboy helper into a fully fledged cook with the proud title of the Priory's pastry chef. Some months ago, he'd invented a new dessert in honor of Jack, who was now as much a friend as advisor, and called it the Carrington. Alice Jenner, as head chef, had renamed it more modestly,
but it had proved extremely popular with diners and gone down particularly well with the newspaper's food critic when he'd taken a trip into deepest Sussex and eaten at the Priory restaurant. It was only right that Charlie should enjoy his moment of glory. It was a good half an hour's walk from the cottage in Greenway Lane to the Priory, long enough for Jack to shrug off the dismals and enjoy the exercise. The weather was damp and uninspiring, but fortunately without the wind that could come scouring off the downs to freeze the village in its grip. Through the heavy ornamental gates and along the graveled driveway, he saw the Priory ahead, serene in its beauty, its golden stones bright even beneath the muted light. And beyond it, the smooth contours of the downs, etched against a wispy sky, appeared as sentinels guarding its ancient walls. As always, the hotel door was open, ready to welcome its guests into the magnificent wood-paneled hall that functioned as a reception area. Striding across its highly polished oak floor, he made for the desk. The duty receptionist was on the telephone, and, waiting to inquire of Charlie's whereabouts, Jack was struck once more by the true beauty of the building. The valuable Chinese vases shipped to England as trophies by past Templetons, the mansion's original owners, had brought with them color and sophistication and remained in their same place long after Lord Edward's death, while the portraits of those very Templetons, their sturdy frames faded with age, looked down on him with a haughty disdain that, whenever he visited, made Jack smile. "Charlie Teague?" he inquired as the receptionist finished her call. Another reservation he could see, from the hotel ledger open on the desk. "Mr. Teague?" The girl's mouth curled with laughter at the title. "He'll be in the kitchen, still at work. Can I fetch him for you?"
If it's okay with you, I'll find him myself.
She looked surprised, but a small nod sent Jack on his way. The Priory kitchen was vast, taking up at least half the lower floor of what was a very large building, and since Sally Jenner had become its owner, gradually modernized and improved out of all recognition. Despite being below stairs, it was a bright, airy space and a comfortable place in which to work. Walking through the doorway, Alice Jenner was the first person Jack saw. "Hello, stranger," she greeted him. "Fancy seeing you here." He supposed he was something of a stranger. Alice had not been at the fair and not called at the cottage recently, or the bookshop, he thought, unless Flora had forgotten to mention it. Their old friend seemed subtly changed and, without staring too hard, he tried to work out what was different about her. Her cheeks, he thought, usually plump and healthy, he saw that they'd caved in slightly, and instead of the familiar pink, were tinged a worrying gray. He felt concerned, but asked as casually as he could, "How are you?" "Oh, you know, not too bad." "How are you really, Alice?" "Getting a bit tired. Cookin' isn't for the old, is it?" "You're not exactly old," he said rousingly. "Just feelin' it, I guess," she said. "Anyways, what are you doing here? Come to learn how to cook that omelet?" Jack's attempts at a successful omelet had been described by Flora as a yellow splosh, something an avant-garde painter might employ on his canvas. "No cooking," he said, smiling. "I'm hoping to see Charlie. The receptionist said he's working." "He's working all right. We got a coachload of day trippers for afternoon tea. He's doing the scones right now, a mountain of 'em." "Mr. C, hello!" Charlie had spotted him, and Jack walked across to the large rectangular table where the boy was working. Both Charlie and the table appeared to have encountered a flower storm, but perhaps multiple scone baking required that kind of immersion. "I bring you good news," Jack said, waving the newspaper cutting in the air. "I'll leave it for you to read." It was evident that Charlie was in no state to take it, "but you've achieved your first notice in a national newspaper, and that should make you proud." "Really?" The boy gave the newsprint a sideways glance. "The Daily Mercury! Gosh, I'm doing well, ain't I?" "You are," Jack began to say, when an aproned young man carrying trays of dried fruit arrived at their side. "Where do you want these sultanas, Charlie?" the trainee asked. "Over here," Charlie said, sounding a tad distracted. "But Ben, I need more currants too." "I'll be off," Jack said quickly. "Be sure to read your praise when you have a moment." He was walking back to the Priory's gates when Sam Mulholland appeared from one of the paths that ran at right angles to the drive. These days, Sam seemed to spend much of his life at the Priory, and only last week Jack had been speculating that surely there would soon be a wedding. Flora, however, had been more cautious. Sally has had some bad experiences with men, she warned. She won't be rushed into such a serious decision. Whether she would or not, Jack reckoned the romance must be blossoming. "Jack Carrington," Sam greeted him. "Just the man I want to see." Jack's spirits sank. Those words from a victim's family or friends were most often the precursor to a demand, and one that often he couldn't fulfill. "How are you, Sam?" he asked mildly. "Annoyed, I think you'd say." Here it comes, Jack thought. Sam planted himself astride the drive. "That tame inspector of yours doesn't seem to be doing his job." "Ridley isn't tame, and nor is he mine," Jack remonstrated. "Maybe not, but he's not chasing Reggie Chalmers as he should. My very good friend has been murdered. It's hard even to say that."
I realize the police haven't officially confirmed it's murder, but I saw the webbing in Gil's van, and it had been cut, cleanly, deliberately. Someone wanted Gilbert out of the way, and who more than Chalmers? He wanted to buy the Barrow Creamery, I know, but that's rather different from wanting to kill its owner. Not if by killing him you save your own skin. Jack frowned. "What do you mean?" "I heard from a colleague that Consolidated Dairies might be restructuring. My contact thinks he'll be asked to do the legal stuff. Restructuring usually means redundancies, doesn't it? What if Chalmers hasn't been bringing in enough business and his cushy job is on the line? A large salary and a chunk of shares in Consolidated is a lot to lose because one stubborn man won't accept what you consider a decent offer." It was information that Jack hadn't known, but though he understood why Sam should be tenacious, it still didn't seem to him a reason to focus solely on Reggie Chalmers. But then he remembered Alan Ridley's request that he speak to Chalmers and felt guilty. He'd made no effort to do so. "I'll talk to Ridley, see what I can find out," he said vaguely. "As soon as possible, Jack. I did hear the inspector belongs to the same golf club as Chalmers, and that makes me suspicious, but even more determined to see my friend get justice." He paused. "Professionally, too, I've been left in an awkward position." "How is that?" "Vivian, Gil's one-time wife, though at the time of his death they were still officially married. The woman has been telephoning me constantly, wanting to know details of Gilbert's will, but until the police business is settled, I'm refusing to go near the legal stuff. Not even looked for the will. I was the executor, but Gilbert kept his own copy." Jack blinked at the idea of a solicitor having to search for a will, but then began to ponder what the document might reveal. For a moment, he thought of asking Sam who exactly would benefit from Barrow's death, but that would be to suggest the solicitor break professional confidence, and Mulholland, he knew, was not a man to do that. "I can see you're in a difficult position." Why she's so damn insistent, I don't know. It's not as if she's in immediate need of money, not since she got the new boyfriend. Some doctor in Brighton, Jonathan Ashton. She's moved in with him, and he should be good for a few quid. "I'll let you know of any developments," he said again. It was a flimsy response, but right now there was little else he could offer. When he walked into the cottage, it was to find that Flora was home and busy in the kitchen, peeling potatoes for their supper. "Did you get to the pottery?" he asked, giving her bent neck a kiss. "I did, and I think it was worth the visit. I learned a little more. But," she warned, "only a little. I've learned something too. Gilbert Barrow's wife is keen to inherit the creamery. She's been pestering Sam to find out the details of Gilbert's will." "Obviously a heartbroken widow," Flora remarked wryly, filling a large saucepan with water. He grinned. "Somehow, I don't think so. She's already found herself a new man and is living with him, a Dr. Ashton. He sounds like a good bet."
He pulled out a chair and helped himself to an apple, a windfall from their garden. Ashton? Did you say Ashton? Flora had begun to chop carrots, but stopped abruptly. Yes, why? She put down the knife with a thump. I think I may just have met Gilbert's wife this morning. His wife? A woman came into the pottery while I was talking to Lily Fairchild, a wealthy woman, or at least that's the impression she gave, and as soon as she arrived, it was clear that Lily wanted me to go. I was obviously cramping her sales pitch. Well, if she looked wealthy. It wasn't just that she looked a good customer. Lily knew she definitely was. The girl whispered to me that the woman had already bought a mass of her stock. But the thing is, she called her Mrs. Ashton. So, that could be her name. It could, Flora acknowledged, but it seems far more likely that she's Vivian Barrow using her boyfriend's name. Why would she? I suppose, he said, answering his own question, it might be a way of distancing herself from a murder victim. The publicity won't be comfortable. Flora shook her head. It can't be that. Not if she's been buying from Lily Fairchild for months, way before Gilbert was killed. What it means is that she's been going to the pottery, buying from Lily, and all the while pretending to be a Mrs. Ashton. It makes me ask why. Because she likes pots? Flora reached across and gave his arm a gentle punch. You know what I'm getting at. Lily has no idea who the woman is. No idea that she's Gilbert's wife. Was it coincidence that Vivienne found that particular pottery for stuff she wanted to buy? Or did she suspect, perhaps know, that Lily Fairchild had become Gilbert's girlfriend, and she's used her visits there to nose around, to try and discover what was going on between them? And that's suspicious? I think so. Why is she so interested in her husband's life when she appears to have moved on to someone new? Actually, sharing a house with him. If all Vivienne was after was information, it's an expensive way to gather it. And where's she going to put all those pots? In any case, I can't see what more there'd be for her to discover. I can. Flora fingered the fruit bowl, but decided against. You've just mentioned it. If the woman has been pestering Sam Mulholland over Gilbert's will, it could be that she's been trying to work out just how close Gilbert was to this girl. And if she suspected it was too close, and that Lily might prove a danger to whatever inheritance she was due, perhaps find a way of destroying their friendship. If she didn't find a way of destroying it, someone else did, Jack commented dryly. The friendship and any possible marriage died along with Gilbert. I'm not sure your argument stands up, though. He waved an apple core in her direction. Barrow could have left his estate, whatever it's worth, to anyone, to the dog's home for all this Vivian knows. Why should she think he was leaving it to her? That's an easy one. He could have made a will when they were first married, which was bound to have been in her favor. If he hadn't got round to changing it, and most people don't, she'll still be his main beneficiary. Would he have made a will, though? We both did, she pointed out, soon after the wedding. So, have I got this right? You're suggesting that Vivian could have killed her husband, and he still was her husband, before he could leave everything, including the creamery, to Lily Fairchild? It's a possibility. A vague possibility, but Barrow was a relatively young man and unlikely to drop dead anytime soon. Unless someone decided he should. Okay, but if we're thinking that Vivian could be that someone, we shouldn't forget how those straps were cut, or why Barrow was enticed to stop and leave his van unattended. Think of the physical strength that was needed to lump that mass of broken wood around. Does Vivian look like a woman who could do that? No, Flora said frankly. She looks like a woman who spends most of her time in a beauty parlor. But where money is concerned, you know the saying. She got to her feet to finish the carrot chopping, while Jack joined her at the butler's sink and cleared the dishes. Too tenuous, he said. Too unlikely. The decoy branches, the use of a Stanley knife. How many women would be comfortable using that? It's a lethal blade. They were comfortable enough in the war. A Stanley knife was child's play. In the war, women stepped up to do a lot of things, but it's different now. They've been pushed back into the kitchen, so you tell me. A Stanley knife says a man, and Sam's version seems more credible. That Reggie Chalmers, faced with dismissal if he didn't meet an imposed target, was desperate to get hold of the Barrow Creamery and actually prepared to kill for it. Or maybe simply to injure Barrow so badly it would persuade him to give up his dream. Flora disagreed. Chalmers can't buy the creamery until probate is completed, and that can take an age. He must be aware of that, and meanwhile he's facing dismissal. And he couldn't know who would inherit. It might be someone unwilling to sell to him for one reason or another. Jack tossed the tea towel to one side and gave an irritated shrug. It would be massively helpful to know just who benefits from Gilbert's death, but Sam can't tell us. He's bound by professional confidentiality. With a clean plate in his hand, ready for the china cupboard, Jack stopped mid-air. It might even be, he said thoughtfully, that the beneficiary, whoever it is, has already made an arrangement to sell, and that Chalmers is the person they're selling to. We just don't know. So the murderer gets rid of Gilbert and sells to Chalmers? At what would be a vastly reduced price, I imagine. Flora chewed her lip. That wouldn't be a particularly good bargain, would it? They could sell elsewhere at a higher price. Except in the scene we're painting, our villain has already made a promise to Chalmers, perhaps taken money in advance, and they know him for a dangerous man. A man who would be happy to double-cross them and go to the police with what he knows of Barrow's death. If you're sold on Chalmers as our villain, it might be time to talk to him. Jack's sigh was heartfelt. Probably. Sam Mulholland has discovered that Chalmers is a golf buddy of Alan's and is brimming with suspicion that the police will do nothing to tackle him. He'll be wrong. Being a golf buddy doesn't mean unconditional friendship, does it? But talk to Chalmers if you can, Jack. At least you'll be keeping your promise to the inspector. Rose was looking after the Allswell this Monday. The Carringtons' removal firm was due at the cottage today, though they'd given no precise time. But for once, Flora wasn't happy to be spending time at home. She had passed a disturbed night and had literally to drag herself through the early morning routine of wash, dress, and breakfast. Working at the bookshop would at least have kept her awake. It was Vivian Barrow who'd made her night hideous. Flora was annoyed with herself, annoyed that for a while she'd been unaware of the woman slipping through the pottery door and deliberately eavesdropping on her conversation with Lily. Vivian had been gathering information, Flora was sure, information she could use for future mischief. An image of the woman's thin, painted lips recurred every time she half woke to fidget herself into a new position. Jack, as always, slept heavily beside her, unstirring even when their neighbor's old dog, in a cottage at least 100 yards from their front door, began a prolonged and furious barking. Today, the removers would deliver the precious packing cases, but they'd also be keen, she knew, to check the printed schedule. The supervisor would be eagle-eyed, Flora smiled to herself, making sure that on moving day she couldn't sneak additional items onto the van. Jack would be home too, of course, but she'd not wanted to ask him for help, not when Rose could do all that was necessary at the Allswell. He had a book to finish, and, by the sound of the telephone call he'd had from his agent, a short time to do it in. Before they started work, though, she'd planned a rare weekday treat, a leisurely breakfast together, the table already groaning with fruit and cereal and juice, and only the eggs and bacon to cook. While she was waiting for Jack to emerge from the bathroom, she would spend a few minutes in the back garden, adding to the bonfire they'd been building. For several weekends, they'd been clearing the debris autumn had brought with it, broken twigs and piles of fallen leaves, but there seemed always to be more, and she wanted to leave the garden as neat as possible for Rose and Hector when they moved in. Standing at the open back door, she looked with pleasure at the wide borders filled with autumn color, a cascade of color despite the leaden sky above, asters, dahlias, chrysanthemums, and the yellow mahonia, too, had done really well this year. She frowned. The mahonia, there was something wrong with it. What had happened? Walking across to the border, she bent to take a closer look. The bush seemed to have been badly hacked, jagged cuts producing an asymmetrical shape and reducing the shrub to half of what it should be. Had Jack tried to be helpful? He wasn't the greatest gardener, even after Charlie's expert training. But no, he couldn't have made such a mess of the shrub. And why would he have cut it anyway? There'd been no need. But if he hadn't butchered the plant, who had? It was then that Flora remembered the noises in the night. Had it been an intruder that their neighbor's dog had sensed? Perhaps their garden had been similarly desecrated. It wasn't a pleasant thought. She bent down to pick up several of the cut stems and looked at them closely. It seemed they'd been severed by a knife. For a moment, the image of a Stanley knife floated in the air, and with it, the sight of poor Gilbert Barrow crumpled across his steering wheel, his head slammed to one side. Swiftly, she blotted the picture from her mind. But there were more stems she could see, forlorn and brutalized at the rear of the shrub, and it hurt to see them. She wanted them gone, and ignoring her light footwear, took a step into the border. A crack, and Flora jumped back, but not quickly enough to prevent the toe of one shoe becoming trapped beneath a vicious steel disc that had clamped shut. Good grief! It couldn't be, but it was. A foothold trap! It had been a long time since she had seen one, way back when Lord Edward Templeton was still alive and living at the Priory, his ancestral home. He'd ordered his chief gardener to destroy every trap the man could find, adamant after seeing the damage they could cause that he would have no more on his land. A numbness spread across Flora's foot, but seconds later was followed by a searing pain. The foothold trap, chained to the base of the Mahonia, had not only caught her shoe in its maw, but the tips of her toes. Taking a deep breath, she wriggled her foot, each small movement sending sharp spasms up her leg. The agonizing pain seemed to go on for hours before, her face damp with sweat, she finally managed to free herself, leaving the shoe imprisoned. Very slowly, she hobbled her way back to the kitchen and met Jack, freshly shaved and smelling of the familiar cedar and lime, walking in from the hall. He grinned. "You do know you're only wearing one," but then broke off as he caught sight of her face. "What's going on? Where's your shoe?" "In a foothold trap, and I need some help." He looked bewildered, but, rushing to her side, had his arms around her in a trice and gently maneuvered her into a kitchen chair. "Let me see." Lifting her bare foot, he peered down. "Your toes are turning black, or at least your toenails are." "I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't drop off entirely," she muttered, biting down on her lip to stop from yelling out in pain. "But a trap? In our garden?" He sounded incredulous. "If you don't believe me, look under the Mahonia, the yellow bush, Jack," she instructed. "Someone has hacked at it and chained a foothold trap to the base. When I went to clear the mess," she trailed off, certain she was about to faint. "I'll get some aspirin," he said urgently. "They can help with the pain, but you probably need to see Hanson." "No, not again. The doctor will think we're the weirdest couple. How many times have we gone to him, battered and bruised?" "He won't care, and if the bruising doesn't subside, it's Dr. Hanson you're going to. I'll fetch the tablets and make tea. Then, perhaps, you can tell me why we have a foothold trap in our garden." Half an hour later, having swallowed 2 cups of hot, sweet tea, Flora's faintness had receded somewhat, and she was able to say, "I think that trap was laid in the middle of the night. You didn't hear him, but Ben or Banji or whatever his name is barked for ages. He never does normally, but he must have known there was an intruder." "But the intruder was here, not 100 yards up the lane," Jack objected. "Unless they made a bad mistake and started off in the wrong garden. Or maybe it was actually meant for our neighbors, but the dog put them off, and they didn't want to take the trap home." "No," Flora said firmly. "It was meant for us, I'm certain. The Mahonia bush was hacked about so that we'd notice and investigate, so that we'd tidy the border, start picking up the cut stems, and accidentally put a foot in the trap. It was well hidden beneath the foliage." Jack was silent for some moments. Why, is the obvious question. Why set a trap that could cause serious injury? To punish us for our interest in Gilbert Barrow's death? To warn us off? I can't imagine there's a connection. There will be, Flora said confidently, and I reckon the trap was meant for me. They'll have assumed that it's me, not you, who does the gardening. As an author, you're far too important. How do you make that out? That you're important? Keep on mocking and I won't cook the bacon. You know what I'm asking. Flora's expression became serious. Remember that I was talking to Lily Fairchild yesterday. You think she did it? Flora gave a shake of her head. Not Lily, but Vivian Barrow, the woman with the thin lips. It's no coincidence that on Saturday she saw me in the pottery talking to Lily about Gilbert, and the following night there's a trap in my garden. Jack's puzzlement was clear. You've talked to several people. Why would Vivian Barrow want to hurt you? She overheard what I was saying to Lily. I wasn't aware for a while that I had a listener, or I'd have been more careful. I asked Lily about the fair and how Gilbert had gone about securing the cheese and keeping himself safe. It told Vivienne that I was interested in his death. Too interested. It wasn't the usual run of conversation you'd have in a pottery. But to plant a trap to warn you off, that's what you're suggesting? How would she even know about a foothold trap? She's a townie, and these are things for the countryside. Not only the countryside, Flora corrected. They're used in towns, used for vermin, and she could easily know about them. There are rats everywhere, and she's living with a doctor, isn't she? Perhaps he's treated victims and she's seen the damage a trap can do. It won't kill a human, but it can injure them badly, and perhaps that's what she wanted. To injure me, to warn me off. Even if I didn't see the trap as a warning, even if I didn't connect it to Gilbert's death, I'd still be out of action for weeks nursing broken toes. Only the fact that I was swift enough to jump back meant I came away with bruised tips, not mashed bones. And has it warned you off? No, it's annoyed me. I just painted my toenails. Look what a mess they're in now. Jack walked around the table and gave her a big hug. If Vivienne is a villain, I wonder if she realizes who she's taken on. Jack had been more concerned about the incident than he'd allowed Flora to see. A foothold trap in the back garden was something that hadn't just appeared. It had been deliberately set to injure, to maim, which meant that someone out there had realized that they, or at least Flora, was showing too much of an interest in Gilbert Barrow's demise and wanted very much to stop her. Whether it was Vivian Barrow or not, it made him decidedly uneasy. Leaving Flora to rest her damaged foot, he rooted around in the garden shed to find the pair of bolt cutters that, for some reason or another, Flora's Aunt Violet had bought many years ago, and although a trifle rusty, still appeared to work. It took some considerable effort to hack through the chain, but once the trap was free, he moved it onto the terrace and, much to Flora's alarm, she'd limped to the French doors and was watching him, proceeded to take it apart. But she need have no fear. The trap had been sprung, and Jack wasn't thinking of reassembling it. Now, no one else could. Back to the garden shed, and he tucked the pieces into a dark corner, ready to present to Ridley as evidence if ever it was needed. Despite his delayed deadline, Jack managed little writing that day. It was impossible to leave a still hobbling Flora to deal with the removal men when they arrived mid-morning with a supervisor who could not have been slower at his job or more pedantic over details. After Jack had spent what seemed an age counting boxes, approving sizes and shapes, the man produced a schedule, pages of it, and proceeded to walk from room to room, checking and double-checking that everything on the schedule was in the cottage and nothing was in the cottage that wasn't in the schedule. Jack's temper, considerably frayed by the time he bade goodbye to this gentleman, it was well after 2 o'clock, and he'd missed his lunch, was not much improved when, on his way to the kitchen for a comforting ham sandwich, the telephone rang. He promptly forgot the sandwich. Flora was resting on the sofa, and he'd no wish to disturb her. Despite his advice, she'd insisted on helping the removal men, and in consequence was now suffering. It was Inspector Ridley on the line, keen to speak to Jack away from the cottage. A pint at the Cross Keys was the suggestion. No, Jack's inner voice was telling him. I don't have the time, and I've nothing more to tell, except a confession that I haven't yet spoken to Reggie Chalmers. But Ridley sounded more worried than usual, making Jack wonder what developments there had been since their last conversation. Developments he should know about if he were to speak to Chalmers. And then there was today's attack on Flora. That was something the inspector should hear of. I'll be in the pub around 6, if that's okay with you, Alan. A few precious hours in which to work, he calculated. But I won't be able to stay long. Flora needs me here. Flora's injury would excuse him from a long, smoke-filled evening. Fine by me. I'll be going back to the station in any case. The Barrow case seems to be hotting up. Before Jack could question where the heat was coming from, the line went dead. Alan Ridley had not yet arrived when, around 6 that evening, Jack pushed open the door to the Cross Keys saloon. Timpson, the current landlord, was serving behind the bar, and it occurred to Jack that now might be a good opportunity to mention the scene witnessed by Alice's sous chef. Unless Hector had exaggerated, or Alice had done so in the retelling, and that wasn't unlikely, Timpson should remember the contretemps well. A few casual words about the weather, several more minutes listening to Timpson's grievances on the unreliability of beer deliveries and the difficulty of recruiting staff for Christmas, and Jack was able to introduce the topic buzzing in his brain. Even when it's not Christmas, I imagine it must be difficult to get bar staff to stay very long, he said sympathetically. They deal with such a variety of customers, and there's bound to be some who aren't pleasant. You can say that again, the landlord muttered, pouring a measure of whiskey for the tray he was filling. Jack didn't take up the invitation, but instead made a dive for the question he wanted answering. I heard you had a bit of a fracas here a few weeks ago. Some woman shouting the odds. Oh, her, Timpson said dismissively. She was shouting all right, and it wasn't the first time. We know B. Fincham well. Been here plenty, kicking up a ruckus, even though she don't live in the village. Why does she come, do you think? Why not drink in her local? They've probably chucked her out. But she only comes here for one reason as far as I can see. Or came, I should say, now the poor bloke is dead. To annoy her cousin, that's why. The chap who bought Kettler's dairy? She's convinced he cheated her, and she's desperate to tell anyone who'll listen. This was becoming interesting. How did she think he'd cheated her? He asked hopefully. The woman's off her trolley, I reckon, always spouting some rubbish about a great-aunt and a legacy. The money should have come to our B, apparently, but the great-aunt had other ideas and left it to Barrow instead. The great-aunt would be entitled to leave her estate where she wanted, Jack said mildly, unless, of course, she was being pressured. Perhaps that's it. Perhaps Miss Fincham believes Gilbert Barrow exerted undue influence. Whether he did or not, who's to say? I do know she caused him a lot of trouble, took him to court several times, and all those wild accusations she made, they had an effect. Accusations that he cheated her? It didn't stop at that. She was shouting the odds that Barrow cheated his customers, too. Used inferior ingredients, she said, deliberately overcharged, and his premises were unsanitary. Most of the village shrugged her off as a silly, bitter woman, but her tales seemed to have got back to some of the wholesalers Barrow dealt with, and it was beginning to affect his business. That sounds serious. Timpson nodded. Fincham is a crazy woman and was out to get revenge on him come what may, and in a manner of speaking, she has. Poor bloke came to a sticky end. Still, now her cousin is no longer around, she shouldn't be a bother to you. You think? The wretched woman is still coming to the village. Search me why, but my potman tells me he saw her today, getting off the Brighton bus. Any time soon she'll walk through that doorway. Hopefully just for a drink, without the shouting. I'm not risking it. I don't want her here, and I won't serve her, nor any of my staff. I've told Tring how it is, and I'll be ringing him as soon as she puts her head round the door. Jack doubted Constable Tring would be much help, unsure he'd back him in any fight with this woman. but that was something he didn't say. Ordering 2 pints of Harvey's, the local beer, he looked around the room for a table. It was still early, and there were several free, but Ridley's favorite seats by the low casement window were the ones he'd make for. A pint glass in each hand, a sudden thought had him turn to speak again to the landlord.
"Does Mrs. Fincham have a substantial figure?" "A substantial figure would be needed to shift that wood." "I should say so, though I'd put it at a bit more than substantial. Miss Fincham is a fearsome woman, all ways round."
Jack had taken only a few sips of his beer when he saw the inspector's figure hovering in the saloon doorway. He waved at him and saw Ridley smile. His favorite seat, Jack could see him thinking. "Thanks for coming, old chap," was his immediate greeting. "Had to get out of the office for a break and a chat." He took a long draught from the glass Jack had handed him. "Just the ticket," he said, smacking his lips. It took several minutes asking after the well-being of their nearest and dearest. Last year, the inspector's mother had been seriously unwell, before Jack had the chance to mention the injury Flora had suffered that morning. In response, the inspector blew the froth off his beer and looked into the distance. Who on earth would set a trap in a garden?
Someone trying to catch a fox? More likely someone trying to catch a Carrington. The trap was chained to a bush that had been hacked about, badly cut in a way that was bound to grab attention. To lure someone, and we think it was aimed at Flora, into stepping into the border and setting it off. By the sound of it, that's what she did. And has several very badly bruised toes to show for it, Jack added. And a pair of ruined shoes. You think this could be connected to the Barrow case? I can't imagine why else we've been targeted. We're not in the habit of finding traps in our garden, nor are most of Abby Mead's residents, I imagine. They're scary things, and, if they have to be used, shouldn't be anywhere near human beings. The inspector looked doubtful. I grant you it's odd, but why would Chalmers use a trap? And why would he be targeting your wife? I've no idea, but let me ask you a question, Alan. Why are you focused solely on Reggie Chalmers? There are other likely suspects, but they've had no mention.
You've spoken to Reggie, I take it? Not yet, he confessed. I'm sorry, life has been busy, but I'll make time this week. Well, if you haven't spoken to him, how can you assume he wasn't the dab hand who laid the trap? It could have been him, Jack agreed. I'm simply saying there are other possibilities. The inspector looked gloomy. Personally, I'd rather not focus on him. Golf won't be the same if I have to bang him up. But Barrow was murdered, and the one person I can see who would definitely wish him harm is Chalmers. You say that with certainty. It's why I wanted to see you. Pass on the latest news before you spoke to Reggie. He grimaced. I had a hunch he wouldn't have got round to it yet. And the latest news is? A few days ago, Chalmers rang me to say he'd been called up to head office and wasn't certain he could make the competition we're both in. He sounded depressed.
I reckon he was facing some kind of dressing down. He's worked hard, but maybe not hard enough. I know the chap has to expand the business. That's his job. And if he hasn't brought in as much business as Consolidated expect... The inspector stroked his mustache meditatively. Barrow was his target. Barrow's was the creamery he needed. Jack felt guilty. It was information he was already privy to, information he hadn't passed on quickly enough. For the inspector, Chalmers made the most obvious perpetrator, and Jack could understand why. But it was too early in the investigation to concentrate so narrowly. Vivian Barrow, for instance, was in the frame. She was certainly in Flora's sights, along with the mad Bee Fincham, an angry woman if ever there was. Lily Fairchild, too, wasn't as innocent as she looked. He was pretty certain. But how to persuade Ridley when, against his own wishes, he seemed to have convinced himself that Chalmers and Consolidated Dairies were behind Gilbert's death? It was a measure of Ridley's certainty that he'd not considered another explanation, though it might have benefited his friend.
There seemed little to say, and Jack was contemplating returning to the bar to buy a bag of crisps when the inspector startled him by saying, "That Lily Fairchild. I'm starting to wonder if I shouldn't get my sergeant to question her again. What more do you know about her, other than she was Barrow's girlfriend?" The inspector smacked his lips, wiping them dry with a clean handkerchief. "I got Harrison. He's seconded from Kent Police and doing Norris's job. I got him to ask around the village. You won't have seen him. His visits were fleeting, but he did come back with some interesting stuff, a lot of it about the young woman. Miss Fairchild's dad doesn't own his farm. He's a tenant and dependent on selling what he grows to pay the rent. Get a run of bad weather, and there's your profit gone." "And your point is?" "The point is that the family aren't financially secure. There's no mother. She died when the girl was a toddler. And Lily's business is a one-woman band, small and precarious. Mind you, according to Harrison, she certainly charges enough. Have you seen the price of her ceramics?" "I've paid the price," Jack said wryly, "but it was a beautiful vase." "She's good at what she does," Ridley nodded to himself. "And apparently she's managed to get her products into one or two of the London department stores, which must help. It's stability she needs." "And Gilbert Barrow was to provide that?" Jack was beginning to understand the way the inspector's mind was working. "That's how a lot of Abby Mead sees it. The girl is well liked. She's one of the quiet kind, apparently, yet willing to help a neighbor if there's trouble. But it seems there's another side to her." "The needy side?" "If you put it like that. Almost everyone my sergeant spoke to, who knew her at all well, mentioned how she was fixated on this marriage to Barrow. She'd expected him to get a divorce quickly, they said, or at least start proceedings, but he didn't, and that upset her badly." "Have you discovered why he didn't?" "We haven't, and we can't ask him." The inspector pulled a face. "But Harrison got the impression from several people that Lily Fairchild considered Barrow something of a rescuing hero, built up an image of him that wasn't real, I dare say." "Rescuing her from what, though?" "Maybe from working too hard, from the worry of keeping her head above water. We shouldn't forget she set up that business by herself. That takes some guts and very considerable effort. Marriage to Gilbert Barrow promised an escape, perhaps, a chance for her to continue in the pottery. She seems genuinely to love her job, but work less frenetically. And when she became aware that a marriage wasn't going to happen anytime soon, the image of the rescuing hero crashed to the ground. She was a single woman trying to force to the altar a man who was dragging his feet. Jack drained the rest of his pint. "It's interesting that so many people your sergeant talked to mentioned Miss Fairchild's determination." "They all said the same thing," the inspector agreed, "that Gilbert Barrow would be made to do the right thing. They were her very words, according to one of Harrison's informants. He was going to marry her, come what may." "It sounds like a battle was beginning." The inspector took his own final draught of beer. "I reckon so, and village gossip had a wager that Lily would win." 11. The following day, once Flora had left for the bookshop, Jack walked up the stairs to the spare bedroom he used as an office and settled to work in earnest. It was hard to believe, but today was his birthday. Unheralded, it had arrived out of nowhere, amid the madness of packing up a home while struggling to finish a badly delayed book. "Later, we'll celebrate later," he'd told Flora, much to her disappointment. On the way to his desk, he'd refused to look at the stack of empty packing boxes lining the hall. Packing could wait, the book could not. For once, there were no interruptions to mar the morning, and for several hours he was deep in the political shenanigans of the First World War, his characters gamely struggling to find their way through dangerous and complex territory. By midday, he'd added another 1,000 words to the story and was quietly pleased with his progress. Even better, he'd begun to see the path ahead and had a clear idea now of how this book would end. It had come to Jack in the night, as the best ideas so often did. It was as he'd made his way to the bathroom, an hour or so before dawn, that the image of a letter had flashed into his mind. It was so vivid that he could read the first few lines. Blackmail. Blackmail that would lead to death, and after his hero had survived so much. A poignant end then, but the right one. A last sentence to finish the current chapter, and he could take a rest. Idly, he twirled his chair to face the open doorway, then twirled a lazy arc back again. It had been an age since he'd felt so relaxed, and with good reason. Despite his earlier fears, he would be keeping his promise to Arthur. The novel would be in the post by the end of the week. His mind drifted to that other promise, the one he'd made to Alan Ridley. After their conversation last night, there could be no more delay. He would have to talk to Reggie Chalmers, search him out, no doubt in his office at Consolidated Dairies, and somehow judge whether or not the man could have been responsible for Gilbert Barrow's terrible end. How was he to do that? Jack had not the first idea, but he owed it to the inspector, who had become a good friend these last few years, at least to try. Walking into the kitchen to make himself a second cup of tea, he surely deserved it, it dawned on Jack that last night he could have asked the landlord about Reggie Chalmers. It was possible the Cross Keys had their milk deliveries from Consolidated, and he cursed himself for the oversight. He'd had the opportunity, but had been so taken up by Timpson's story of Bea Fincham and her repeated visits to the village that he'd not thought of it. Bea Fincham. The woman had been in Abbeymead yesterday, it occurred to him now. The potman had seen her getting off the Brighton bus. So why, when the man she came to harangue was dead? Had she perhaps been on her way here, to the cottage, with a foothold trap in her bag? But the trap had been set overnight, and she'd been seen on the morning bus. And why, in any case, would she want to harm Flora? She might have discovered that it was Flora who'd been the first to reach Gilbert's van, the first to see the dead man, and the person who'd rung Brighton police. But so what? Someone had to have been. Jack ran the tap, looking blankly ahead, then quickly filled the kettle. Was it possible that on her wanderings around Abbeymead, Fincham had learned of his wife's continued interest in Barrow's death? Heard on the grapevine that Flora had started to ask questions, and at that point decided to silence her? Jack couldn't see how she could have laid the trap, though. But then he couldn't see how Reggie Chalmers could have either. Nor Vivienne. It might not fit the story Flora had concocted, but it was likely that the foothold trap was, after all, unconnected to the case. He stirred his tea, deep in thought, but then put down his mug and, on the spur of the moment, picked up his keys from the kitchen counter and collected his overcoat and fedora from the hall stand. He would make for the high street. Flora had refused to stay home today, saying she was feeling a good deal better and that it was unfair to depend on Rose again. Jack hadn't argued. She was still limping, he'd noticed, but she'd regained her spirits, and it was probably better for her to be at the All's Well than moping in the cottage. Her assistant was there too, and would keep an eye on her. It seemed that Rose was now working almost full-time at the bookshop, and Flora seemed happy to share a space that had always been precious to her. Rose, apparently, had encountered trouble at the post office, and it looked very much as though her job there was coming to an end. It had been trouble with Dillis over the adding up of the weekly ledger, and instead of taking the criticism meekly, Rose had argued back, which wasn't the best idea with a woman notorious for her testiness. He would call at the All's Well, he decided, check how Flora was coping with the day, and offer her lunch at the Nook if she felt able to take an hour away. His invalid needed cosseting. Flora did feel able. Lunch at the Nook? That sounds wonderful, unless... She turned to her assistant, busy reshelving books their last customer had left strewn on the window seat. Go, Rose urged. I've brought sandwiches to eat at the desk. You should enjoy the treat. It will be a chance to sit down and rest your toes. How are the toes? He dared to ask as they walked arm in arm along the high street. Still squeaking a little, but bearing up. She grinned at him. Don't think you're getting me to Dr. Hanson. Evidently not. He tucked her arm more tightly into his and felt content. Flora was wearing a particularly fetching jacket, the blue and red check wool that he'd always liked. He'd written 1,000 new words this morning, all of them keepers. And, at the moment, there was no obvious threat blighting either of their lives. He needed more days like this. They both needed them. At the cafe, a surprise was waiting. Charlie Teague, a crisp apron tied around his waist, was serving customers, taking their orders, clearing china and ringing up bills, while Tony, Jack could just glimpse him through the open doorway of the kitchen, was evidently cook for the day. "Charlie Teague! Don't tell me the Priory have given you the sack," he joked. Charlie's face broke into a wide smile. "Nah, not yet. Got a day off, Mr. C, and I'm helping out." He's very much helping out. Tony had emerged from the kitchen, his face flushed and carrying 2 plates of mash with liver and bacon. "Is Kate unwell?" Flora was anxious. No more than she's been for a while, but she's finding it hard to do a whole day at the cafe. And now Sarah is only part-time at the nursery. It's made things a bit more difficult. She frowned. "That's new. Kate's never mentioned it." "She wouldn't. It's a case of money. The fees have gone up and we can't afford a full week. But in any case," he added cheerfully, "Katie likes the little one at home with her." Jack kept the inevitable thought to himself that Charlie wouldn't always want to help out on his day off, presumably without pay, and when the baby arrived in a couple of months' time, Kate would be coping with 2 small children and a full-time job at the Nook. It was Charlie who brought their plates of Welsh rarebit to the table, accompanied by a large pot of tea. "Are you enjoying being a waiter?" Flora smiled, taking the cups off the tray he was holding. "It's all right. Kind of easy after working in the kitchen." "But you are still pastry chefing at the Priory?" "Oh, yeah, and I enjoy it. Them cream teas Miss Jenner has introduced are going like wildfire. Still, I wouldn't mind doing more special stuff. It gets a bit boring cooking all them scones. But think how popular they are." "You're not kidding. You should see some of 'em eat. There was this group came on Saturday." Warming to his theme, Charlie put down his tray. "Mrs. Barnes and her golf women. Blimey, they put it away. A whole rack of scones I'd just cooked. And when Mr. Barnes came in and asked for one, she told him no. Told him he mustn't get fat." That sounded very much like Evelyn Barnes, Jack thought. He was surprised, though, that Harry had walked down from their palatial monstrosity on the hill to collect his wife. The Barneses, as a couple, were not noted for their matrimonial happiness. "It was nice of Mr. Barnes to come for his wife," Flora said, clearly thinking along the same lines. "He didn't come for her. He just wanted a scone while he was waiting." "Really? Who was he waiting for?" Flora's eyes had brightened. "Some woman I didn't know. Seen her around, though." "A woman with thin lips?" she asked hopefully. Charlie looked confounded. "I don't know. She was kind of plump. She don't need no scones, I thought, but a bit nervous-like, jumping around if there was a noise from the kitchen." "Was she a friend of Mr. Barnes, do you think?" "Nah," Charlie sounded positive. "I don't think he liked her, but he bought her a cup of tea." Jack could feel Flora's gaze on him. Harry Barnes was next on the list to be questioned, that was certain. On their way back to the All's Well, Flora said nothing of their conversation with Charlie, but Jack could see she was thinking hard. Whatever conclusion she reached, he'd hear about it later, he was certain. Dropping her off at the bookshop with a kiss and a promise that he'd make a start on supper before she walked through the door this evening, he went on to the Cross Keys. Early on a Tuesday afternoon, the place was empty, although the stale smell of beer and cigarettes still lingered. Jack imagined it never actually left, but perhaps those who worked there stopped noticing after a while. He was standing irresolute in the doorway when the potman appeared from below stairs with a barrel slung over his shoulders. "We ain't serving, mate. 6 o'clock. I'm not after a beer. It's Mr. Timpson I was hoping to see." "Boss is in the office," the man said. "Through there." He nodded towards a glass-fronted door to the side of the main bar. "And good luck. He ain't in a good mood." It wasn't the most promising news, and Jack wondered whether he should come back later. Timpson, though, was usually an equable fellow, and he decided to risk it. Walking up to the door the potman had indicated, he could see through its glass the blurred outline of a man pacing the room. In one hand, he held a telephone while the other was gesticulating wildly. Jack waited until Timpson had put down the receiver before giving a gentle knock, and without waiting for a summons, walked in. "Mr. Carrington!" The landlord came to an abrupt halt, his hand falling to his side. "Here's a surprise. Come for the job, have you? The writing not paying so much these days?" His tone verged on the caustic. "It isn't," Jack agreed, "but I don't think I'd be suited to working a bar." The thought of breathing in this noxious atmosphere for hours every day made him quite sure of it. "Are you having problems?" "You could say that." The rancor was clear. "The new girl I hired? She's left me in the lurch. It was all, 'Oh, thank you for the chance, Mr. Timpson. You'll find me a good worker, you really will.' Now, suddenly, she's not well enough to make the journey to Abbeymead every day. More like she's found a job nearer home. The agency can't send me a temporary either. They're short of staff, believe it or not. So by the weekend, it will be bedlam here." He slumped back into his chair. "But hey, it's not your trouble." "It's not, but I can understand how frustrating it must be." The landlord seemed to value the sympathy and calmed sufficiently to ask, "So, how can I help you?" "I should have asked you last night about Consolidated Dairies, but then forgot." "The dairy? Don't get involved with them. A load of swindlers." "You buy from them?" "Not anymore. Fell out with that bloke Chalmers." Timpson wrinkled his nose. "I thought he was an okay chap, you know. Always friendly, always did business with a smile, but—" "But?" "Swindlers, like I say. I caught them at their game, though, altering my regular order to make out I was having more bottles than I was." "And they charged you for the extra?" Jack guessed. "Until I started looking properly at the bills I was paying. Then I realized I was being duped, and I reckon it was Chalmers who was faking the bills. He was my only contact. Faking the bills and creaming off the surplus." Jack didn't ask how that could be done. It was clear, however, that it was possible, and also clear that Chalmers needed money. Or maybe just that he liked money. "Did you tackle him about it?" "I certainly did, and moved my order to a different business. End of a beautiful friendship." "You were friends then, not just business contacts?" There was more nose wrinkling. "I wouldn't say we were exactly friends. We'd go to the footer together. We'd be in the same stand, and he'd give me a lift into Brighton and back. Has a posh car, one of them Porsches, you know. Of course he does. That's where my money was going, I realized, and probably plenty of other mugs' money too. So I told him what I thought of him, and that was that. No more lifts in the Porsche. I haven't seen him since." He broke off. "Actually, I did see him in the village the other week, but I didn't speak to him, and I won't, not anymore. I don't know what he was doing in Abbeymead. I wouldn't have thought there was any more business to be had here." Jack's ears were very slightly burning. "When did you see him?" It was worth asking, though too much to hope that a busy man like the landlord would remember the exact day. "Yeah, I can remember," he said, surprising Jack. "Easy to remember, actually. It was the weekend that food fair came to the Green. I suppose Consolidated must have had a stall. I didn't go myself. The pub was extra busy and I hadn't the time." "It wasn't at the fair that you saw him?" "At Kettler's farm, that's where. Recognized the Porsche as I drove by, parked in the farmyard. No idea why he was there. It couldn't have been business with Dan Kettler. His farm is arable. Unless Chalmers has changed his career and decided to sell cabbages." The joke sent the landlord into a coughing fit, but at least he was looking more cheerful now. "What time was it that you saw him?" "Early. It would have been early. I was giving my daughter a lift to the nursing home, Capri Lawns. She's a care assistant there. It's miles out in the countryside, and she usually drives. Got a little runabout, but it was in the garage for repair. Again, whoever sold that to her was another swindler. So early on the Friday, on the morning of the fair, Jack was eager to steer Timpson away from his complaints and check that he'd heard aright. Yeah, why? Is it important? It might be. And on that cryptic note, he left a somewhat baffled landlord to continue his search for new staff. Flora's eyes had brightened at the idea that Harry Barnes could have an interesting story to tell. A mystery woman at the Nook might have nothing to do with the Gilbert Barrow case, but then again, she just might. Abbeymead wasn't generally a place for mystery, so anything unusual, any unexpected visitor, was worth at least a few questions. Harry wasn't a saint. It was clear from past misdemeanors that his head could be turned by a pretty face. But it was highly unlikely he would arrange to meet a girlfriend at the very cafe where he knew his wife would be wolfing a cream tea. Flora had gone to Harry for information several times in the past, and, though he was always wary of her questions, he never failed to answer them. He'd be easily run to ground too, and without the need to brave Pelham Lodge, the architectural but very expensive mess that was the Barnes home, a sprawling building, 3 stories high, and sporting incongruous Dutch gables and a huge side extension. Without the need either to brave 2 very large black dogs. As far as she knew, Badger and Rocco were still alive. Flora shuddered at the memory of being trapped by them, along with Betty. Their frightening howls, their mouths dripping in saliva, and those 2 sets of sharpened teeth. She would go to the Lexington Golf Club, it was Harry's second home, and hope not to meet Harry's frightening wife, as fearsome in her own way as Badger and Rocco. There was always a chance she might, since Evelyn appeared to spend most of her life with a golf club in her hand. Early closing the following afternoon gave Flora the opportunity to make the visit. The long pull-up Fern Hill was always a challenging ride, and today made tougher by recent heavy winds. The road was lined for several miles by woodland, and, wobbling slightly, she found herself forced to zigzag in and out of scattered twigs and broken branches. It was just shy of 2 o'clock, therefore, before she wheeled Betty into the forecourt of the golf club. Leaving her beloved bike in the cycle rack, Flora climbed the flight of steps to the front entrance and walked through the glass doors. Immediately she turned right, knowing from previous visits that this was where she would find the bar, and where she was most likely to find Harry, too. He was sure to be perched on a stool and holding a cocktail glass aloft. The bar defied time, looking the same as it always did. Swirly carpet, velveteen chairs, and a counter of polished wood that filled one entire wall. But of Harry, there was no sign. For once, he must actually be playing golf. It was a blow, but, avoiding the barman's eye, she took a seat by the window, with the intention of waiting. If Harry Barnes were in the club, he would surely return to his usual roosting place. 10 minutes later, she blessed her decision. Along with several companions, Harry walked in, or rather limped in, looking hot and extremely weary. Out of the corner of his eye, he must have caught sight of her. Flora saw him pull up sharply and, for a moment, appear to go into reverse, only prevented from doing so by the chunky golfers walking on either side. She gave what she hoped was a winning smile and joined him at the bar. "Can I speak to you for a few minutes, Mr. Barnes?" she asked sweetly. "Whenever you do, there's trouble," he muttered. "No trouble, I promise," she assured him. "I just wanted a word about your wife's golfing friends." "Eh?" Harry looked confused. "I'd like to take up golf. I've been thinking about it for some time," she lied merrily, "but I haven't a clue how suited I'd be. I wondered if there was anyone in the village who could take me out on the course, once or twice maybe, give me some tips and tell me whether they think I'd make a golfer." Harry looked even more confused, then seemed to recover. "You could always ask Evelyn." There was a sly grin on his face. "It wouldn't be fair on your wife," Flora countered. "She's far too good for a novice like me." "Too rude, you mean?" She ignored the comment. "I was thinking of someone who hasn't been playing that long, someone who'd be encouraging, and I thought you'd have an idea who I should ask. I imagine you know that circle of women very well." A bit of advice, my dear. I keep as far away from them as possible, and so should you. You're a nosy young woman, but you're a good girl. I wouldn't want one of them harpies tangling with you."
Flora was touched. "Perhaps you're right. It was Charlie Teague mentioning that he saw you in the Nook with the group that gave me the notion. But perhaps it wasn't such a good one."
"Definitely not a good one." Harry looked around for his companions who, by now, had ordered their drinks and left his on the bar top. Gratefully, he snatched at it. "I thought you might have been joining your wife for a cream tea," Flora went on, ignoring the clear signs of stress.
"But then Charlie said you were in the cafe to meet someone."
Harry's face cleared, his eyes narrowed. He'd recognized her strategy, worked out where she was going. But would he answer? There was a long pause which Flora dared not interrupt. "B. Fincham," he said at last, "if that's the name you're after." "Miss Fincham!" And her surprise was not concocted. "I hadn't realized you knew her." "Back in the day, my company supplied her shop in Brighton. A delicatessen, she called it. God knows where she got that from. It's still going, I believe, and still not making money." "Was that why she was meeting you?" It was a delicate question to ask. "Course it was. Wrote me a letter. 2, actually, asking for help." "Financial?" "Isn't it always?" For a moment, the cynicism spoke of the astute businessman he had once been. "And you were going to help?" Harry looked at her in horror. Not likely. That shop of hers sucks money. A loan, she said. A loan that would never get paid back, if I know anything about it." I ignored the letters, but then she got to be a real nuisance. Sent a telegram, didn't she, that naturally Evelyn found a way of reading, and then there was trouble. How dare she come to me for money? I wasn't for a moment to think of helping her. If she carried on begging, I was to go to the police, and on and on. In the end, I said I'd meet the woman and tell her once and for all that there was no money and she was to leave us alone. "And do you think she will?" Miss Fincham was rapidly becoming a larger-than-life figure. "I've no idea, my ducks, but if she doesn't, she'll have Evelyn to deal with." Larger-than-life she might be, Flora thought, but was B. Fincham properly aware of the enemy she faced? Flora had mentioned that she might try to speak to Harry Barnes after she closed the All's Well today, deciding Jack that he must finally grasp the nettle and speak to Reggie Chalmers. He was unsure why he'd been dragging his feet so badly over what would most likely prove a superficial conversation. Perhaps an uncertainty over how to approach the man, perhaps a disinclination to become involved at all. But remembering the many occasions when Ridley had come to his rescue, and not solely with crime writing, he knew he must do it. The telephone book gave the address of Consolidated Dairies as Morley Street, a road off Grand Parade, and, after a hasty lunch, he collected his car keys from the pot in the kitchen and made ready for the drive to Brighton. The offices would be easy enough to find, he reckoned, and so they were, though a parking place less so. Eventually, he managed to leave the Austin some streets away, almost at the seafront, retracing his route on foot to reach the revolving door of Consolidated Dairies. A smartly dressed receptionist greeted him, official smile switched on, as he walked into the foyer. "I'm hoping to speak to Mr. Chalmers," he said, returning the smile with one that was a good deal warmer, Jack hoped. "You have an appointment?" "No, I don't, but I'm sorry, you'll have to make an appointment." The smile had become fixed. "I've driven a fair distance to get here, and I'll keep Mr. Chalmers no more than 10 minutes, he promised. Mr. Chalmers sees no one without an appointment, and still the smile remained unwavering. "I won't be able to return," Jack responded, making his own smile wider. Really, this was getting ridiculous. "And it is important I see him." "Mr. Chalmers," the woman began again, but was interrupted by an office door opening. "Is there a problem, Geraldine?" No problem, Mr. Chalmers. I was just explaining to this gentleman our policy on appointments." Jack didn't wait and strode across the regulation beige carpet to the man he wanted to see. "Mr. Chalmers?" He held out his hand. "My name is Jack Carrington.
I'm an author, and I was hoping to speak to you, for a few minutes only." The word author worked its charm, as Jack had hoped it would. Reggie Chalmers looked pleased. Was he about to be consulted on a new book? Jack could see him thinking. One set in a corporate dairy with an acquisitions manager as its hero? "I won't keep you long," he repeated. Chalmers gestured to his open door and looked towards the receptionist. "I'll deal with this, Geraldine." From her pained expression, Geraldine appeared unimpressed. "Sit down, please." Chalmers resumed his seat in what was a large chair behind an equally large desk. The office itself, Jack noticed, was spacious and light-filled, the carpet the same beige as the foyers, but with heavy slub curtains at the window instead of the usual bland office blinds. A tray of glasses sat to one side on a rather beautiful cherrywood table, along with several bottles of alcohol. Chalmers evidently occupied a very senior position, and the perks that went with it. He would fight to keep them, Jack was sure. "I'm acquainted with a friend of yours, Alan Ridley," he began. Chalmers looked surprised and not that happy. "The inspector has been good enough to help with several of my books," he went on smoothly. "Police protocol, that kind of thing." The man across the desk appeared to relax a little. They were back with books, it seemed, and on safe territory. "The inspector asked me if I'd have a word with you. It concerns a case he's dealing with, one you'll have heard of." Chalmers shifted in his chair, leaning forward to speak. "Forgive me, but why would Alan ask you to speak to me? Why not speak to me himself? Not that I'm not delighted to make your acquaintance, Mr. Carrington. It's not every day I meet an author." The man was charming, Jack thought to himself. Now who had mentioned that? But with a proviso, a sting in the tail. While Jack was digging around in his mind to recall the precise memory, Reggie had continued speaking. "I'm seeing Alan this Sunday, in fact. We have a 4 booked at the Brighton course. Perhaps I can help him then with whatever he needs." "Perhaps you can. He's investigating a death that happened at a recent fair in Abbeymead. You might have heard that one of the stallholders, Gilbert Barrow, a cheesemaker, came to a rather nasty end." "Now you mention it, I do remember something of that." "I imagined you would, since you were interested in buying Barrow's creamery." He saw his comment had stung the man opposite. There'd been a perceptible flinch, and followed it up with, "Interested, too, in acquiring Barrow's recipes for his prize cheeses?" "We've our own cheesemakers, Mr. Carrington. We've no need to go cap in hand to amateurs." The man's posture had subtly changed. He still leaned forward, but his shoulders appeared to harden, his arms stiffen, and the hands on the desk become rigid. "It was a sad business," he conceded. "The young man dying so tragically. He had a good future before him. He could have become a good cheesemaker." "Wasn't he one already? He won awards, I believe." Chalmers' smile verged on the smug. "Awards are pretty plentiful in the industry, you know." "But Barrow wasn't part of an industry, was he? He was an artisan cheesemaker who refused to be swallowed whole by a corporation such as Consolidated Dairies." "Your point, Mr. Carrington?" "I hardly think Alan asked you to come here to discuss the milk industry, artisan or otherwise." "No, he's more interested in what was happening to Gilbert Barrow in the hour or so before that wheel of cheese broke his neck." The man blanched, but there was steel in his gaze. "And I'm supposed to know how?" "The morning Barrow died, you were close by, Mr. Chalmers." Jack cut to the chase. "In the yard of Dan Kettler's farm, a few feet from the Barrow Creamery." His eyes glittered, but when he spoke, his tone seemed deliberately casual. "Oh, that. Yes, I had to call on Kettler. His wife ran the dairy there before Barrow bought it, and we still owed money to her. She sold some of her butter and cheese to us. I called on Dan to settle with him." "Is that usually a manager's job?" "I'm sure you realize that it isn't, but I've known Dan Kettler for years, and I knew Daphne. We supplied the milk for her butter and cheese. I thought it more personal if I called.
It would probably be the last time I saw the chap. His is an arable farm. He doesn't do cows, or perhaps you weren't aware. The countryside isn't for everyone." Jack ignored the dig, but it occurred to him that the payment must have been long overdue. Daphne Kettler had died over a year ago. "I think what the inspector hopes to discover," he began again, "is if anyone saw anything suspicious the morning that Barrow died. Anyone hanging around the creamery that shouldn't be there. You were at the farm and might have seen something." "I didn't. I'm sorry I can't help, but why on earth couldn't Alan ask me that himself?" "Police protocol, I imagine," Jack said vaguely. Chalmers hadn't, he noticed, asked how Jack knew he'd been at the farm that morning. "I'm sorry I've taken up your time unnecessarily." "Think nothing of it. It's been delightful meeting you." He had returned to the charming man who'd first greeted Jack. So delightful, he thought, walking through the revolving doors into the cold, crisp air, that Chalmers hadn't managed even the offer of a drink. He'd wanted Jack gone as quickly as possible, and not only because he was a busy man. He'd not liked the mention of his dealings with Barrow, not at all. In fact, he'd been highly defensive, suggesting there might have been transactions he wanted to stay hidden. As for the morning that Barrow died, on the surface, Chalmers' story of returning outstanding money to Kettler seemed plausible, but would it really have taken that long for an accounts department to discover the error, particularly after the death of a supplier? Driving back to the village, it occurred to Jack that Dan Kettler had said nothing of seeing Chalmers when he'd asked him about that morning. Why not? Because he hadn't actually seen Chalmers, hadn't even seen the Porsche parked outside? Had Chalmers driven in and out in a trice, just happening to be spotted by Timpson as the landlord drove past? In and out of the farmyard, just long enough to cut the webbing? No, that couldn't be, he argued to himself. Gilbert would have noticed when he got into the van. But perhaps he hadn't. Perhaps he'd been so eager to get to the green, to set up his stall for the day ahead, that when he'd returned to his van after locking up, he hadn't checked the straps for a final time. If that were so, it meant their grand theory of Barrow being tricked into stopping en route was nonsense. But that was what investigating was all about, finding the theory that best fitted the facts. A pity that, in this case, there were so few facts. 13. The following morning, after seeing Flora and Betty off to the bookshop, Jack telephoned Brighton Police Station. Inspector Ridley had only that minute arrived, it appeared, but was keen to accept his call. "Good morning, Alan." He was relieved to have found Ridley at work. "I thought I should let you know that I finally got round to seeing Reggie Chalmers. Yesterday, at his Brighton office." "You did? And?" The inspector was suddenly alert. "I'm afraid I didn't get very far." A disappointed silence traveled down the line. "That is, I didn't learn anything concrete," he amended. "Anything that would definitely absolve Chalmers from an involvement in Barrow's death. What I did pick up, though, was a strong feeling that he's hiding something. In parts, the story he told me simply didn't add up. I know for a fact that the Porsche he drives was seen at Kettler's farm on the morning of the fair. Early in the morning, at a time Barrow would be planning to leave, and the cheese already in his van. You have a witness for that? The landlord of the Cross Keys, a fairly reliable witness, wouldn't you say? And a Porsche is a car you'd notice. What did Chalmers say? I presume you tackled him on it. That was the part that didn't add up, not to me at least, but Dan Kettler should be able to confirm Chalmers' story, or not. There was a small pause. "So," the inspector murmured, "would you speak to Kettler again? I suppose I could, but not for a few days. I have to get this damn book finished and off to my agent." "When you can, Jack," the inspector said peaceably. "Meantime, I'll hold off interviewing Chalmers myself. I can't say I'm sorry. I've the competition match coming up this weekend, and he's still my partner. I need to keep him sweet." It was unlike Ridley to put pleasure before duty, Jack thought, replacing the receiver. The golf tournament must figure large in the inspector's life. By dint of working 10-hour days until the weekend, Jack had his manuscript ready to post by late Saturday morning. If he was lucky, he would catch Dilys before she shut up shop for the weekend, and the book would be winging its way to Arthur on time to meet the new deadline. He managed it by a whisker. The postmistress had her hand on the shutter, ready to close the counter grill as he walked into the post office. It was 5 minutes to midday, but Dilys wasn't too particular about closing early if lunch was calling. "Could I?" he began. She looked peeved. "If you must, Mr. Carrington, but I'm locking the door behind you. I don't want any more wandering in willy-nilly wasting my time. I've got plenty to do if they haven't." "Thank you, Dilys," he said meekly, handing her the package. "Another book, is it?" "It is," she gave a small sniff. "Well, I suppose it's a way of earning a living." "As running a post office is," he returned, feeling it safe now to be flippant. He'd seen his precious parcel dropped into the postman's bag. Dilys glowered for a moment, then marched to the door and, with an emphatic crank of the handle, opened it a few inches, enabling Jack to just about squeeze through. In a second, she'd banged the door shut behind him, skimming his jacket, but leaving Jack triumphant. Triumphant enough to cope with the visit to Dan Kettler and another string of questions he needed to ask the farmer. He'd left the Austin parked in the high street, having decided earlier to drive to the farm rather than walk, and hopefully be back at the cottage for lunch with Flora. 10 minutes later, he was pulling in beside the largest of Dan Kettler's barns. The man himself was some distance away and in conversation with one of his men, a grizzled individual who looked as though he'd been baked solid in the fields he'd tended for half a century. At the sound of the Austin, Dan turned and, without any noticeable hurry, walked over to greet Jack as he emerged from the car. "Mr. Carrington, again, thinking of turning your hand to farming?" Why was everyone so keen to give him a job? In the minds of most of the village, being a writer obviously wasn't one. Not a proper job, at least, like working a bar, or running a post office, or laboring in the fields. "Yes, again," he responded. "A few more questions if you can spare the time, Mr. Kettler. The police, they've asked me to have a chat with you." Would that do? "I live in Abbeymead, and it saves them time." It sounded ridiculous. What police force would ever employ a random civilian in order to save time? But it didn't seem to concern Kettler. "Fire away. I've 10 minutes before I feed the chickens. They've been busy today. Eggs galore." "It's about that Friday, the morning of the food fair." Dan nodded. "Gilbert?" "I'm afraid so. You saw him leave for the green, you said." Kettler nodded again. "Did you see another vehicle in the farmyard?" "I didn't see anyone, I told you." "Not a Porsche." The farmer grinned. "I think I might have remembered that. Tractors is what we do here." If Timpson were right, Chalmers must have driven into the farmyard, but then out again before either Gilbert or Kettler had even noticed him. Would that have given him sufficient time to cut the webbing? "Reggie Chalmers," he said, hoping the name might prove more fruitful. "The bloke from Consolidated?" "Yes, he did business with your late wife, I believe." "A little. Daphne was very small scale, bless her. She got her milk from them, but sold hardly anything to the big dairies. A little butter, a little cheese, but most of her sales were to local people who'd walk from the village and buy from the farm." Did Consolidated ever want to buy Daphne's business? Dan considered this a while. "I don't think they ever mentioned it, not until she died. Chalmers asked me then if I'd sell to him. I couldn't understand why. There was only the equipment that was worth anything, and that was pretty old." "But you sold to Barrow, and probably for less money." Jack hoped he didn't sound too intrusive, but Kettler seemed unfazed. "I liked Gilbert," he said simply. "He was a genuine chap." "And Chalmers wasn't?" Dan leant back against the barn, his hands in his pockets. "To be honest, I didn't trust the man. I don't know why. You sometimes get those feelings, don't you? Maybe the fact that he came calling so soon after the funeral. It felt wrong to be selling Daphne's baby when I'd only just laid her to rest. but there were rumors too. I heard plenty of those. Strong-arm tactics by his dairy, muscling in on small businesses, and more or less forcing them to sell. But Consolidated never approached Daphne to sell, you say. She wasn't big enough, I reckon. It's why at first I couldn't work out why Chalmers came to me asking to buy. But then it dawned on me. He knew Gilbert was wanting to set up on his own, was looking out for a business to buy, and Consolidated grabbing Daphne's could have put a stop to that dream. And for a long time, there's not many small dairies that come up for sale. Can I ask, did Consolidated settle their account with Daphne on a regular basis? The farmer frowned. Every quarter, as far as I know. Forgive me, Mr. Kettler, but when your wife died, was there money owing her from Consolidated? A few quid, that was all. They paid it the following quarter. Chalmers' story, Jack thought, had more holes in it than a block of Swiss cheese. So why had he been here that Friday morning? Had he come to threaten or continue his persuasion, trying to convince Gilbert to sell, perhaps before the man gained orders at the fair that might secure his future? Or had he indeed come to tamper with the safety webbing in Barrow's van? Come with a Stanley knife and a clear mission to harm? If so, he had succeeded brilliantly. There had been a long silence, and Kettler had begun to look uneasy. These questions of yours, are they because you suspect Reggie Chalmers of something? No, Jack said quickly. They're just routine police inquiries, I think. It's just that I did wonder. The break-in at the creamery earlier this year. I thought at the time that maybe it could be Consolidated behind it. They'd been harassing poor Gilbert something rotten. Then the place was burgled and all his cheese taken. I mean, who would want a ton of cheese unless you sold it yourself? Did you mention your suspicions to Gilbert? I did, as a matter of fact. He just laughed it off. He was upset about losing his cheese, mind. He'd have to claim on insurance, which means a bigger premium next year. You know what swindlers them insurance companies are. Another set of swindlers, Jack noted. He made light of it, though? Apart from the extra cost. They won't have got the recipe, he said. It's all in here. And he tapped his head. It was very much what Lily Fairchild had said. Anyways, I think I must have been wrong about Consolidated. There's a local gang doing this stealing, I reckon. Targeting farms for whatever they can lift. Had stuff stolen myself a few days ago. What stuff would that be? Tools, mainly. A couple of pitchforks and a large shovel. Oh, and a foothold trap. Dangerous things, them traps. Never use them unless I really have to. That was something Jack wouldn't mention when he got home. Flora was bound to jump on the lost trap, swearing it couldn't be a coincidence. But of course, it could. This was rural Sussex, and any number of traps could be stored in any number of farm buildings, gathering dust and largely forgotten. Midway through Saturday morning, Sam Mulholland strode into the All's Well. Flora, ringing up yet another purchase of To Kill a Mockingbird, the book was proving hugely popular, was surprised to see him. She'd imagined that Sam had returned to London. His father would be getting impatient with all the time his junior partner was spending in Sussex, time when Sam should have been earning money for the firm. Taking up one of the books on Flora's front table, Sam flicked through its pages, waiting, it seemed, for her customer to walk out into the high street before he said, I had to come and ask, Flora, anything more on Gilbert's death? Have you heard what's happening? There's not much to report, I'm afraid. Inspector Ridley has a suspect in mind. He seems very keen on investigating one particular man, though both Jack and I think it could be a mistake to focus solely on him. Who's the suspect? Sam looked anxious. It's Reggie Chalmers. He works for Consolidated Dairies, but you know that. And I know the kind of threats Chalmers has been using. He's the obvious culprit, it's true, but it could be a mistake to put all the eggs in that basket. Flora caught a hint of worry in his voice. Is there a reason you say that? Only that there are others who had as much reason to wish Gilbert gone. There was a long pause before he spoke again. I may, inadvertently, you understand, have mentioned something that could have made things worse, I suppose. Well, I may have alluded to the possibility that Gil was changing his will, he said awkwardly. Flora stared at him. Inadvertent or not, Sam's indiscretion could have made things worse, as he said. In fact, could have played a major part in Gilbert's death.
Had he only just realized that? Who knew about the change of will? Don't scold, she told herself. Be practical.
I think Vivian was there when... He tailed off. Flora felt bemused. But didn't you say that Vivian Barrow has been asking about the will and that you'd told her nothing? Naturally, I haven't mentioned any detail, and that's what she was after, particularly if she believed the original has been superseded, which she obviously did. I never said anything definite, Flora. It was just a hint that there might be a new will in the offing, he said defensively. Either you told her there was or you didn't, Flora said crossly. She hated prevarication, and it was clear that Sam Mulholland had made a bad mistake and, in her view, should own it. I saw Vivian at Lily Fairchild's pottery. She's been buying from Lily for months, trying, I think, to discover just how close the girl was to Gilbert.
Your hint would have alerted Vivienne to the possibility that she could be supplanted in the will. It would have made her even more determined to forestall any marriage to Lily. And Gilbert's death, of course, did just that. Sam looked genuinely worried. It's what I've started to think, though I haven't wanted to. Vivienne is a schemer. She always has been, and someone who's capable of hating, not just for a day or two, but forever. So, hinting wasn't too clever. No. Okay, I did something stupid. But I wonder... Do you think Lily Fairchild should be warned? Presumably she doesn't know the true identity of her customer. She doesn't, just delighted to sell as many pots to her as she can. Then do you think, woman to woman, that kind of thing, you could warn her that Vivienne may be on the warpath? One day, men might learn how to speak to women, she thought irritatedly. But... Yes, I'll talk to her, she agreed. Sam nodded, pleased to have unburdened himself of that particular worry. You never know, it might give your investigation a boost. I imagine it needs it. What investigation was that? The few paltry questions they'd asked hardly deserved the label. He gave her a cheerful wave. Thanks, Flora. You're a real friend. And you'll let me know what you discover? Soon. Gil deserves all the help he can get. Watching him walk out of the door, she let out a sigh. Sometimes, being a real friend could be wearing. She would speak to Lily as she'd promised, but before that, she decided, she would seek out Vivian Barrow. There was a conversation to be had with the woman, and Flora already had a sense of how best to approach it. Through the one thing they had in common, a shared love of ceramics. It shouldn't be too difficult, should it? 14. The old station clock on the bookshop's wall was striking 1 when Flora turned the Allswell's notice to closed and made her way round to the cobbled courtyard at the rear of the bookshop. We've another hill to climb, she told the bike apologetically, maneuvering her from her shelter. But after that, you can take a long rest until Monday. Swinging Betty off the high street, she turned left into the long swoop of Fern Hill. It was always a tough ride, but since her last visit, the road had been cleared of fallen branches, and the effort needed was just a little less. She reached the top, barely out of breath. Through the priory gates, and all seemed quiet, the grounds empty of Sally's gardeners. It was Saturday afternoon, and they would have finished work for the week, and only 1 or 2 cars making their way along the graveled driveway. Departing guests, Flora supposed. Sally was in the foyer when she walked through the hotel's open door and, catching sight of her visitor, gave a broad smile. Well, hello there. Someone I definitely wasn't expecting, but it's lovely to see you, Flora. It must be weeks since I've managed to make a Friday evening supper. I hang my head in shame. You're a very busy woman. Extraordinarily busy, she agreed, and likely to stay that way. I have tried to make space to relax, but I took a look at the reservations just now, and we're booked solidly for the next month. And after that, of course, it will be Christmas.
A nightmare in waiting. You don't fancy doing a little moonlighting over the holiday, do you? Flora laughed. You really wouldn't want me. Are you still having trouble recruiting staff? Recruiting isn't too bad. It's keeping them. The Priory isn't the easiest place to get to, and unless staff have the use of a car, it soon becomes a problem.
But I need more workers in the kitchen, that's for sure, before the big rush starts. Flora saw genuine worry on her friend's face. I'm sure you'll find them, she tried to sound reassuring. Christmas time, people are only too happy to earn extra money.
But skilled workers? A chef?
Another cook? You already have Hector working alongside Alice, and she won't want to share space with a third chef.
It was an inconvenient truth that probably should have been left unsaid, but Flora had spoken without thinking. Sally, though, merely nodded. She's going to have to, Flora, eventually. I'm anxious about her. Auntie is a trooper, but she's getting older, and cooking at the pace the Priory requires is really a young person's job. Flora was alarmed. Alice isn't unwell? To be honest, I'm not sure. She's so reticent about her health. She won't talk about it, but I've noticed, Hector has noticed, that she is more easily tired these days, and there are times when she doesn't look at all well. Flora was quiet, absorbing this worrying development. What I really need to do, Sally said, suddenly decisive, is to promote Hector to be head chef, employ a new sous chef, and ask Auntie to cook part-time. Flora raised her eyebrows. She will not like that. She won't, but I love her dearly, and I don't want to lose her. For all her occasional crankiness, she's the sweetest aunt you could ever have. Apart from her own Aunt Violet, Flora noted silently. But enough of my troubles. What brings you here? I'm sure it's not to hear my moans. I was hoping to speak to Sam. Is he still here? Sam? No, he's not. I'm sorry you've had a wasted journey. You should have rung and saved yourself that awful hill. I guess Betty is outside? Propped against the Priory walls. I should have rung, but Sam was in the village this morning. Sally flushed. He caught the midday train back to London. He's been catching up with work while he's been here, but it's not the same as actually being in the office, and his father was getting a tad impatient. That was hardly a surprise. James Mulholland had been extremely understanding of his son's stay in Sussex, or so it seemed, but he must have begun to wonder if he still had a partner. Sam would like to open an office in Brighton, a Sussex branch of the firm, Sally went on. But that's easier said than done. He's going to talk to his father and see what the reaction is. But even if he gets the go-ahead from home, there will be premises to find. It's not going to happen overnight. It's serious then? Flora asked tentatively. You and Sam? The flush deepened. Amazingly, it is. I found the person I want to spend my life with, and I can't tell you how good that feels. Well, I don't need to tell you. You know for yourself. But I've kissed an awful lot of frogs in my time, and I can hardly believe my luck. Sam is a thoroughly nice man, she agreed. He's even talked about giving up law and helping me run the Priory. Really? Sally was an independent woman, at times a quite driven woman, and how would she cope with sharing the Priory, a business she'd nurtured out of debt and into huge success? If Sam decides to take that path, I'll be more than willing to share the burden, she said, as though guessing Flora's reaction. These last few years, the hotel has become so popular, we get bookings from way beyond Sussex, way beyond England, often multiple bookings. The Priory really needs 2 people in charge. She gave a small sigh. But that's for the future. An interesting future, Flora thought. But then, back in the present, she remembered why she had labored up Fern Hill. Do you have Sam's telephone number? He can probably tell me what I need to know over the phone. And what do you need to know? Sally was suspicious. I'm hoping to see Gilbert's widow. I suppose that's what she is still, and I don't have her address. Sam was Gilbert Barrow's solicitor, so he should be able to help. Another investigation? You're getting involved again. Her tone was accusing. It was Sam who asked us to help, Flora said mildly, and the inspector too, and we're not exactly poking our noses in, as Alice would have it. I simply want a brief talk with the woman to see what she knows of Lily Fairchild. Lily was Gilbert's girlfriend, and Sam is worried for her. Sally walked over to the reception desk and scribbled a few lines on a notepad. Here, she handed the torn page to Flora. I'll wish you good luck with whatever you've landed yourself in. Oh, and Flora, Sally added as she turned to go, can you try persuading Alice when you see her to think of working fewer hours? Inwardly, Flora cringed. Before she made any attempt at persuading, she would talk to Kate, she thought. Together, they might succeed, though she doubted it. Alone, she would almost certainly be put firmly in her place. The journey down Fern Hill was always a treat, consolation for the long climb up. Flora's carefree swoosh down the long, snaking hill was pure pleasure, her hair flying free, its long strands a banner streaming through the air. Grassy banks rushed past, trees became a hazy blur, until breathless, she arrived at the bottom and was back in the village and swinging into the high street. Even Betty enjoyed herself. Minutes later, she was opening the cottage door, surprised to find her husband was still working. Hadn't the book already been sent on its way? But when she put her head around his office door, he looked up to say that he'd had this amazing idea, one he just had to get down on paper. It could turn out to be his next project, and he'd be down in a very few minutes to put the kettle on.
Flora put the kettle on herself, but took the chance while it was boiling to telephone Sam, unsure if the number Sally had given her was for the solicitor's office or his home. It turned out that Sam was at home, and turned out also that he wasn't at all keen she talked to Vivian Barrow. Why was unclear. Was it something to do with Gilbert's will and Vivian's interest in it, she wondered? Complications that Sam didn't want talked about? I thought it was Lily Fairchild you were speaking to, he said, to warn her of any possible trouble. I will, Sam, but if I'm to do that, I need to know what exactly I'm warning her of. Talking to Vivian should give me some idea of where danger might lie, if there is any. Sam remained reluctant, but finally, after several minutes of persuasion, he provided an address for Vivian in West London. This is the last one I have. When she and Gil split up, she went to live with a friend in Bayswater, in the friend's spare room, I think, but she's not there now. She's in Brighton, she told me. She promised to pass on details, but they haven't arrived yet. The friend is a start. You don't have a telephone number, I suppose. Just an address, sorry. Flora wasn't entirely sure that he was, perhaps counting on the fact that a trip to West London in search of a woman who was no longer living at that address would be a step too far. If so, Sam was wrong, Flora told herself. She would take that step. Cooking supper that evening, she devised a plan. She would ask Rose to look after the bookshop on her own and go to London the following week, find the Bayswater address, and hope to find Vivian Barrow at the same time. But about to sit down to lamb chops and roast potatoes, the first crop Jack had grown in the cottage garden, her assistant appeared on the doorstep, a bunch of flowers in her hand, and effectively put an end to her plan. These are to say a big thank you, another thank you, for renting your cottage to us. Flora took the offered flowers, feeling slightly puzzled. It's also to say sorry, Rose said. Sorry? I won't be able to work at the All's Well next week. Not one day, I'm afraid. The painters are in at the post office, and Dillis has asked me to go in every day. I'm to clear up after them. Asked you, or demanded that you do? Rose gave a small shrug. You know Dillis. I'm so sorry, Flora. I finish at the post office at the end of this month, which will be a relief. But she's quite adamant that I've not worked all the days I agreed and need to make up for the ones I've missed. That's when I had a painful back earlier in the year and couldn't work. I don't think she'll pay me for October if I'm not at the post office next week.
Dilys was being hard-hearted in the extreme, no doubt annoyed that despite demanding Rose leave her job at the post office, her assistant was continuing to work with Flora. It was clear, however, that Rose was deeply upset, and Flora tried to reassure her. "It's okay. It's best you do as she asks. See the week out at the post office and collect your pay." The girl reached for Flora's hands in an impulsive gesture. "Thank you." "And don't forget, if you've things you can bring from your flat, there's no need to wait until we move out. The removal firm have their schedule, so there shouldn't be any muddle. And we're gradually emptying the cottage. We have boxes waiting, don't we?" Jack had joined them in the hall, and she sent a meaningful glance towards him. "Perhaps that's where our focus should be," he said, when they'd bid Rose goodbye, and sat down to plates of somewhat frazzled lamb chops. "Packing up the house, rather than chasing suspects. We should be able to do both, but Rose unable to work next week is a blow. I was hoping to go to London." Taken aback for the moment, Jack put down his knife. "I want to speak to Vivian Barrow," she explained. "Sam doesn't know the Brighton address, but he's given me one in London where Vivienne was living after she first left her husband. I can speak to her friend perhaps, but I'll have to go there. He doesn't have a telephone number." "Why are you looking for Mrs. Barrow?" Flora gave a small huff. "I'm not entirely sure. I think Lily Fairchild needs to know who she's been dealing with these past few months, and I think, and Sam does too, that she needs to be wary of Vivienne." He shook his head. "That doesn't explain why you're cavorting around London, why you need to speak to the Barrow woman." "I won't be cavorting, Jack. In fact, I won't be going at all now, but I thought I should speak to Vivienne first, before I start issuing warnings." "Why can't Sam talk to Lily, and why is he so concerned for her?" "He thinks I'll do it better." She paused. "And Sam has made a bad mistake." She had her husband's full attention now. "He appears to have dropped a hint before Gilbert died that the man might change his will." Jack's eyebrows rose. "That would be seriously unprofessional, and it doesn't sound like Sam Mulholland." "No, it doesn't. All I can think is that Vivian's constant pestering, it's been going on for months while Gil was still alive, I think, tricked him into saying more than he should." So, hearing that the will might have been changed, Vivian fears she will no longer inherit. And that's a danger? Sam never actually spelt it out, but I think it's what he suspects. A danger to Lily? To anyone who crosses Vivian. I think Sam is beginning to suspect her as much as Reggie Chalmers. I know you're convinced the killer was a man, but from what Sam said of her, Mrs. Barrow could easily be the one who cut that webbing. Jack gave a low whistle. I guess he must know the woman and what she's capable of. Flora put down her knife and fork, pushing her plate to one side. The chops had been tough. He's known Vivian Barrow for a long time and says she's spiteful and manipulative and intent on grabbing whatever Gilbert owned. But Sam, you say, hinted that Gilbert was only about to change his will, which means he might not have done. If the man died before he could, Vivian is likely to inherit anyway. Sam drew up the will and must know the true situation. I'm beginning to think it doesn't matter whether Gilbert changed his will or not. Talking to Sam, I had the feeling that Vivian will make sure she inherits one way or another. Make certain she's the only one who can inherit, whatever the will says. Jack shook his head. I don't see what good talking to her will do. There'll be a fair few people named in that will, and she's hardly going to confess to planning mass murder. Talking might not do any good, Flora admitted, but Sam has done something really stupid, and he knows it. Maybe, as a response, he's exaggerating Vivian's desperation, exaggerating the danger she poses. I think if I met her, I'd be able to judge. Now, though, it's going to be another week before I can go to Bayswater and hopefully find out where in Brighton she's living. The friend she stayed with is sure to have a forwarding address, but it means more delay. You don't think... Jack looked at her across the table, a wry smile on his face. You want me to go? Is that it?
Could you? Of course I could, but will the friend be willing to give an unknown man her address? Flora got to her feet and wrapped her arms around him. With your charm, I'm sure she will, she said, giving him an enormous hug. And thank you. Jack wasn't, in fact, averse to making the London visit. He was enjoying a fallow period while he waited for Arthur to finish reading the new manuscript, but it was one in which a niggle over his father had appeared on the horizon. For the last year or so, Ralph Carrington had lived abroad, but several weeks ago, a postcard from Hong Kong, sent to Overlay House and brought to the cottage by Overlay's new tenant, had announced his father's return to London. On the back of a view of Hong Kong Harbor, Ralph had announced he would be back in England by mid-September, and that was now some weeks ago. Since then, however, neither had made any effort to contact the other. With Jack's typewriter now idle for much of the day, the niggle that had arrived with the postcard, a vague sense that from duty he should seek out the older man, had grown and become more insistent. Which is why Jack found himself walking out of Victoria Station the following Tuesday morning. He'd tossed up whether or not to take a taxi to Elastan Avenue, and, feeling the cold penetrate his lightweight coat as he emerged from the station, he'd been sorely tempted. In the end, he'd decided to economize and brave the weather. Expenses lay ahead in their move to the schoolhouse, and they'd need whatever funds they had free. As briskly as he could, he walked the mile or so into the neighboring borough and his father's Chelsea flat. Striding westward through the maze of small streets with which he'd been familiar as a teenage boy, the memory of those days remained sharp. As a 14-year-old, he'd come to live with his father when life with Sybil Carrington had become too uncomfortable. The surplus adolescent Ralph hadn't wanted. Looking back, Jack wasn't sure how he'd coped with the years he'd spent in Elastan Avenue. From the outset, he'd felt wholly out of place among Ralph's smart set, at sea with the poker playing, the constant womanizing, the sheer loochness of the life his father led. 4 years had passed since he'd last walked along this street. There were more cars, he noted, and one of the newly introduced traffic wardens patrolled the pavement, but little else had changed. Knocking at the deep green door of number 3, it was to be greeted by an empty silence. Jack uttered a silent curse. He should have telephoned ahead. His father led a roving life and could be just about anywhere, at his London club, at a friend's castle in Scotland, or even back in Asia once more. Jack knocked again, though without much hope, but this time his ears detected a faint sound, a shuffling and what sounded like a low mutter. "You don't have to knock so loudly," the voice complained, its owner prizing open the front door. Ralph Carrington stared at his visitor, seeming for the moment transfixed. "Jack! Well, I never! It's you! Come in, come in!" Ralph was home after all, an older and less sprightly Ralph, a sight that caused Jack's conscience to twinge. But why did he imagine his father would never grow old, would always be the polished, silver-haired charmer he'd known from childhood? Ralph turned back into the long, narrow hall, saying over his shoulder, "Sorry I didn't hear you, old chap. Must have nodded off for a while." "I'm sorry to have woken you, Dad. I was in London, so—" Yes, come in," he repeated, "and I'll make coffee." Jack smiled to himself. His father had always preferred coffee. He did remember that, though he'd taken care to forget much of their life together. From the day a young gauche Jack had walked into this house, Ralph had made it clear that he had his own life to lead, and a child was an encumbrance he'd not allow to disturb it. It was a life of gambling, parties, women, always the women. Leaving his father to potter in the kitchen, he walked into the sitting room and slid into one of Ralph's expensively upholstered chairs. They'd always been, and probably always would be, the most comfortable he would ever sit in, no matter how many years passed. For a fair while, he sat listening out for sounds from the kitchen and resisting the urge to jump up and offer help. When Ralph walked back into the sitting room, he was glad he'd stayed his hand. In the interim, his father had regained his usual dapper appearance. Trousers had been smoothed, hair sleeked,
and the blue eyes held the familiar, amused look. The coffee was good. Naturally it was, the same brand his father always bought. Lavazza, imported from Italy and expensive. You can't skimp on decent coffee, Jack. They drank in silence, Jack appreciating its honey-smooth warmth. Need a refill? His father poured from the Georgian silver cafetiere without waiting for an answer. Jack melted into the depths of the chair, enjoying every mouthful of this second cup before asking, "How is it being back in London?" "Cold, my boy."
Very cold, but I have to admit, invigorating. And I wasn't sorry to leave Hong Kong. The tables there, not exactly up to par, you know. And here? Mustn't grumble. That was shorthand, Jack remembered, for a win in the thousands. How about you, and how's that lovely wife of yours? Since their first meeting, Flora had been a favorite with Ralph, and far more interesting to him than his own son, Jack acknowledged. Flora is well, he said, busy as always, and we're moving house. Ralph sat down, his legs crossed, and took a leisurely sip of his coffee. Out of Sussex? Jack smiled, not even out of the village, but to a different house on the high street, a bigger place than Flora's cottage, and with a large garden. Thinking of children, then? His father asked. Jack bristled. How could he be so damn perceptive? Maybe. He brushed the idea away, and it was best to do so. The future was still undecided. And you came up to London to tell me? I am on the telephone, you know.
It's not exactly why I'm here. Jack shifted in his seat. And you've changed your number several times. Only teasing, lad. Of course, you have other fish to fry, but it's nice to see you. You're looking older, you know. He peered intently at his son's face, and while Jack could have said the same, he forced himself to hold back. Looks to me like you could do with some food inside you. Mind, you've always been a lanky chap. Are you staying the night? We could order from the Italian. That would be his father's nice little trattoria a few streets down. Sounds good, he said peaceably. I've an address that I need to find in Bayswater, but if it's okay, I'll stay tonight and go looking tomorrow. Perfect. I'll get on the blower. Gee them up to deliver in a couple of hours. And I'll buzz Harold. He's the wine merchant. A Chateau Latour, I think. That should do the trick. No wine, Dad. I don't want a hangover tomorrow. It wouldn't be just a glass, Jack knew, but the whole bottle.
Ralph looked shocked. Any wine I order won't give you a hangover. Where on earth do you go drinking?
It was, as Jack had expected, a large meal, his father insisting on 3 courses, accompanied by copious glasses of what he had to admit was a wonderful wine. Eating and drinking as he did, it was a puzzle how Ralph retained his slimness, but then he had his father to thank for his own figure. Lanky, his detractors called it. Trim, Jack always insisted. Do you know anything about dairies? He asked idly, when the brandy had followed the Chateau Latour to the table. Ralph's business interests were wide and not confined to the gaming tables. Dairies? You mean milk and butter and that sort of thing? Yes, consolidated dairies to be precise. Ralph frowned. Name rings a bell. Let me think. Oh yes, that's why it's familiar. I've shares in the company, or rather I had shares. Sold them now though, and not before time. Consolidated isn't doing well? Ralph chewed his lips. Not doing well at all. In fact, worse by the week. I was beginning to hear rumors just before I sold, and thought it best to get out. The company's still in business, but what rumors were they? Taken on too much and too quickly. It can happen when businesses get greedy. More than likely, Consolidated will fold. Plainly, a situation worse than Sam's colleague had imagined, and if the business folded, with it would go Chalmers' livelihood and his future. Had the man been desperately trying to prevent that by buying the Barrow Creamery? Another business to add to Consolidated's debts, but a recipe, actually 2 recipes, which might possibly have reversed their fortunes. The new Barrow Blue would supposedly be a money spinner. It was beginning to look as though the inspector, in pursuing Reggie Chalmers, was on the right track. "If you're thinking of buying, don't," his father was saying. "Now, if you want a good tip—" "No, Dad, I don't have the money for it." "Thought you were doing well with that agent chappie and all those books." At least he hadn't said, "all those books you churn out," his usual mantra. It was progress of a sort. Jack got to his feet, ready to clear their plates. "Not so well that I can contemplate gambling on the stock market." Ralph shook his head. "Gambling gets a bad name, and that's unfair. You should try it sometime, jolly you up a bit. A trifle hair-raising at times," he admitted, "but my goodness, it's fun." He'd get his fun elsewhere, Jack thought, imagining Flora's face if he presented her with a sheaf of share certificates instead of the new sideboard she'd ordered. The following morning, overnight bag in his hand, Jack said goodbye to his father, both of them promising they would meet again soon, both of them knowing that in all likelihood they wouldn't. He'd looked up his father's A to Z over a sparse breakfast that morning, discovering that Dawson Place was only a few steps from Bayswater's underground station. Returning to Victoria would be the quickest and driest way to reach his destination, he reckoned, and through the beginnings of a drizzle that promised to last most of the morning, he ran for the number 27 bus, which would drop him at the station. Jack had considerable doubts that he'd find anyone at Dawson Place, and had prepared a note to leave through the letterbox, asking Vivian's unknown friend to contact Flora at the bookshop. Whether she would was just as doubtful, and Flora might have to wait until Vivian herself turned up at Sam's office again, which, according to Sam, she was certain to do, hungry as she was for information. Some time later, he stood outside the Bayswater address and took in his surroundings. The house was typical of the area, a 4-story, white stucco-fronted property with the apartment he'd been directed to on the ground floor. Crossing his fingers, he rang the bell and almost immediately could uncross them. The door was answered swiftly, as though someone had been waiting for him to ring. The woman framed in the doorway must be the friend, he presumed, though the image she presented hardly chimed with what he'd learned so far of Vivian. At 11 o'clock in the morning, she was still in a dressing gown, her hair straggling wildly over her shoulders, and the remnants of smeared makeup giving her face a patchwork look. "You're not the milkman," she said slowly, seeming to find it difficult to get out her words. "Not last time I looked in the mirror." Jack tried an encouraging smile. "I was hoping he could leave me an extra pint." She peered around the door at the empty road beyond. "He's not here," she said, her eyes glazing. "No, he's not, but I am." "And who are you?" "My name is Jack Carrington. I'm a friend of Sam Mulholland." It was stretching the term friend, but he thought he could get away with it. Just. "He's a solicitor, yes, I know." The woman seemed suddenly to come awake. "Viv never stopped talking about him." She paused. "Or ranting about him, rather. He was cheating her, she said, or conspiring with her husband to cheat. The money was hers, she said, and so on and so on. The thing is, Miss Dunwoody, I need to get in touch with Vivian, and the only address I have for her is here. But clearly, she's no longer living with you." "No, thank the Lord. It was Liberation Day when I shut the door behind her." "Really? Such a diva, Mr. Carrington." She'd remembered his name, so not so dozy after all. This was wrong, that was wrong. I mean, she was living here rent-free after this massive bust-up with her husband. But was she grateful? Not a bit of it. And so mean you wouldn't believe. I don't think she contributed a loaf of bread the whole time she lived here. The quarrel with her husband, it was bad? I'll say it was. She'd refused to move to Hampshire. He was on some kind of training course and was waiting for him to come back to London, to the swanky life she'd made for herself. He was to forget all the cheese nonsense, his rustic pretensions, she called it, and go back to his job in the city. That paid a ton. But then he did just the opposite and blew her plans to smithereens. Sacrificed her future, was what she said. He bought a dairy, would you believe? near the south coast, I think, and decided to be a country bumpkin for good." "And that's when you offered her a room?" Miss Dunwoody kicked at a piece of loose hall carpet. "It wasn't so much that I offered, she just arrived. And my God, was she snappish. Viv is someone for whom life has to be just as she orders."
"Do you know Gilbert Barrow?"
Jack thought it unlikely she would have heard of Gilbert's death, and it could be useful to gather another opinion of the man. "Gilbert is a sweetie." The present tense, he noted. She didn't know he was dead. "I think he really tried to be the husband Viv wanted, but he never measured up. Well, who would have?" "I'm sorry you had such a bad experience." "It taught me one thing, I will say. Be careful who you let into your home. Know who your friends really are." "Did Vivian leave a forwarding address by any chance?" "Of course she did." Miss Dunwoody leaned against the doorpost, her negligee falling open, causing Jack to look swiftly away. "Her ladyship left an address where I'm supposed to post everything that comes for her." "And do you?" Jack asked, intrigued by this glimpse of a very different friendship to the ones his wife enjoyed. "Not on your life! It goes in the bin!" For a moment, he was worried the new address had gone in the bin as well, and apparently it had. "But I remember the address, though. It sounded posh. She's in Brighton, Courtney Close. The house even has a name, Seacrest. She boasted it was near the beach and very exclusive. But then she's found a doctor to pay her bills. That pretty much sums Vivian up." "And this doctor, do you know him?" "I was allowed to meet him when he came to help her move. Ashton, that was his name. Very suave. He looked too wealthy, too polished to be a doctor. Most doctors I've known wear baggy trousers and drive an old banger. Not this one." She paused reminiscently. "What did you say your name was? Jack, wasn't it? Why don't you come in for a drink, Jack? I can do black coffee." "That's very kind," he said hastily, "but I've a train to catch." And leaving Miss Dunwoody looking after him, he made his escape, walking briskly towards the underground station. 16. Saturday morning, and Jack was outside the All's Well as the clock struck 1, ready for their drive to Brighton. Last night, they'd decided it might be fun to picnic on the seafront, even if they had to sit in the Austin and watch the rain lashing the windscreen. In the event, it had stayed dry, though the sky promised little warmth, and when they'd parked close to Hove Promenade, Courtney Close was at the Hove end of town, a chilly wind was blowing off the sea. "We'll stay in the car?" he asked hopefully. Flora glanced through her window at the sea, the waves in a wild dance, throwing themselves at the shingle with abandon. "Definitely the car," she agreed. After a few minutes eating, however, Jack wasn't so sure. He'd bitten into a Nook sausage roll, but then had to retrieve a chunk of pastry that had fallen into his turnip. "I'm thinking this might not be the best idea we've ever had. It's awkward. But still fun." She was battling to open the thermos, but gave him a sunny smile. Clearly, he was not fun, Jack thought morosely, remembering his father's comment a few days ago, but gratefully accepting the cup of tea Flora was handing him. "Have you any idea what you'll say to this woman if we do find her?" The coming encounter, he felt certain, would be anything but fun. "I'll start with ceramics. Make the vase you bought me an excuse for calling, the one from Lily Fairchild's stall." Jack wasn't sure how exactly that would work, but also sure that he'd no wish to sit much longer in a steamed-up car with an irritating heap of pastry crumbs in his lap. Flora finished a last sandwich and packed the thermos away. "Shall we go?" "I think we should." She grabbed her rain hat from the back seat. "Let's go and meet the exotic Vivian, and maybe her exotic boyfriend." Hove Seafront was a miserable contrast. As they emerged from the car, a couple, their arms tightly linked, were fighting their way towards them along the expanse of mown lawn, while below, the pebble beach was utterly deserted. He grimaced at the sight. It should be calmer away from the sea. Flora was trying to sound cheerful, but her words disappeared in the wind that was buffeting the exposed promenade. Once they'd crossed from the seafront to the grand square opposite, it felt calmer, if only slightly. The elegant buttercream Regency townhouses, most now converted into apartments, forming a sheltered cloister. Courtney Close, they discovered, was a narrow turning off the top of the square, a road of small mews houses that had once marked the difference between rich and poor. "Shall I?" Jack asked, when they reached a door marked Seacrest. Flora nodded. "Let's be brave." Bravery, Jack later recalled, was certainly needed. Vivian Barrow, who answered their knock, turning out to be one of the least friendly women he had ever met. Granted, their visit might have seemed an oddity. Jack was still unsure just what talking to the woman would achieve, but common courtesy should have dictated that once Vivian knew they were friends of Sam Mulholland, she asked them to step into the hall. It was a crowded, narrow space he could see, with a bicycle propped against one wall, but still it would have offered some shelter. Instead, she conducted the entire conversation from the doorstep, leaving them as supplicants on the pavement, pummeled by wind and splattered by rain. "We're from Abbeymead," Flora began, "and I believe I saw you buying pottery at a business nearby. From Lily Fairchild's studio." Vivian stared at them, her face a bored mask, and one hand fiddling with the few stray wisps of hair escaped from her chignon. "This is my husband, Jack," Flora pursued, nudging the stoic man beside her. "He bought me a wonderful vase from Lily's stall, the day of the fair at Abbeymead." "Oh, yes!" Now the hand was fluffing the cashmere cardigan she wore. "I was hoping to find a matching pair of posy vases, but I believe that Lily sold the only other one to you, and I was wondering—" "If I have it," the woman cut in abruptly, "you can forget buying it." The glossy red lips closed into a narrow line. "I've absolutely no intention of selling." "Then I'm very sorry we've bothered you. It was Sam Mulholland, who suggested you might be willing to sell." Mentioning Sam was a stroke of genius, Jack acknowledged. "That man!" Vivian almost spat the word. "Take my advice. Never believe a word he says." "But he's a solicitor." Flora was once more playing the innocent, and she did it so well. "A corrupt solicitor," the woman claimed. "Let me tell you," she moved closer, "he's nothing but a thief." "Really?" The innocence was working a treat. "Yes, really. He's plotting to make sure that I never get money that's rightfully mine, money my poor late husband left me." "I'm sorry. I had no idea. And I'm so sorry to learn of your loss." "Oh well, these things happen." Vivian's boredom had returned. Being killed by a giant wheel of cheese wasn't, Jack thought, an event that happened too regularly. "And Mr. Mulholland, does he want the money for himself?" Flora continued. "Possibly, though it's more likely he wants it for that little tart. They're in cahoots, I'm sure of it." Flora gave a theatrical gasp, and Vivian moved closer still. "That's the Fairchild woman, didn't you know? And you think she's honest?" "I admire her work immensely." "Pfft, her work may be well enough, but she stole my husband, and now she wants to steal his money." "That is awful." Vivian adopted a martial pose. "She won't succeed, and neither will Gilbert, whatever he planned. I'll make sure of it." The grieving widow had only ever been ephemeral, and was now no more. "He may have rubbished my life," she continued, "made me lose face with my London friends, and expected I move from a beautiful apartment by the Thames to some leaking hovel in the countryside, but he won't have the last laugh." Vivian's attitude seemed plain enough. No fine judgment was required. She was a woman consumed with anger, bitter and vindictive. Flora was clearly right in wanting to warn Lily Fairchild of possible danger. The girl would be fair game. They should walk away now, he reckoned. Even a stuffy car would be welcome, cold and wet as they were. But Flora wasn't yet ready to walk. "That's a beautiful brooch you're wearing, Mrs. Barrow. A wonderful emerald. You have a true eye for beauty." "I do, don't I?" Vivian preened a little. "Actually, it was Gilbert's choice." And she still wore it, he could see Flora thinking. Perhaps love for her reviled husband hadn't entirely died.
Maybe, she'd hoped, he would eventually see sense and return to the expensive lifestyle they'd previously known. In which case, the presence of another woman in his life must have been a watershed. A huge additional aggravation to the possible loss of money that Vivian considered hers. Gilbert had good taste, I grant you, she was saying, when a man Jack had noticed some way off, battling his way along the mews, stopped outside the house.
"Jonathan!" Vivian exclaimed. "At last! You said you'd be back by 2." So this was Ashton, as sleek and well-dressed as Miss Dunwoody had described.
"Sorry, darling. Got a little caught up."
"These people are just going." Vivian waved a dismissive hand at them. "Apparently, we're leaving," Jack thought, catching sight of Flora's face as she registered the rudeness.
"She wants to buy my posy vase, but I'm not selling."
"If you don't want to sell that particular vase, maybe you can do a deal on something else," he grunted.
"My house is overflowing with the stuff." It was Sam Mulholland who told my wife she might persuade Mrs. Barrow to sell. Do you know him? It was Jack's turn to uncover what he could. Mulholland? Sick of hearing the name. Sick of hearing Barrow's name, too. Ashton pushed past them, taking the front steps 2 at a time, stripping off his gloves as he did. "Put the kettle on, old girl," he said, arriving at Vivian's side. "I'm perished." "Did you know Mr. Barrow?" Jack continued, undeterred that Ashton's hand, red from cold he saw, had begun to close the front door. "No, and I didn't want to. Viv left him an age ago, but since the man died, I've heard nothing but Barrow, Barrow, Barrow. The police bothering us night and day. They have good reason, a murder investigation. They're looking for a killer. Nothing to do with us, Gov," he said mockingly, "unless the chap's left Viv the money she's due." "Perhaps, or perhaps he left it elsewhere." Flora beamed up at him. "As you say, Mrs. Barrow left her husband some time ago, and just as she moved on, so did Gilbert. He had a new person in his life, I believe, a person he might want to remember." Jack obeyed the squeeze on his hand, and together with Flora turned to go, but not before seeing the scowl on Ashton's face. "What a horrible pair," Flora said as they struggled back to the car. "Utterly callous." He grasped her hand more tightly. Callous, certainly, and both more than happy to inherit from the unfortunate Gilbert. Jack was about to park the Sunday joint in the oven, Flora hovering close by with a tray of potatoes for roasting, when the telephone rang. "You go," she said. "I'll finish this." "Jack," the voice chirruped as he lifted the receiver. "Good to find you in." It was Arthur Bellaby on the line, but why his agent should imagine he'd be anywhere but home on a Sunday morning was a puzzle. It was one that Jack didn't pursue, however, slightly concerned that Arthur had phoned at what was an unusual time. "It's about the book," his agent said. "The one you've just sent in." "Yes?" He was beginning to dislike the sound of this conversation. "I've read it. Read it twice, in fact. I was hoping I might like it better the second time." Jack's spirits sank. "But you didn't?" "No, sorry, old chap. Actually, it's not so much I didn't like it as—" Arthur struggled to find the words. "It's more that it doesn't make a good follow-up to No Time to Die, and that's what we're after." Jack was silent, trying to absorb the unwelcome news. "Maybe," Arthur said, obviously uncomfortable and trying for a more cheerful note, "we can find a different publisher for the book. But later. Right now, perhaps a rethink? The same characters, but a new plot, one that dovetails more neatly with No Time to Die." He had worked on the book for weeks and knew it was good. Damn good, he reckoned, though it didn't fit some predetermined slot the publisher had in mind. Jack said as much, while trying not to sound needy. "I understand," Arthur soothed, "but the problem is, Jack, that I'm pretty sure I can't sell it to the publisher we were hoping for, at least in its present form, and we shouldn't forget they've been pretty good so far.
a great advance, decent royalties, and some lucrative foreign rights sales. I'd have to do the rounds again, submit to a host of new editors, and you know how long that can take. Then it will have to take whatever time. I'm not prepared to give up on it, Arthur, even if you are. No, nothing like that, old chap. You've been with me for years, and a little disappointment here and there means nothing. Writing is a roller coaster. We both know that. But I'm thinking that while I'm trotting around town searching for our new editor, what are you going to live on? That's a bit dramatic. Royalties are still coming in, and Flora has an income from the All's Well. The bookshop, Arthur's tone signaled clearly that in his view, the All's Well was hardly going to provide a living. The royalties are dwindling, he warned. I know, Jack heard himself growing snappy. That's what happens to writers. Like you say, a roller coaster. It doesn't have to be, that's my point. You have an offer on the table, don't forget. One that could make you a nice little sum and all expenses paid. You're talking sphinxes again? That's right, the Egypt book. Today could be our last chance to agree. How about it? Jack felt a crushing disappointment, a crushing disillusionment, that a book he thought, he knew, was one of the best he'd ever written had been pushed to one side. There was fear, too, that Arthur had spoken truly. They were facing a threat to their income at a time when their outgoings were likely to increase. Tomorrow they would move to the schoolhouse, and a day he'd been looking forward to had, in an instant, been transformed into a possible millstone. He felt trapped, pressured, barricaded. How to act? Okay, he said, I'll do it. There was total silence at the other end of the line. That's a yes? It's a yes, he said recklessly. Just send me the contract to sign. When he walked back into the kitchen, Flora looked an inquiry. Arthur, he said shortly. On a Sunday? Apparently. He should tell Flora what he'd agreed, but he couldn't. She'd been the one to urge him to consider the Egypt book, but that was before they had bought the schoolhouse, before they had made plans together that involved a very different future. Suddenly, he had to get out of the cottage, out of the cage he'd built for himself. The coming disruption to their lives, just as it was settling into a new and wonderful rhythm, felt overwhelming. I have to go out, he said, and snatching up his car keys, he was through the front door before Flora had recovered from her astonishment. He drove along Greenway Lane and into the countryside without the slightest idea of where he was going. By the time he'd passed the infamous lay-by, then Kettler's farm, he had calmed sufficiently to give himself a definite direction. He would seek out Lily Fairchild's pottery. After their encounter with Vivian Barrow, he'd expected Flora to visit Lily and offer the warning both she and Sam felt necessary. But she hadn't. Time had caught up with her, and before either of them had realized, the house move was on their doorstep. Between frantically packing the last of their chattels and working a full day at the All's Well, Flora simply hadn't had the time. Willie was unlikely to be working on a Sunday, and in any case, Flora would want to speak to her personally, but he could familiarize himself with the girl's location and the pottery where she worked. In future, it might prove important, and if she should be there, it wouldn't hurt to talk to her again. Check whether his first impression of her had been misleading. He'd found her terse and uncomfortably brittle, but that had been the day after Gilbert had died, the man she'd hoped to marry. The fact that she had continued to sell at the fair said something of her resilience and her resolution. The Fairfield farm was on the Bramber Road, only a few miles out of Abbeymead, so that in less than a quarter of an hour he'd arrived at the pottery. Like Gilbert's creamery, it had once been a barn, in this case, larger and older than at Kettler's farm. Since its original agricultural use, the building had acquired shutters, painted a deep blue and with floral curtains to match. A homely touch. He was about to park the Austin opposite the main door when he caught sight of a figure disappearing behind the barn. A small figure, a woman's, but certainly not Lily Fairchild's. Swiftly, he climbed out of the car and walked round to the rear of the barn, but there was no one in sight. Whoever had been lurking on the premises had disappeared. Turning back, He'd take a closer look at the pottery, he thought. As long as he could see through its curtained windows, he heard a sound. A loud choking coming from inside the building. Breaking into a run, he rushed back to the pottery door, knowing instinctively that the figure he'd glimpsed had meant nothing good. But when he pushed the door open, he came to a halt. He was surprised, puzzled. Nothing unusual met his eyes, but what had he expected? Nothing to see. But to hear? That choking sound, again. He walked further into the barn, beyond the area that functioned as a shop, and through an open doorway to his right, noticing the tools of Lily's trade: a kiln, a potter's wheel, a slab roller. Pausing in the open doorway, he scanned the equipment. It appeared untouched, but once more he heard choking and now a deep rattle. Propelling himself past the kiln and the wheel, it was Lily Fairchild that he found, hanging grimly to a porcelain sink, her body heaving as though she were about to vomit. And now Jack began to feel nauseous too, faint and dazed and his head swimming, despite a small window open on the far wall. What the hell was this? I need to get outside, he told himself. Need to get the girl outside. He grabbed at her hand and she tried to take it, but her palm felt clammy and limp, and he had to use considerable force to pull her close, supporting her beneath her arms. Slowly, very slowly, they made for the door, Jack's legs feeling as though they carried 100 weight of concrete, and his head so muzzy he was finding it difficult even to see the doorway. But now they were in the shop, and only a short way to stagger before they would breathe in fresh air. A sudden wave of heat, a massive whoosh speeding through the air, stopped him in his tracks. A pillar of fire had leapt to the ceiling and was blocking their way. He tried to concentrate. How to get past? Somehow he had to. Lily was still choking and his own lungs beginning to burn when a second tower of fire erupted in their faces. For an instant, the girl appeared to regain full consciousness, pointing a wavering hand to a horizontal stack of canisters? It was these that were exploding, one by one. A numbness had joined his burning lungs, but Jack would not be beaten. He had to get them out before any more of those devil cylinders made it impossible. Surely, just a few more yards. By now, Lily had again relapsed into unconsciousness, her comatose body feeling heavier by the minute. But somehow, he dragged the girl those last few inches, through the open doorway and into the clear air of the farmyard, to be met face-on by a solid block of a man. Several other men, too, were running towards the barn, he saw vaguely, fire extinguishers in their hands. "Look after her, Gaffer," one of them panted. "We'll sort the fire." "My poor love!" The burly man had taken Lily from him and was cuddling her close. Her father, Jack presumed hazily. Scooping the girl up into his arms, Mr. Fairchild bore her off towards the farmhouse. "Bloody dangerous stuff, that liquid gas," one of the men muttered, and, ignoring Jack, hammered the fire extinguisher in the general direction of the conflagration. Jack crept away, unnoticed. His lungs still hurt, and a deadly insensitivity had taken hold of his limbs. He thought he might be sick at any moment, but he made it back to the Austin and sat for some while, his window open and breathing in the cool air. For now, Lily Fairchild was safe, but whatever warning Flora and Sam had been planning, it had come too late. 18. Flora had been startled by Jack's abrupt departure and badly alarmed at his sudden change of mood. She'd run after him, but, at the front door, seen him drive off in the Austin, away from the village, and traveling too fast for the narrow country lane. An hour of extreme worry followed, an hour of imagining what horrors might befall him in his present mood. Even when he'd returned, still in one piece, her alarm hadn't lessened. When he'd walked into the kitchen, he had looked ill, his face gray and perspiration dotting his forehead. Flora switched off the oven. Sunday lunch would be postponed. She had to get to the bottom of what exactly was going on. And more, what had happened to Jack to leave him looking so unwell? He sat down at the kitchen table and told her, beginning with a kiss on the lips and an apology. I'm sorry I flew off like that. It was sheer frustration. Anger, too, I guess. Arthur doesn't want the book. The book you've just sent him? She was incredulous. But it was good. I read it. The best you've ever written. But not what he wants or thinks he can sell, Jack added glumly. Not to the same publisher, at least. He wants me to think of replotting it. That's crazy! Flora slipped into the seat opposite. Not in Arthurland, it isn't. Or he'll have a go at finding a home for it later, but meantime, he needs a book he can definitely sell. I'm sorry, Jack. She reached across the table to take his hands. What a miserable phone call to take. You still look quite ill, she ventured. He gave a feeble grin. I can't blame that on Arthur. That was something quite other. But I'm desperately thirsty. What have we got? A glass of beer, perhaps? Although it should be water. A beer will be perfect. It will help me to tell my tale. And it is quite a tale. And so it was that over a half pint of pale ale, Jack related his adventures at the Fairchild farm. The pottery was set on fire? Flora was open-mouthed. It was canisters that were burning. One of the chaps who came running to help said something about liquid gas. That must be to fire the kiln. I guess so, but they must have sprung a leak somehow because the atmosphere in that place was toxic. I found Lily very ill and near to fainting. She's okay, though? She'll do. Her father is looking after her. But the fire, how did it happen? I was trying to drag her out of the pottery and into fresh air when suddenly one of the cylinders went up in flames, then another followed, then another. Does liquid gas combust spontaneously? It does, if someone throws a match, he said dryly. Flora stared at him. I think that's what must have happened. I noticed a small window on the far wall. It was open, and a lighted match could have easily been tossed through. But there was no one to toss it. There was, possibly. He took a gulp of beer. Someone was in the farmyard when I got there, lurking behind the barn that houses the pottery. Before I had a chance to swoop, though, they'd whisked themselves away. And if you're going to ask me who it was, I've no idea. No idea at all? Jack ummed. From the shape of the figure, it was probably a woman, a well-built woman. But then it could have been a dumpy man, so not too helpful. Does anyone we know fit that description? Vivian is tall and thin, and Chalmers is hardly a butterball. Jack shook his head, and there was silence while he drained his glass. Although, he murmured, I've heard a similar description from Timpson, the landlord. And he was talking about B. Fincham, who happens to be yet another claimant for whatever property Gilbert has left. Indeed. So if it was her, what was she doing there? Despite the interrupted cooking, Sunday lunch turned out surprisingly well. Flora was glad to see that roast beef, roast potatoes, and vegetables, followed by apple and blackberry pie, had left Jack looking a good deal healthier, and, once the last piece of china was washed and dried, she suggested he spend a quiet afternoon sorting the cache of papers that currently filled the floor of the second bedroom. Since their marriage, the room had functioned as Jack's office, descending slowly into what Flora thought as organized disorder. In less than a day, the removal men would be on the doorstep, and none too pleased to have a pile of loose paper to shift. At the schoolhouse, Jack would have a proper office, a much bigger space that looked out onto the beautiful rear garden. A space he would soon fill, she was sure. While Jack took himself off to sort, she busied herself in packing the remaining glassware and china, careful to exclude the few items they would need for tea this evening and for breakfast early tomorrow morning. The All's Well would be closed all week. Flora had taken the drastic decision, and was glad now that she had. Rose might have finished her job at the post office, but she would be as busy moving into the cottage as they would be moving into the schoolhouse. And Hector could offer his wife only a small amount of help, his work at the Priory taking priority. The two of them had already visited several times, Hector's ancient Hillman bulging with a clutch of suitcases and items from their flat that were particularly precious. Several lamps, a decagramophone with a stack of the new vinyl records, a sewing table that Rose had long coveted and finally afforded, and cushions she'd hand-embroidered. With their own possessions largely packed, the cottage had begun to look very bare, and Flora, though she'd never thought it, had felt glad she was leaving. It was as though the spirit of the cottage, of her Aunt Violet and of herself as a young child, had drifted through the windows and slowly dissolved. Time to move on, she thought. Rose and Hector would create their own spirit, a new spirit to invigorate an old house. For the last week, there had been heavy rainfall along the south coast, at times bringing with it severe flooding. Flora had prayed hard that their moving day would remain dry, but when she looked out of her bedroom window just after 7 that morning, she realized her prayers were unlikely to be answered. The rain wasn't just falling, but sheeting across the back garden, and when she went downstairs and looked through the sitting room window, Greenway Lane seemed almost afloat. The 2 removal lorries, one massive, one more moderately proportioned, squelched their way up the lane, just as Jack had brought the last box down from his office. "I'm taking these in the Austin, too important to leave to chance. Is the kitchen clear?" "Yes, all done. We're ready." They were well prepared, and Flora was thankful. If today's supervisor was the one they'd met earlier, they would be coping with a difficult character for most of the day. Jack was already at the front door, she saw, greeting several of the men as they tramped wetly up the red brick path. Pushing past Flora, they bounded up the stairs, and 2 minutes later, the first of their bedroom furniture was making its way to the van. It would be very wet furniture by the time it reached the schoolhouse bedroom, she feared. Another 2 men had begun to shift armchairs, one of them Violet's favorite, and suddenly the sitting room had become even barer. And so it begins, she thought, trying not to mind too much, trying not to dwell on the emptiness, the keen loss she felt. This cottage had been a haven, working its magic on a frightened, bereft child. A 6-year-old who'd one day been met from school to be told she no longer had a home, no longer had a mother or a father, only Aunt Violet and this small cottage in the depths of Sussex. No wonder she'd clung to it so vehemently. But now was not the time to succumb to melancholy. The cottage would remain, Rose and Hector would be its guardians, but for Jack and herself, a new life beckoned, a life she needed to embrace. In the event, the move went as well as it could, everyone and everything becoming thoroughly drenched, but at least arriving safely at the schoolhouse and left, more or less, in the correct rooms. Looking around the house, after Jack had tipped the men goodbye, too generously, Flora had thought, she was immensely glad she'd decided to shut the all's well until next week. There was so much to do, and such a big house. The unaccustomed space was making her dizzy. She felt Jack's hands on her shoulders as she stood by the French doors, looking out on the bedraggled garden. Relax, it will all get done. Eventually. He knew exactly what she was thinking. I'll have to make the bed at least, and unpack some china. You do the bed, and I'll sort the china, but after that, we are going to relax. R-E-L-A-X, he spelt out in capital letters. And when Flora finally discovered the bed linen, why had she stored it in a suitcase? And wearily fitted sheets and blankets, she walked down the stairs to find him waving a bottle of champagne at her. I've arranged some snacks on the dining table, and we're going to sit down and enjoy. They had a dining table? Of course, Ambrose Finch, the previous owner, had left behind a rather beautiful piece of mahogany, having bought new for his apartment in Chelsea. What a feast, she exclaimed, walking into the dining room. They had a dining room, too, and seeing a spread of small bites and canapes. I couldn't find a clean tablecloth, but the one we had at breakfast will do? More than do. It's brilliant. Thank you, Jack. I thought we should have a small celebration. We should. For your birthday? We still haven't celebrated, and I can't let you reach the grand age of 40 without marking it in some way. A toast to my 40th, if you like. But first, we must celebrate today. Think, Flora, we're here in the schoolhouse. It's proud owners. Then we should plan a bigger celebration, later. A housewarming with everyone invited. It would be another homecoming, but this time without the tragedy. That's for much later, Jack said firmly, pouring her a glass of champagne.
Here's to the days ahead, he raised his glass. This house has known its share of darkness, that's for sure, but from now on, the light will shine. Their glasses clinked, and Flora had reached for a mushroom vol au vent, Kate's, she recognized, when the doorbell rang. "Our first visitor," she exclaimed, "and one that can go away." Jack strode out of the room with a determined look on his face. Flora heard the front door being opened and then the sound of voices floating along the hallway. It didn't sound as though their visitor was going anywhere. When Jack reappeared, she saw from his face that there was still darkness dogging this house. A figure was at his shoulder. Charlie? It was Charlie Teague who had followed her husband into the room. "Charlie has some bad news, Flora." She put down the half-eaten canapé, searching the boy's face for a clue. "I went to the cottage, but you'd gone. There was no one there." Hector and Rose were evidently running late. "What's your news, Charlie?" "It's Mrs. Jenner, see? She's in St. Luke's." Flora rushed forward. "Alice is in hospital?" "That's right. She was kinda ill in the kitchen, after lunch it was, and Miss Jenner called the ambulance and they took her off." Flora's face was a pale sheet. "When you say she fell ill, how exactly?" "I dunno exactly. She was doin' this sauce and she let out a kinda groan and then collapsed on the floor. And them tiles are pretty hard. Maybe she broke something." "Jack, we have to go." Jack had already picked up the Austins' keys. "They may not let us see her," he warned. "What if it's her heart? What if—" "There's no point in torturing yourself with what-ifs. We'll find out. Let's go. And Charlie, thanks for coming by." Charlie had been eyeing the spread on the table. "You leavin' all that?" "Take what you fancy," he said hastily, "but we need to go now." Charlie crammed a cheese spiral between his lips and stuffed several vol au vents into his pocket before saying through a full mouth, "Hope she's okay, Mrs. J. She's a bit of a dragon sometimes, but she's all right. She looks after people." "She does," Flora said, a small shake in her voice. "But from now on, it must be us looking after her." Sally was in the waiting room when they arrived at the hospital, having accompanied her aunt in the ambulance, but met their anxious inquiries with a shake of her head. She knew no more than Charlie had already told them. "I think it must be her heart," she said, her face a mask of worry. "But the doctors haven't spoken to me yet." And the doctors didn't for another excruciating 2 hours, while the three of them waited and worried and hoped. Conversation had dried up long before a catering assistant brought them tea and a plate of biscuits, which nobody felt like eating. "You don't think," Sally began, when she'd consulted her watch for the 10th time, "you don't think that—" She couldn't bring herself to spell out the awful possibility she had in mind. They all had in mind, Flora knew, as the minutes ticked by. The thought was unbearable. To lose Alice, her aunt's dearest friend, would be like losing Violet all over again. When a doctor finally appeared and walked towards them, they rose to their feet as one, as though somehow a show of togetherness would bolster the ailing woman. "Miss Jenner?" "Yes," Sally said quickly, "and these are my friends, my aunt's friends, Mr. and Mrs. Carrington." The doctor nodded at them. "I'm pleased to tell you that Mrs. Jenner," he gave her the honorary title, "is comfortable. We've admitted her to a ward, and we'd like to keep her for a few days." "My aunt, she's not seriously ill." "No broken bones, but she's not a well woman, Miss Jenner. Her heart is doing things it shouldn't, but hopefully we can correct that. We'll be monitoring her while she's here. She needs rest, plenty of it." Sally's face was expressionless, though Flora had no difficulty in translating. It was what the girl had been telling her aunt for some time, but that Alice had refused to accept. "May I see her?" she asked.
10 minutes only, and just you, I'm afraid." He turned to Flora. "Tomorrow, maybe?" "We'll telephone and come if it's okay. Sally, please give her our love." Sally gave them both a swift hug. "You know I will," and was gone, following the doctor into the depths of the hospital. For a long time, driving back to Abbeymead, they were silent, and it wasn't until Jack turned into the high street that Flora said, "Maybe, just maybe, Alice will accept now that she needs to work less." Be a part-time cook? It would mean giving up her position heading the Priory kitchen. On the other hand, it could mean staying alive. "Let's hope she realizes that," Jack said lightly as he drove through the schoolhouse arch and parked the car. Inside, he took their coats and threw them over the banister. A temporary measure. They'd not yet unearthed the coat stand they'd brought from the cottage. Flora looked at the packing boxes lining what should be a spacious hall and felt tired. "Not tonight," Jack said, reading her mind. "Unpacking will have to wait. Instead, why don't we go back to our feast, or what Charlie has left of it?" "I don't know if I can eat a thing." Flora was despondent. "I'm so sorry. This evening hasn't worked out how you hoped." "Not quite." He pulled a face. "But we do still have the champagne. A trifle flat now, but there's bound to be a few bubbles to cheer us up." The champagne wasn't the only thing that was flat, Flora thought to herself, but for Jack's sake she must try to recover. Really, she should telephone Rose at the cottage and check that all had gone well with their move, and at the same time tell Hector, if he didn't already know, that Alice wouldn't be at the Priory tomorrow. There were problems ahead, a battalion of them, soldiers lining up to do battle in Flora's mind. Without Alice, Hector would have to take over as head chef, which meant that Charlie would be given more of Hector's work, which meant that he'd no longer be available for the Friday evening deliveries. And that, in turn, meant suspending them entirely, or returning to doing them herself. There was no disguising the fact. Their new life at the schoolhouse had got off to a bad start. Ambrose Finch had felt the house had suffered a misplaced curse, the death of its previous owner being a blight it hadn't deserved. He'd set out to change things, to banish tragedy and bring happiness, but he'd failed. The curse had beaten him, it seemed. Would they fail too? They mustn't, Flora vowed, taking the glass of champagne Jack had poured for her and trying hard to smile. 19. An early telephone call to the hospital the following morning left them feeling more cheerful. Alice had passed a comfortable night, they were told, and would be allowed to see 1 or 2 visitors this afternoon, although for a short time only. Promising they would be at St. Luke's at 3 o'clock, they once more began the unpacking, and with a lot more energy than they'd expected. They had unloaded 6 boxes, their contents in varying stages of finding a home, when a ring on the doorbell had Jack abandon the pile of books he was carrying to greet Lily Fairchild and usher her into the kitchen. "You'll have to excuse the mess," he said, pulling out a chair for her. "Please, I can see you're very busy and I'm sorry to call, but I had to come. I won't stay long, though. I'm here to say thank you for rescuing me yesterday." Jack suppressed a grin. "I'm not sure about the rescue. Those 3 beefy-looking chaps did the important stuff. But you got to me when I was feeling too sick to move. It was awful. I knew I had to get out of the pottery, but I felt so ill. And then the fire. I can't bear to think what might have happened if you hadn't dragged me clear." "Then don't think. Blot it from your mind." It's what he and Flora had done these last few days, he realized with a start, blotting from their minds the investigation into Gilbert Barrow's death. The house move and Alice's illness had deflected them, allowing the attack on Lily to fade into the background and Flora's confrontation with the foothold trap to be almost forgotten. Yet the culprit was still out there and still threatening them, Jack had no doubt. How best, then, to get back on track? Questioning Lily Fairchild, maybe, while he had her full attention? "I imagine the pottery is a mess," he began. "The place looks horrendous, though luckily most of my pots have survived. Dad and the men managed to put the fire out before it reached the shop, but the inside of the barn will have to be stripped down, then replastered and repainted before it's usable again. And you? Are you feeling as bad as the barn? She gave a small smile. Not quite. I'm still a little groggy, but I could be a great deal worse. Have you any idea, he asked cautiously, how those canisters came to leak? Oh yes, we know now. The safety caps had been removed, and as the cylinders were stored horizontally, the liquid, it just dripped out. And before you ask, I've no idea who could have removed the caps, or who started the fire. Someone who doesn't much like you? It appears you have an enemy, like Gilbert. Lily clasped her hands together, but her fingers were unstill. Perhaps for the same reason, too, she said dully. Gil was successful at what he did, and was poised to be an even greater success. I've grown the pottery into a viable business. People can be jealous. So jealous they're prepared to kill? It was impossible to keep the skepticism from his voice. It's happened before, and don't forget that we'd found happiness together as well as professional success. That can be an even greater cause for jealousy. I remember you talking to me of Gilbert, telling me how much you shared. We were made for each other, Lily said simply. Gil was all I've ever wanted, and I know he felt the same. With me, he'd found a happiness that would last after the nightmare of his marriage. His wife, Vivian Barrow, had moved on. Jack was unsure what Lily really knew of the woman. Flora felt it her duty to disclose to the girl the identity of her best customer, but it was always possible that Lily had already worked it out for herself. Gil told me she'd found herself a boyfriend. Lily was dismissive, but it didn't seem to make her any happier. She stayed furious with Gil that he dared to find another love. She really hated to see him prospering.
Gilbert and I had a wonderful future together, but she did all she could to split us up. How, exactly? She refused to divorce him, to do it amicably. Gil had plowed every penny he had into the creamery. He'd saved hardly anything from his years in the city. Too many parties, theater trips, meals out, and he'd had to negotiate a large loan to buy the place, and with strict repayment dates. Vivian threatened that if he dared to file for divorce, she'd take everything he owned. She had brought nothing to the marriage, yet she felt entitled to claim everything from him. She would have destroyed his business and made him bankrupt. So he never actually asked for a divorce? He was worried. Lily sounded defensive. I understood, of course I did, but sometimes it felt that he was putting his work before me. How ironic, Jack thought. It was the complaint his wife had made when Gilbert had resigned from his city job and begun making cheese. I couldn't blame him, Lily went on. I hated that we couldn't marry, but I understood why. It was Vivian Barrow's doing, and now she's trying to harm me, even though I'm no danger to her. You think it might have been Vivian who attacked you yesterday? If it was, I didn't see her. She shook her head. I really don't know who it was, but I'm on my guard now. Gil's cousin came to see me just before the incident, and she warned me. His cousin? Bea Fincham. Do you know her? Jack stared at her. It seemed that Fincham had been the fleeing figure he'd seen. I don't know her, but when was that? He asked quietly, still trying to absorb the news. Just before I began to feel so ill. Miss Fincham showed me a picture of Vivian. Gil refused to keep any photographs of her, and it was the woman who's been buying my pottery these last few months. Bea told me how vindictive the woman was. Well, I knew that, and how I should be wary of her. She's on the warpath, Bea said, furious because she thinks Gilbert changed his will before he died and left his wife with nothing. And did he, do you know? The girl shook her head. Not a clue. Bea hinted that he'd changed it in my favor, but I've no idea if that's true. Until probate is granted, we're in limbo. The solicitor, he's a Mr. Mulholland, has said we must wait until Gil is buried and probate granted, and that won't happen until the police release his body. She sat for a while, staring at the kitchen cupboards, but saying nothing.
Jack had hoped Flora might make an appearance, but his wife had chosen to be least in sight. "I must go," Lily said, jumping suddenly to her feet. "I mustn't keep you any longer. But if I'm to accuse anyone of trying to destroy my pottery, it will be Vivian Barrow." "She's a good bet, I agree." Jack got up from his chair in a more leisurely fashion. "But the will," he said at the doorway. "Wouldn't Bea Fincham be just as furious about it? If she's Gilbert's only living relative, she must expect to inherit herself." "I don't think she really cares. She did go to court about it one time, but now she's let it go. She doesn't want Gil's money." "Really?" Jack's skepticism was now unmistakable. This was the woman who had taken Barrow to court over the money, not once, but twice, according to Timpson, no doubt incurring a ton of legal expenses. What had been said in court, he wondered. A troll through the county court records might prove enlightening. "She needs money, I know," Lily said, her tone protective. "She runs a delicatessen in Brighton that's not doing well. Bea was quite honest about it, and about asking Gilbert for help before he died. He made her a promise, I believe, and maybe he made sure she'll benefit in some way when the will is finally read. But she's obtained a loan now from elsewhere, and not in any pressing need." "Did she mention where the loan was coming from?" "Oh, yes. Like I say, she was completely honest. She's borrowed it from a man called Chalmers. He works for the dairy that was trying to buy Gil out." "Why on earth would Chalmers lend her money?" Jack exclaimed without thinking. "Honestly, I've no idea, but it's made her happy." "Bea Fincham was the only person anywhere near the pottery when the fire started. You've no suspicion that it might have been her?" Lily looked startled. "But why would it be? She came to warn me about someone who really does mean me harm." Jack nodded, but the unspoken question remained. Why, if the figure he'd seen had been Bea, had she run away the minute he'd arrived? Their visit to the hospital that afternoon was brief but reassuring. Although looking frail, Alice sounded cheerful and quite convinced she would be home tomorrow. Too cheerful, in Jack's view, talking as she did of the recipe she'd found in a magazine a nurse had given her, of when she would be back in the kitchen, of how she had no intention of leaving her niece in a pickle. "It's going to be difficult," Flora said heavily as they walked back to the Austen. "She's not going to give in. She's not going to accept she has a problem." "Give it time. Leave it to the doctors to talk to her." Jack had a lively appreciation of what would ensue if Flora tried her own persuasion. "You really think they'll convince her to let go?" "If they're brutal enough. Alice sounds well, but she doesn't look as though she's exactly raring to go, so perhaps it's all words." Flora shook her head. "It won't be. It's going to be a fight to make her see sense." She said no more until, sliding into the passenger seat, she broke the silence. "At least you look better today, and Lily Fairchild seemed fit enough. I caught a glimpse of her when you were talking together in the kitchen." "I noticed you played least in sight," Jack smiled. "Only because I thought you'd discover more if you talked to her alone." "Well, I didn't. She's no idea who tampered with the gas canisters or who set light to the pottery." "But we have a pretty good idea?" Flora turned to face him. "You're talking of Bea Fincham? She was my #1 suspect," he said thoughtfully. "And now?" "After talking to Lily, I'm not so sure. The woman was at the pottery specifically to warn Lily that she could be in danger from Vivian Barrow. It might be the warning was simply a cover for Bea's presence at the pottery, a way of deflecting responsibility. But there are other excuses she could have found for being there. And wouldn't a warning be the last thing she'd want to pass on if she believed Lily was an enemy, a possible beneficiary of Gilbert's, and likely to inherit the chunk of money Bea feels is rightly hers? Wouldn't she be happy for Vivienne to run riot and do her worst? Jack drove slowly out of the hospital car park, turning into the road that led back to Abbeymead. "In any case," he added, "Fincham now has the money she needs to keep her shop going." "But from Reggie Chalmers, you said, in the form of a loan. That's crazy." Crazy or not, it has to alter the way we've been thinking. He drummed fingers on the steering wheel. I should tell Ridley, except it's nothing more than hearsay and may not be reliable. Lily told me that B. Fincham told her, and so on. Perhaps I should brave another talk with Chalmers. And if he denies he gave her a loan, or won't talk about it at all? Then I'll tell Ridley what we've heard, and he'll have to decide whether or not to follow it up.
I meant to phone him about the attack on Miss Fairchild, but there was Alice to see, and the house looking a mess, and you should phone him when we get back. Tell him about Lily and her suspicions that Vivian is to blame. It might persuade him to look more closely at Mrs. Barrow.
Glad you rang, the inspector said, before Jack had begun to tell his story. Got something to show you, something we found in Barrow's cottage when we did our search. You'll have to make it to Brighton, though. We're up to our eyes here. Jack wasn't entranced at the idea of a visit to Brighton, but it sounded important. What have you found exactly? How does blackmail sound to you? A letter? Quite a nice one if you're a connoisseur of blackmail notes. Addressed to Gilbert Barrow? The same. Threatening to ruin his business by spreading stories that he was a thief, that he'd stolen his recipes unless, of course, he'd like to pay a few £100. And you've no idea who wrote it?
None at all, he said cheerfully, but you might.
Jack very much doubted it and was about to say so when Ridley continued. You don't need to come to the station. We can meet in a pub. I'll be glad of an excuse to get out of this place. He would have far preferred to speak to the inspector at the police station. A Brighton pub would be noisy and crowded, and no more comfortable than the Cross Keys, probably less, but he agreed to meet Alan Ridley the following evening at one of Brighton's most well-known drinking places, the King and Queen. It's in Marlborough Place, a 5-minute walk for me, but you'll find it easy enough. Flora had overheard the conversation and pulled a face when he came off the phone. Another pub date? You can laugh. I have to drink the beer and eat pork scratchings. Such a tragedy. It's more of a tragedy that Ridley is hoping I'll look at a note his team have found at Gilbert Barrow's cottage, a blackmail note, and know immediately who wrote it. If it's a demand for money, it shouldn't be too difficult to come up with a shortlist. How many people were after Gilbert's money? However few suspects, we've nothing to compare with the letter found by Ridley's men. I can't put my hand on a thing that Chalmers has written, nor Lily, nor Vivian Barrow, not to mention the Fincham woman. You could be wrong there. Jack had begun to chop carrots for the casserole Flora was making for supper, but at those words he stopped chopping. We do know of something that B. Fincham wrote, Flora said. Remember the begging letter she sent to Harry Barnes? I could ask to borrow it. Harry will have thrown it away, or if he hasn't, Evelyn will have. It's possible, but Harry was a shrewd businessman before he retired, and he may have kept the letter in case he had more trouble with B. Jack considered the proposition. Could we ask him in the morning? I'll walk up to Pelham Lodge first thing. It will be a good excuse to escape all these boxes. 20. The King and Queen pub was a very different hostelry from the Cross Keys, a sprawling mock Tudor edifice dominated by two enormous plaster figures, George III and, Jack presumed, his queen, Charlotte, in whose reign the pub, once a farmhouse, had been built. The principal bar, where he was to meet Ridley, carried on the royal theme. Built in the style of a nobleman's hall, it was flanked by a paved courtyard and, floating above, a minstrel's gallery accessed by a grand oak staircase. The bar was already heaving when Jack pushed through the swing doors. On one side of the room, a group of rugby supporters were engaged in loud argument, and on the other, a coachload of somewhat bewildered tourists were studying the array of bottles that filled shelves stretching from wall to wall. He stood just inside the doorway for several minutes before he spotted Ridley waving at him from the minstrel's gallery. Upstairs, it was quieter, only a few punters having found their way to this more secluded space. Here, The inspector pushed a pint glass of beer across the table. Thought I'd get the first round in. Jack hoped it would be the last as well as the first. Ridley had found a quieter place to talk, but the racket from below was deafening. "What's your news, then? Spill the beans." The inspector took a long drink of beer, and Jack spilled them, telling Ridley of his visit to Lily Fairchild's pottery and the disaster he'd met there. "Though it could have been much worse," he finished. "Lily could have died, and the pottery destroyed before the farmer's men arrived with fire extinguishers. But you it was who saved the day. A rescuing hero, Jack," the inspector observed slyly. "Something I'd no wish for, have no wish for." He sat back in his chair, glad to have passed on what had to be important information. For a long while, Ridley said nothing. Absorbing his news? Jack wondered. "Has there been much progress at your end?" he asked, breaking the silence. "Enough for Flora and me to step down and save ourselves from more trouble? We've a short list of suspects, like you," he said heavily. "And this blackmail note could narrow the list further, offer the one clue we need to nail our busy little murderer. We can only hope. Here, take a look." Jack took the note the police had found, at the same time producing from his pocket a pair of reading glasses. From the other pocket, he brought out the letter that Bea had sent to Harry Barnes. Flora had found it difficult to convince Harry to loan the note and had spent some time this morning at Pelham Lodge, having braved the Barnes' big black guard dogs in persuading him. He'd been certain it would lead to more trouble, grumbling that he wished he'd destroyed the damn thing. Eventually, of course, Flora's appeal to his better nature had won. First Jack, then the inspector, studied the 2 single sheets of paper lying side by side. "There's a definite similarity," Ridley said. "What do you think?" Jack peered again at the handwriting and nodded. "I agree. It's likely that Bea Fincham wrote your blackmail note, maybe at the same time as she sent this letter to Harry Barnes." The inspector grimaced. "Keeping her options open? Thanks for this, Jack." He tucked the letter Jack had brought into his breast pocket. "Tell Mr. Barnes he can have it back, eventually. Meanwhile, I'll get Harrison to contact the handwriting expert we've used in the past. She'll need to be sure it's the same hand. She could well have to testify in court." "There's one more thing, Alan. The figure I mentioned on the telephone, the figure I glimpsed running away minutes before I found Lily. It was only a swift impression, but when I said I thought it could be Bea Fincham, I haven't changed my mind. I've made a note of it, though it's a pity you can't be certain. A positive sighting from a witness, plus a blackmail note authenticated by an expert, would give us real ammunition, and we need it." The inspector finished his pint and the last few crisps in the packet. "Too many people have been put in danger," he ruminated. "You, Miss Fairchild, and Flora before her. Ah, yes, the foothold trap. Have you any idea what's going on, Alan?" "Only that money appears to be at the bottom of it, as it so often is. But why these attacks? On Flora? On Lily Fairchild? We just don't know. It can't just be a warning not to ask more questions. It's true your wife can be a little too curious, but Fairchild, presumably, has been minding her own business. If money is behind these attacks, you might want to know, in fact, you might already, that Consolidated Dairies isn't looking too healthy financially. There's a rumor the business could fold, and if it does, Reggie Chalmers is likely to lose his job." "If that happens, more than his job," the inspector muttered. "I know for a fact that some of his salary is paid in company shares. He's often boasted how well they're doing." The inspector pursed his lips. "I didn't know, in fact, about Consolidated. Reg and I partnered for the competition recently. We came an ignominious third, but I've kept clear of him socially, at least until this investigation is over." Was this the time to mention the large sum of money Chalmers had supposedly loaned to Bea Fincham? Jack resisted the temptation. He had only Lily's word for it, and couldn't quite believe that Chalmers would take such a mad gamble. He needed to know more before he passed on the information, though the man was clearly shady. Jack rearranged his limbs in what was becoming an uncomfortable seat and hoped it wouldn't be too long before he could leave. "I imagine," he said, "what's happening with Consolidated will keep Chalmers at the top of your suspect list. He must be desperate to save his company, to save himself, and Barrow's recipes could have made the crucial difference." So he kills for the recipes? But someone said, I think it was Fairchild when Harrison talked to her, that Barrow kept his recipes in his head. He never wrote any of them down. She told me that too, but Chalmers was desperate to buy Barrow's creamery in whatever way he could. It could have simply been to add another business to Consolidated's schedule, but I reckon it's more likely that Chalmers was hoping to discover the secret of Gilbert's latest cheese. The Barrow Blue, it's called. And I've heard it's likely to be a winner. It's possible, I suppose, but pretty outlandish. Not so outlandish when you consider there'd been a break-in at the creamery before Barrow died, and a crate full of autumn gold, already a bestseller, was stolen. Not long after that, a similar soft cheese was launched by Consolidated. Was that a coincidence? Theirs did poorly in comparison with the original, but Chalmers may have hoped for better luck with the latest recipe. The inspector sighed. You could be right. My chaps are working through Chalmers' business accounts, and maybe they'll turn something up. Even so, I don't want to lose sight of our other players. What about Barrow's wife? You say the Fincham woman went to warn Lily Fairchild that Mrs. Barrow was dangerous. Is she, do you think? She's with this boyfriend now. A doctor, Harrison tells me, so she won't be short of a bob or two. Perhaps not, but she appears as determined as Fincham to inherit from Gilbert Barrow. If she suspects she's been cut out of his will, she could be planning to grab the money by making sure she's the only one left standing. The inspector laughed aloud. And perhaps Mistress Fincham is up to the same game. Eliminate Fairchild, the gas canisters, and the fire. And then go for Vivian Barrow. It should be quite a contest, except I can't let it happen. The only one among this unattractive bunch who seems uninterested in the money is Lily Fairchild. The inspector cleared his throat. You may have to revise that idea, Jack. I had the sergeant run a background check on everyone involved with Barrow, and the one he did on Fairchild made interesting reading. Apparently, she's been engaged before, and not to a man who was already married, so you'd think the engagement would have gone along nice and smoothly. Jack was attentive. But it didn't, Ridley continued. Miss Fairchild took out a loan, using her fiancé as a guarantor. You know how the banks operate. They can refuse to loan money to a woman without a man signing alongside them, their father, brother, husband, as long as it's a man. Lily needed the money to set up her pottery? I reckon so. Her dad was in no position to help her, but the fiancé was. He owned a small hotel in Brighton, which was doing pretty well. You're going to tell me that she didn't repay the loan and he had to stump up. Actually, she did pay, eventually, once her business took off. Jack frowned. It seems she did the right thing, so where's the problem? I don't understand, Alan. There was a problem, a big one. The chap whose name she gave as a guarantor knew nothing about the loan. Jack's eyebrows rose. You mean she faked his signature, yes, and then was unlucky enough to miss a payment. When the bank manager turned up at his door asking for the bank's money back, the fraud was exposed. I imagine that was the end of a beautiful engagement. Did she go to prison? The chap refused to press charges, and since the bank got their money, the matter was dropped, apart from Lily losing a fiancé. Okay, it demonstrates that Miss Fairchild has a flaky side to her character, but what connection is there to Barrow? Another engagement, the inspector said. Another man making a success of his business and looking like he'll make money. That's pretty sketchy. Maybe. But don't forget what I told you about Harrison and the conversations he had in Abbeymead. Miss Fairchild was determined on marriage, and she was going to win, the village reckoned.
Maybe we'll find, when the will is read, that in a manner of speaking, she has. And thanks to Sam's indiscretion, it was possible, Jack thought, that the news might have traveled and Lily already have a good idea she was to inherit. If marriage wasn't to be her security, perhaps Gilbert's death was. It was 3 days since their move, and the schoolhouse was beginning to look more like home, though unpacked boxes still littered several of the rooms. And there were an awful lot of rooms which, after a lifetime spent in a small cottage, could feel just a little overwhelming. But they'd settled in well, and today Flora could happily have returned to work. Rose, though, was expecting to manage the All's Well for a full week, and, knowing the Lansdales' poorly finances, Flora kept to the arrangement, deciding instead that she would take a trip to Brighton. It didn't, however, prevent her from calling at the All's Well on her way to the bus stop. Rose was busy serving a customer when she arrived, and it felt strange to be walking into her bookshop as a visitor. But she was pleased the shop was looking its attractive best, and Rose, smiling and knowledgeable, dealing confidently with one of the All's Well's oldest customers. Somehow, her assistant had managed to persuade Elsie Flowers, an avid reader of crime fiction, and the gorier the better, into actually buying the novel she wanted, rather than trying, as she so often did, to read it page by page from the bookshelf. Once Elsie had collected her parcel with a satisfied grunt and tottered out into the high street, Flora's first question had to be, "How did your move go?" "Really well." Rose quickly counted out the shillings and locked them away in the till. "Thanks to you, we'd already moved a fair amount to the cottage, and we didn't have much to shift in the first place, just a few bits and pieces we'd bought for the flat." Flora had decided she would let their cottage fully furnished, old though much of the furniture was. It seemed the most sensible thing to do, after Ambrose Finch had included the entire contents of the schoolhouse as part of his sale. She still wasn't sure that she approved his choice of decor, but this house was to be their home for as long as she could imagine, and, over the next few years, she could gradually replace anything she came particularly to dislike. Rose gave her a happy smile. "You can't imagine how good it is to be in a proper home. I've been sleeping through the night for the first time in months. It's so peaceful. But how about you?" "We're beginning to see daylight. Jack has set up his new office already. I've left him working, and he's delighted to have so much more space. I've been thinking I might bag the smallest bedroom for myself, perhaps as a sewing room, except I'd have to learn to sew." "Have you come into work today?" Rose inquired, and there was some anxiety in her voice. "Because, if so—" "No, not at all. The shop is all yours, until Saturday. I thought I'd take a trip to Brighton while I have the chance. There's a small job I need to do there." She turned to look at the Victorian station clock, which had hung on the far wall of the bookshop for as long as she could remember. "And I'd better run. For once, the bus could be on time." Sitting on the top deck of the bus, allowing the river, the fields, the straggle of farm buildings to pass her by, Flora fell to thinking about Bea Fincham, her mission of the morning. She'd heard a lot about the woman, mainly, she realized, from Jack, who'd spoken of her to the pub landlord and to Lily Fairchild. But neither she nor Jack had ever met Bea. Today would be different. She'd discovered the name of the delicatessen that Miss Fincham ran from the Brighton telephone directory. It was the only such business in the town, and was fairly confident she could find it. Alighting from the bus at the bottom of the Stein, Flora crossed the road to begin her walk into Kemp Town, an area on the eastern side of Brighton that offered a blend of elegant seafront squares and grand Regency crescents with a generous sprinkling of small shops and restaurants. Bea's Delicatessen, with the simple name of Fincham's, was halfway along St. George's Road, a small, narrow-fronted shop with a window display of cold meats and cheeses. Inside, several glass domes covered a variety of sandwiches, and there were trays of salad ingredients keeping cool in a refrigerated counter that had seen better days. It was all fairly basic, Flora decided, but not unattractive.
The shop, however, was empty, and she wondered how many customers Miss Fincham served in a day. The woman herself was behind the counter, tearing small boxes into strips, but looked up as she heard the shop bell ring. "What can I get you?" she asked, brightly hopeful. 8 ounces of cheddar, please," Flora improvised. It wasn't much of an order, but Bee set to slicing the cheese with enthusiasm. For the first time, Flora noticed a set of wall shelves running at right angles to the main counter, crammed with tins and jars that bore obviously foreign names. "You stock an interesting selection," she said, waving a hand at the shelves. "I try." Bee's lips had tightened, her mouth narrowing, starkly at odds with her roundish face and full cheeks. "I'm sure your customers are grateful for the variety." Flora felt for her purse, although she had no intention of leaving just yet. "I wouldn't say that exactly. People can be very fixed in their ways, you know, suspicious of anything that looks foreign." "They can," she agreed. "I imagine running a delicatessen can be hard work. It's such a new idea." "I'm used to hard work," the woman said abruptly, her plump hands wrapping the cheddar in waxed paper with some force. "Some of us are lucky in life, and some of us aren't." Flora nodded sympathetically, hoping for more, and was rewarded. "If things had gone differently, I could have been living in luxury." "Really?" "Oh yes, that should have been my life, but there are some evil people in this world." "There are," Flora agreed, her expression suitably grave. "Did something bad happen to you?" She leaned on the counter, dislodging a copy of the local newspaper, but eager to hear. "Something very bad," Bee said, tearing a brown paper bag from its string. She lowered her voice. "I was supposed to inherit from my great-aunt Martha. She was a wealthy lady, and I know she intended to leave me her house and her money." "But she didn't?" "She didn't! Yet I cared for her, looked after her when she had a stroke, and stayed with her for several years. It was rightly my inheritance." "It would be," Flora agreed again. "So what happened when your great-aunt died?" She was genuinely interested. "Someone else in the family took it. All of it." "No!" "And got away with it." Bea nodded vigorously. "And a cousin at that." "My goodness, a blood relative!" "Exactly. It was appalling. We used to be friends, I suppose, at least when we were children and met on family occasions. Not anymore, though. Great-Aunt Martha never married, but I'm the granddaughter of her brother, and he's the grandson of her sister. A man always inherits before a woman, doesn't he?" Knowing the way society usually worked, Flora could believe it. But in this case, she thought, that probably wasn't true. "In any case," Bea said, wrapping up her argument, "I'm older than him. I should have inherited." "But how did he cut you out?" "He told lies about me, I know that for a fact. Influenced Martha to change her will in his favor so that he inherited everything. Told her that I never really cared for her, that I'd looked after her for years only to gain her money, that he was the one who really loved her." "And she believed him?" "He could be persuasive." "That's quite shocking. It must have left you struggling a little." "Just a little." The mouth had returned to its thin line. "I manage. Gilbert, that was his name, promised he'd help me, but I didn't want his help, not after what he'd done." "I can understand that. But Gilbert?" Flora asked innocently. "Not Gilbert Barrow, the cheesemaker?" Bee stared at her, a creeping suspicion in her face. "Do you know him, then?" "Sorry, did you know him?" The change of tense brought a faint smirk to the woman's face. "Only a very little, but there aren't many Gilberts around, and I live in Abbeymead. His death has been village gossip for some while." The suspicious look faded. "Oh, I see. It was a terrible business, and I'm sorry about the man dying like that, but, well, you can understand what mixed feelings I have." "Of course I can," she said warmly. "And now that he's dead, perhaps finally you'll get your inheritance. I imagine he left a will." The words, mild though they were, spawned an angry frown on Miss Fincham's face. "Not if that scheming bitch has her way," she said bitterly. "Another bad relative?" "His wife, or rather his ex-wife. She's after the money, but she'll not get it." "I should certainly hope not, but is the woman really scheming to do that?" "Oh yes, she'd like to clear the path, if you know what I mean." "Not really. She wants to make sure that no one gets in her way. You see," and Bea lowered her voice again, "there was a girlfriend, and Vivian, that's the wife, is scared that she might inherit, that the blessed Gilbert has left everything to this girl. The poor lamb has no idea what she's up against." "Perhaps you could warn her." "Oh, I have." Bea looked satisfied. "I took a photograph of Vivian Barrow. I was at their wedding, you know, and had several snaps, and I showed her. The girl recognized the woman as someone who's been calling at her pottery for the last few months, and Vivian has only been doing that for bad reasons. Mark my words." "It was good of you to warn the girlfriend." "Why not? We women have to stick together, don't we?" Flora doubted that Bea Fincham would ever stick with anyone. "In any case," Bea went on, "I've no need of my great-aunt's money. Not any longer. I have my own resources." "That's very impressive. You've done a lot better than I have. When I needed money, I tried to obtain a loan," she lied, "from a bank, and they laughed at me." "They would. They hate women. What you need, my dear, is friends. Friends in high places." Bea handed her the packet of cheese. "That will be 1 shilling and 4pence. "Friends in high places," Flora mused, walking the length of St. George's Road to arrive back at the Stein. So why not say hello to those friends, or rather, friend? Morley Street, Jack had told her, was where Consolidated Dairies had their offices, and, consulting the paper map she'd brought with her, it seemed they were no more than a 10-minute walk away. She would go there and ask to speak to Reggie Chalmers. On the surface, the loan that Bea Fincham had negotiated with Chalmers made no sense. Her shop was doing poorly and in need of money simply to keep going. Why would the man lend her a considerable sum of money, particularly when his own future was looking less than rosy? It might be they were close friends, and his was an act of pure altruism. But Bea Fincham hadn't struck her as a woman who made friends, close or otherwise. The relationship between these two odd characters was a puzzle. Just what was in it for Chalmers? And here she was, she realized, the revolving glass doors of Consolidated Dairies facing her. Pushing through them, she walked into the foyer and was confronted with the same receptionist Jack had faced, the same smart suit, the same official smile. "I'd like to see Mr. Chalmers, please," she said, with an answering smile. "Do you have an appointment?" "No, I don't, but I won't keep him long." "I'm sorry, you'll have to make an appointment." The smile held. "I really won't be long. I'll keep Mr. Chalmers no more than 10 minutes. "Mr. Chalmers sees no one without an appointment," the woman recited. "Not even if it's a police matter?" "You're a policewoman? Where is your warrant card?" "I'm from Special Branch. We don't have cards." Flora waited to see if the receptionist, Geraldine, she saw from her badge, would swallow this enormous falsehood. Geraldine rose elegantly to her feet and trod across the beige carpet to one of the office doors, giving a discreet knock. It had worked. In less than a minute, Flora was taking a chair opposite the inspector's favored golf partner, extending a hand and saying, "It's very nice to meet you, Mr. Chalmers." "What the hell is this about?" Mr. Chalmers, it was evident, did not feel the same way. "I'm helping Inspector Ridley." It was stretching the truth, but not an outright lie. "With the Gilbert Barrow case." "Not another one helping Ridley. How many people does he need? And I'm sick to death of hearing Barrow's name, sick to death of talking to the lowly plods they keep sending. And now you. Where's the inspector? Why doesn't he come himself?" "This isn't about Barrow himself, Mr. Chalmers. Flora adeptly ignored his question. But his cousin. I think you know her. Bea Fincham? So what if I do? You recently agreed to advance money to her? What the hell has that got to do with the police? In a murder case, everything is relevant, she remarked primly. The police know of the loan, she lied, and could be trawling through your accounts very shortly. She knew from Jack that a small team of Ridley's men were doing just that, but her suggestion might encourage Chalmers to be honest. Unless, of course, I can give them more information. Such as, he asked pugnaciously, why did you agree to lend the money? He gave a sly grin. I like to help out where I can, particularly a fellow business person. Even when that business is failing? Who says the delicatessen is failing? For all I know, it's doing fine. Please, I'm not stupid, Mr. Chalmers. You're a businessman, and there is no way you would have loaned money without a detailed appraisal of how likely you were to get it back. So what was in it for you? Nothing, in all probability, but in the circumstances, it was worth a bet. What circumstances exactly? A sudden thump of a fist on his impressive cherrywood desk had Flora jump slightly. This company, Consolidated, has had it, he almost shouted, but then in a quite different voice muttered, You don't repeat that. I've no reason to, but you're surely not thinking of changing career, of setting up as a delicatessen owner. No, I'm bloody not. I want to save Consolidated if I can. Been with them since I was a lad. I want to save my job, my livelihood, and plenty of others too. Flora was puzzled. How does a loan to Miss Fincham achieve that? It might not. It probably won't, he said gloomily. But like I say, there's always a chance. When she inherits the Barrow Creamery, she'll sell to me at a very keen price. You want to set up as a cheesemaker then? Of course I don't, he said, exasperated. I don't want the damn creamery. It's the goods I'm after. Gilbert Barrow's new cheese? Suddenly, enlightenment dawned. Gilbert Barrow's new cheese, he repeated. The bloke had an annoying habit of producing prize-winning efforts. Currently, his stock is in cold storage under lock and key, but when the creamery is sold, it will be with its contents. Our technicians can get to work and discover then just what goes into the Barrow Blue. Before Mr. Barrow died, I believe you stole boxes of his autumn gold, she accused. He started to protest, but she held up her hand. Hear me out, please. The theft, though, hardly benefited your company. Your technicians failed to uncover Gilbert's recipe. The soft cheese they came up with didn't make the grade, did it? Why would this be different? We've got a whole new team on it now, he muttered, no longer even bothering to deny the break-in, she noticed. The loan seemed a reasonable bet. Fincham was desperate for money, and my company is desperate for a winner. But, she began, as new questions started to jangle in her mind, when Bea Fincham made the arrangement with you, Barrow was fit and well. When did you expect to recoup your investment? He was then, but she told me the bloke wouldn't live long, and he didn't. Flora gasped. Was this the breakthrough they needed? How could Bea Fincham know that? Unless she was planning to kill him, she added to herself. Chalmers scratched his chin, evidently thinking back at the conversation he'd had. She was Barrow's cousin, she told me. There was some awful family illness that went through the generations. She hadn't inherited it, but he'd been the unlucky one. And you believe that, she mused. But, she began again, a new incongruity hitting her. How did Miss Fincham know she'd be in Barrow's will? It's possible she might inherit nothing. She was pretty certain about it, said he owed her big time and had promised that she'd have the money that was hers once he'd gone. It's quite a gamble, though, on your part, loaning that money. It's a risk, certainly, but... He rose to his feet and, walking around the desk, loomed over Flora. But maybe not such a gamble after all. Fincham will repay that loan come what may, and she'll pay it with interest. Tell that to the police and to Fincham if you see her. "You must hope that you're right," she remarked lightly, getting to her feet and pushing past him. "Your future, as well as Consolidated's, could depend on it. Although the agreement you made with her could be difficult to enforce." "I have my ways," he said, opening the door with a mock bow. "I bet you do," Flora thought, walking out of the office and through the revolving door into clean, fresh air. 22. "It throws a new light on B. Fincham," Jack said, over the pot of tea they were sharing at the kitchen table. "A pretty damning one at that." Flora nodded. "She's taken what looks like a large loan from Reggie Chalmers on the understanding that she'll sell him a property that doesn't actually belong to her. Not at the moment, at least, which means she must be desperate to inherit from Gilbert and claim the money she says he promised her." Flora idly stirred her tea. Particularly if she realizes what kind of man she's dealing with, how badly Chalmers could threaten her. She was remembering the moment the man had loomed, too close and too large, remembering the none too subtle threats he'd issued as she'd walked from his office. The tale she told Chalmers, the one about an inherited illness, sounds a complete nonsense, an invention she came up with to grab the money she needed. It was a nonsense he chose to believe, Flora pointed out. You would think he'd have seen through it straight away. He probably did, but decided to take the risk, expecting it to pay off. Chalmers would know desperation when he saw it. By all accounts, he's a desperate man himself. Flora leaned forward, her expression intent. "What you're saying is that he believed B would make sure Barrow died." Well, he did die, and the fact that Gilbert Barrow was killed so soon after that loan was agreed has to be significant. She nodded, pushing her empty cup away. The way he spoke, it was clear he expected Miss Fincham to fulfill the contract she'd signed and didn't care too much how she did it. She could have hinted that, illness or not, Barrow's premature death was likely. That could have helped convince Chalmers to lend. And maybe, Flora leaned forward again, B didn't just hint, but actually planned the death, and planned it with Chalmers. If your theory about the fallen branches is right, then Chalmers was in the area. Dan Kettler is a witness to that, and he'd have the strength to fill that lay-by with wood, and no doubt knows how to operate a Stanley knife. The Fincham woman would as well, if she had to. She's been described to me as robust, so hardly a weakling. You're right. Flora's sigh mingled with an equally heavy sigh from Jack, making them both laugh out loud. Refilling the teapot, he poured their second cups. It's not wonderful, is it? A murk that's becoming murkier by the day. But if the two of them are in this together, it becomes a lot clearer, don't you think? It makes sense. Chalmers gets the recipe he needs, as long as his new team of technicians do the trick, and B keeps her shop. Let's say that between them, they eliminate Gilbert as a first step, then start clearing away anything else that might prevent B from inheriting. Or anyone else, such as Lily Fairchild? Fincham was definitely at the pottery. I saw her myself. Then minutes later, canisters are leaking, the place is in flames, and she's done a disappearing act. The warning she gave Lily could just be a ruse, Flora said, to account for her presence there, if the police ever questioned her after Lily's death. It would give her an alibi. One she hasn't needed yet, with Fairchild still alive and well. Talking of Lily, there's something you should know. And for several minutes, Jack related all that the inspector had passed on. Ridley is suggesting that Lily has tried to marry for money before? That's about it. Jack put down his cup and stretched his legs. It might be that all we can accuse her of is a determination to secure her future, but when Gilbert didn't produce a wedding ring, she could have decided to secure her future in other ways, Flora finished for him. Ridley is evidently suspicious of her motives, but he doesn't yet know about Fincham's pact with Chalmers, and he needs to. We've come up with enough evidence now to suggest the man could be involved in Barrow's death. Time for Alan to tackle Chalmers himself and, if necessary, say goodbye to his golf buddy. Did Chalmers mention the inspector, by the way? Only as a passing thought. He's been visited by what he called lowly plods. I imagine they were gathering basic information, but he seemed quite insulted, put out that his friend, the inspector, hadn't honored him with a visit. That's about to change. I'll telephone Brighton Station now and pass on the news. Then we'd better get down to planning this bonfire party we've agreed to host. Foolishly. It's not foolish, just a small party for our friends. Now the one on the green isn't going ahead.
Abbey Mead's annual November the 5th celebrations had been canceled this year as a mark of respect for the man who died on that same green only weeks previously, prompting Flora to plan her own celebration. It would be on the Friday evening, she'd decided, leaving Saturday free for their friends to attend the larger Stenning bonfire, if they wished. And, Flora bounced off the sofa to give him a hug, we're christening our new home with its first ever party.
But only days after we've moved in, he complained.
We'll manage, but go and make your call. She gathered up cups and teapot. That's important.
Jack, though, when he got through to Brighton Station, was unable to speak to Alan Ridley, who was out on a visit, and instead left a message with Sergeant Harrison for Alan to telephone. It was a conversation he felt would be best had with the inspector himself.
I thought we could roast potatoes in the ashes, Flora was saying, as he walked back into the kitchen.
Serve them with butter and salt.
They never cook properly in a fire, he grumbled.
It's an oven they need. But on a frosty evening, they'll still taste delicious. She gave him a playful poke in the ribs. Come on, Jack. It's going to be fun. Charlie has been building us a bonfire all week. You must have noticed. I noticed. I even trimmed some of the tree branches for him and added them to the pile. And there were some old planks of wood in the garden shed. He was delighted with those. I think he's bringing an actual door sometime today. Goodness knows where he found it. Hector is driving him down from the priory. Hopefully they'll have sawn it into pieces. Charlie obviously means to win this year's contest for the village's biggest bonfire. Yes, she sounded tired at the thought. It seems to be a man thing, the need to have a bonfire that's larger and brighter than everyone else's.
It was a very different bonfire evening than the one they'd enjoyed together in Lewis the previous year.
Enjoyed was, perhaps, not the right word, since that extraordinary night of festivities had been marred by cold-blooded murder. Tonight, though, a single garden, rather than a whole town, was the setting, and the spectators their special friends who wore not fancy dress, but sensible coats and shoes and the occasional woolen hat. Tony and Kate had brought Alice with them, and Flora soon had her ensconced in the huge basket-weave armchair she'd found in the roof of the schoolhouse. Swathed in several blankets, and with the long scarf she'd knitted Flora several Christmases ago wrapped around her neck, Alice had an excellent view, seated on the terrace that ran the length of the house. "This is champion," she said, holding on to Flora's hand. Her friend was a good deal recovered, Flora could see, but in some ways far more fragile. "If you start to feel cold, make sure you tell me." Flora was anxious. "You'd be able to see the fireworks from the sitting room, but still keep warm." "I'm warm enough, my love, and I'll get a better view from here. I'm stayin' put. Look there, the bonfire's going to be lit." Sam had already helped Charlie Teague to hoist the guy to the top of the pyre. Charlie's very own creation, an effigy of Guy Fawkes made from straw and dressed in an array of old clothes that Mrs. Teague had somehow produced. Flora suspected they may have belonged to the errant Mr. Teague, of whom no one had heard for many years. With the judicious help of a small amount of paraffin, Sam set the wood ablaze, and once it was roaring, Kate flew into action, lodging large baking potatoes at the bottom of the bonfire, ready to roast. She and Tony had already organized a picnic table laden with sausages and pork pies, along with the traditional toffee apples and sticky gingerbread. Soup, courtesy of Sally and made in the Priory's kitchen, had been set to simmer on the kitchen range. Jack had been busy too. Finally embracing his party mood earlier that afternoon, he'd nailed a row of Catherine wheels to the wooden fence, and now, with Tony, was busy placing rockets in the empty milk bottles that Flora had saved during the week. "Best to tuck those beneath the hedge," he shouted to Charlie, gesturing to the boxes of fireworks brought by their friends. "They'll be out of the way of any stray sparks. And no bangers until later," he warned. The small tubes of gunpowder that Charlie had insisted were absolutely necessary for the best celebration had been strictly forbidden until the end of the evening. Meantime, sparklers had been lit and were being twirled. Jack and Sam took on the responsibility of lighting the fireworks, sometimes singly, sometimes as a group. Pinwheels, Roman candles, volcanoes, and fountains, a dazzling, shimmering, crackling explosion of color that had everyone clapping. What at first had seemed a mountain, though, was soon dwindling to a small hill. "We're halfway through our stock," Jack announced, after a magnificent waterfall of pink and blue rings had filled the sky. "And the bonfire still has a way to go. Maybe time to rescue the soup?" "I'll fill the mugs," Sally volunteered. "It will make up for my being so late. We had a flurry of last-minute dinner reservations, and I needed to make sure the service was working well. Hector is coping brilliantly, in fact, but I feel bad that he and Rose couldn't make it tonight." "There'll be other years," Alice said from her basket chair. "But use the big ladle," she advised her niece. "And Katie, you be careful with them spuds." Kate had begun to unearth the roasted potatoes. "They'll not be cooked, mark my words, and they'll give you the burps." Alice was proved right, the potatoes as disappointingly hard as Jack had prophesied, and swiftly reburied by Kate in the ashes. "Never mind the potatoes, this is good," Sam drank from the mug Sally had handed him. "Someone can make a decent oxtail soup." Leaning towards Jack, standing by his side, he said, "I don't know if it's the right time to mention this, but I thought you might appreciate an update on Gilbert's will." Jack's eyes widened. "I would. You have news?" "I do, at last, despite the police dragging their feet." "Police investigations can take time," Jack said quietly. "Well, perhaps this one might speed up now they've finished plowing through Gil's cottage. There have been white coats buzzing around the place for days, and I've not been allowed over the threshold." "And now you have?" "Now I have," Sam confirmed, "and been able to search for that dratted will. When Gil changed it, he should have left a signed copy with us, but he didn't." It was definite then. There had been a change of will. We'd run out of space to store any more documents at our own premises and hired out the job to a specialist company. It's perfectly safe, and I told Gil so 3 or 4 times, but he didn't feel comfortable about it, with the result that there's only one copy of his will, and that had to be somewhere in the cottage. "And you found it?" Sam nodded. "Behind a loose brick in the chimney stack, somewhere the police didn't look, but a hiding place Gil had mentioned to me. I wanted to check it was the will I'd drawn up, the second will. For all I knew, he could have gone elsewhere and made a third." "But he hadn't." "No, it's the one I drew up, and I'm still his executor. And as executor, I had a right to see the will before I register it for probate." Jack leaned closer. "And?" "There's trouble ahead, is all I can say, which is what I always feared." "Do the beneficiaries have the right to see the will before probate?" "No," is the short answer, nor anyone who feels that he or she should be a beneficiary. They do have the right to know I'm the executor, and they can demand an estimate of how long probate might take, but its contents? No, though I could choose to tell them." "And will you?" Sam's forehead fell into deep creases. "To be honest, Jack, I've not been sure how to proceed. It's always best if the executor can release a copy before probate. It reassures beneficiaries that the will is genuine. In any case, once probate is granted, the contents are publicly available, so all you're doing is delaying. It's sensible to show there's nothing to hide. It's human nature to assume the worst if information is withheld. But," he paused, But if the will is likely to cause disruption, it's better to keep quiet. I'm presuming you've decided to keep quiet? I think I must. There's a killer at large and no sign of progress from the police, and he hesitated for a moment. No progress from you either. Jack felt a wave of guilt and then irritation. Gilbert Barrow's death wasn't their affair, and it was wrong of Sam to press them. Yet, deep down, he knew they should have tried harder, if only to ensure their own safety. There's only one beneficiary, Sam went on, and allowing that information to circulate puts them very much at risk, I reckon. As a matter of interest, tell me what happens if the beneficiary happens to be Gilbert's killer. Sam looked at him quizzically. You do have a twisted mind. It's being a crime writer, I guess. The answer is easy enough.
The portion that would have gone to the killer is redistributed to the other beneficiaries named in the will, or, if there aren't any, to the next of kin according to intestacy rules. There was a long silence until he laid a friendly hand on Jack's shoulder. Better get on with the display, I guess. Jack followed him over to the last few boxes of fireworks, deciding when to light them to best effect, but all the time thinking over what he'd learned. It was good of Sam to bring him up to date with Barrow's will, although he hadn't enjoyed being pressured. But had the news advanced their investigation? Jack didn't think so. The details of the will remained unknown, the beneficiary still unnamed, and the search for a suspect still wide open. Bending down to extract a couple of fountains from the box they were emptying, he said, Sam, I think you should speak to Ridley. Confidentiality surely doesn't preclude you helping the police in such an important matter. Sam began to answer, but was interrupted by a loud call from the kitchen door, and a figure, Alan Ridley's, walked out into the garden. Thought I'd come in person, he said to Jack, after the message you left with Harrison. Welcome to the party. Yes, welcome, Inspector. Flora had joined them. Can I get you a mug of soup? It's oxtail. Ridley chafed his ungloved hands together and looked pleased. I wouldn't say no. There are sausages, too, Kate said, carrying over a plate still half full. But I'm afraid just one pork pie. Potatoes as well, her husband announced. By now, they should be perfect. It's just butter that we need. I'll light the rest of the fireworks, Sam muttered, and walked quickly away. The solicitor, it seemed, was reluctant to talk to Ridley. So, the inspector began when he was alone with Jack, why the phone call? Jack took him swiftly through Flora's visit to the delicatessen, emphasizing the bargain the woman had made with Reggie Chalmers. The inspector was silent for a while. That's quite some information, he said at last, and comes at precisely the right time. I must thank your lovely wife. For once, her curiosity has paid off and not got her into trouble. Jack chose to ignore the sly dig and instead asked, why the right time? The report from the handwriting expert was on my desk this morning. In it, she confirms that the hand that wrote the begging letter to Harry Barnes, which we know for a fact was Miss Fincham's, is the same hand that penned the blackmail note sent to Gilbert Barrow. Fincham can't deny it then. She's not a leg to stand on, and she didn't even begin to try. I took a trip to the delicatessen myself. That's where I was when you telephoned. She made no mention of Flora's visit and, of course, none of this stuff about Chalmers came out. But it was the blackmail note I focused on. Miss Fincham admitted she'd sent it, but said it had been a terrible mistake. She was very sorry to have done so, regretted it the minute she'd posted the letter. She'd got into a terrible stress with all the debts she was carrying, she said, had been driven half out of her mind, and though Barrow had promised to help her out, she'd started to think that he wouldn't, that his promise was empty. And when Barrow didn't respond to the letter, didn't pay up, she let it drop, realized how foolish she'd been, at least that's her story, decided she must trust the chap. After all, he was family. And you believe her explanation? It seemed pretty weak to me, but what you've told me about the loan, once she had Chalmers' money, she wouldn't need to blackmail, would she? The loan was dependent on Barrow's creamery being sold to your golfing mate, Jack pointed out, and that could only happen when Barrow was dead. True enough,
but it doesn't necessarily point to a plot to murder him. The inspector was beginning to sound a little desperate. It could be that she genuinely believed her cousin was near death's door and she'd be able to repay the loan she'd agreed. And you believe that too? The inspector's shoulders slumped. Honestly, no. He gave a long, sad sigh. What I need is a search warrant. I need my team to give that woman's premises a thorough going over. I've no idea if there's anything for us to find, but there could be other documents floating around, stuff she was foolish enough to commit to paper, anything that might tie her more securely to Barrow's death. It's worth a shot, except… What? I'll find it tricky to prove to a magistrate that a search warrant is necessary. I can try. He broke off as a sudden bang had him flinch. A small firework, burning erratically, was jumping randomly around the garden and had landed at Ridley's feet. Angrily, he kicked it away and looked for a culprit. "That lad," he said, seeing Charlie's grinning face outlined against the flames leaping through the bonfire. "Too much bounce, like I've said before, and I'll go on saying." On this occasion, however, the inspector said no more, as yet another jumping jack came crackling and zizzling in his direction. 23. Alice's illness had meant big changes for the Priory's kitchen, with Hector stepping in to do much of her work and Charlie Teague promoted to do many of the tasks that were usually Hector's. But, as Flora had feared, with Charlie's longer working hours, the bookshop's Friday deliveries had once more become a problem. She balked at asking her assistant to help, remembering the chronic back pain Rose had suffered the last time she rode Betty with a full basket of books. But a solution needed to be found, and quickly. Jack had been swift to offer, either to ride the bike or deliver the parcels in the Austin, but it was an offer Flora had refused and would go on refusing. Professionally, her husband was going through a difficult period, and she'd no wish to add to his worries. Arthur Bellaby had been unhappy with the new novel, while Jack himself was determined to see it out in the world. Their clear difference of opinion was unusual, and where it would lead, uncertain. Flora was fairly sure she'd heard a mention of Egypt in their last phone call, but she could be wrong. Jack had made no further reference to the Sphinx murders, and, aware of his previous dislike of the project, she hadn't raised the subject again. This week, she would do the deliveries, though it would have to be Saturday lunchtime, after she'd closed the All's Well. But when she woke that morning, it was to feel almost too tired to get out of bed. The bonfire party last night had been fun, but continued for hours after the fire had dwindled to nothing, and it had been the early hours before she and Jack had cleared the kitchen and climbed into bed. When, finally, she forced her eyelids fully open, Jack was already up and about, she saw, when she went to the bedroom window. He was raking over the remains of the smoldering ashes and had piled into a heap debris from the evening's fireworks, rocket sticks, spent casings, remnants of paper, and even, she peered down at the collection, some unexploded fragments. He was making the garden safe, she smiled. A very Jack thing to be doing. He was only just finishing the task by the time she'd washed and dressed and eaten a hasty bowl of cornflakes. Opening the kitchen door, she called out to him, "I'm off now." In response, he gave her a wave from the bottom of the garden. How far away that was! Flora was still getting used to the very different proportions of the schoolhouse. "I'll be late for lunch," she reminded him. "Deliveries to do." A nod, and Jack once more picked up the rake. Cycling to the bookshop on this clear, cold morning, she wrestled with the problem of how best to deal with the bookshop's deliveries. She would do them today. A fair number of parcels had accumulated over the week. But in future, she must make the decision to end the service, she concluded, refuse any future requests, and gradually the orders would trickle to nothing. It felt a sad outcome. Aunt Violet had begun deliveries not to increase the shop's profits, but simply to help the village's more elderly residents. Over the last year or so, however, more and more people had been using the service, people who were perfectly capable of walking to the shop and collecting their books themselves. "Sorry, Auntie," she apologized aloud. "Deliveries will have to go, and this time it's for good." 4 hours later, shortly after 1 o'clock, she hung the close sign on the All's Well's front door and carried out to the courtyard a substantial stack of books, filling Betty's basket to overflowing. "Be brave," she said to the bicycle. "You've Fern Hill to cope with, but when that's done, the weekend is yours."
"And mine," she added, a small smile on her face as she trundled the heavy bike out into the busy high street. Saturday lunchtime saw the inevitable scurry around the village shops as people realized they were in urgent need of whatever couldn't wait until Monday morning. Flora's first call was to the neo-Gothic pile that had once belonged to Miss Lancaster, previously one of the All's Well's best customers. She had been dead for several years now, and eventually, after a murderous interlude, her house had been inherited by a distant relative living in the Far East. He had chosen not to sell, though he'd never ventured to Sussex, or even to England, as far as Flora knew, deciding to rent out the Gothic sprawl to a succession of tenants. The last few months had seen a young actress in residence. Rebecca Gray traveled daily to Worthing's Connaught Theatre and had a part in their current production, The Complacent Lover, and she'd be staying on in Abbey Mead, she'd told Flora excitedly when she'd called at the shop to order a lavish volume on the Minack in Cornwall. After The Complacent Lover, she'd been chosen to star in a new play in a new theatre, still in Worthing, but at a smaller venue, the Apollo. Rebecca came to the door in dressing gown and slippers, eyes only half open and her hair uncombed. "We've been celebrating," she said groggily. Flora thought that fairly evident. "A good evening?" "The best. The dress rehearsal for Kind Words went like a bomb." She made an energetic flourish with her right arm that sent her nearly toppling over the threshold. "All down to Jonathan, bless his little cotton socks. If it wasn't for him, provided all the costumes, you know, and paid for the advertising, and the champagne. The man's a star." Flora nodded, keen to continue her delivery round. "I've brought your book." "Oh, yes?" Rebecca looked confused. "The Minack Theatre," she reminded the girl. "Oh, that's right, the Minack." It was plain she was still trying to focus. Flora went to pass over the order when she stayed her hand, suddenly registering a name she'd heard recently. "Jonathan? Jonathan who?" John was a common enough name, but Jonathan far less so. The girl blinked in surprise. "Jonathan Ashton, a real sweetie. Do you know him?" "I think I may have met him," she said cautiously. How many Jonathan Ashtons were there in Sussex? If he was the man they'd met in Courtney Close, driving an expensive car and living in a house that reeked money, he must be extremely wealthy. Funding a theater production would not come cheap. Yet Vivian, presumably about to marry him, appeared desperate to inherit whatever property and money her husband had left. Was that greed or insecurity? Ashton, perhaps another man unwilling to wed. "Thanks for bringing this." Rebecca reached out for the book. "You'll need paying," she said vaguely. "I'll try and find my purse, though after last night where it is." "I will need paying, but call at the shop if it's easier." "I'll do that, thanks," she said again, and shut the gloomy front door before Flora had the chance to ask when exactly she'd be seeing her. Walking back down the driveway and through the magnificent pair of wrought iron gates, she collected Betty for the ride back. The remainder of her deliveries were for addresses in the heart of the village. The long, winding snake of Fern Hill lay ahead, and Betty, she knew, would be as eager as she for the treat. Halfway down the hill, eyes watering from the stream of cold air, Flora began to wobble, and wobble dangerously.
Desperately, she tried to ride a straight line as close to the hedge as possible, but a car passing her on its way uphill had to hoot loudly and perform a violent swerve to avoid hitting her. With as much force as she could manage, her hands squeezed both brake levers, but Betty seemed unable to respond. Nothing was happening, except that she was flying even faster. An ordinarily enjoyable sweep down Fern Hill had become a nightmare. In an effort to slow the frantic speed, she tried to drag her foot against the road, but succeeded only in losing a shoe. Grimly, she clung to the handlebars, steering the bike as well as she could, but still zigzagging in a perilous fashion. A lorry thundered past on its way downhill, this driver hooting even louder. Flora swallowed her breath and shut her eyes, expecting the worst to happen. But the lorry had disappeared, and now an out-of-control Betty was whirling into the high street, and ahead, a stationary car. With a superhuman effort, Flora avoided crashing into the Smart Saloon, only to slam into the bus shelter that stood outside the post office. For a few minutes, she knew nothing, before a face swam into her vision, looking hazily down at her. A face she knew. She frowned at the thought, and that hurt a lot, but at least helped to clear her mind. Harry Barnes. It was his car she had almost run into. Of course, he would be on his way home to Pelham Lodge. "Mrs. Carrington," he was saying urgently. "Flora, are you awake? Are you okay?" She was awake, but okay? Flora wasn't at all sure. When she tried to move, Harry put his arms beneath hers and gently levered her into a sitting position. "Do you need to go to hospital?" he asked distractedly. She shook her head, and that hurt too. "I don't think so." "Perhaps you should try to move your arms." She moved her arms, and all seemed well. "Now your legs. And your head?" Harry was sounding more distracted than ever, and she tried to comply. Painfully, she did as she was asked, and appeared to be intact with nothing broken. Apart from the inevitable bruises, losing consciousness for a few seconds seemed the sum of her injuries, in which case she had been incredibly lucky. But not Betty. She looked across at the bicycle sprawled halfway into the shelter, handlebars twisted, and the saddle so lopsided it had almost fallen off. Harry followed her gaze. "Your bike's a bit beat up," he confirmed, "but Michael will put it to rights." Michael Worthington, Abby Mead's odd job man, was happy to put his hand to just about everything: painting, glazing, plastering, woodwork, and putting ancient bikes together again. "I dunno what you thought you were doin', lass," Harry shook his head. "I know that hill is fun, but you gotta be careful. I've seen enough joyriders come to grief down that slope. You need to slow down a bit. Use your brakes." Leaving her propped against the bus shelter, he walked over to Betty and dragged her upright. For a while, he stood staring at the mass of mangled metal, but then bent down, to look closer, it seemed. When he straightened up, his expression was uncomprehending. "Your tires have been slashed," he said wonderingly. "And the brake cable." "Both cables. They've been cut. No wonder you couldn't stop. You poor lass, it could have killed you." Betty's brakes cut, her tires slashed. A worrying blankness in Flora's mind had her struggle to make sense of this. How could that be? All this morning, the bike had been stored in the Allswells courtyard, beneath the shelter she always used. Had someone crept into the courtyard and perpetrated the frightening damage while she was busy in the shop? But the place was visible from the high street, and the high street this morning had been busy. Surely someone would have seen what was going on. Her mind's fuzziness was slowly clearing. She had ridden up Fern Hill without a problem, hadn't she? If Betty had been damaged in the courtyard, they would never have made it to Miss Lancaster's house. That was where it must have happened. She had left the bicycle outside the gates, propped against the garden wall, and accessible to anyone walking along the road, though there'd been no one in sight. But why do such a thing? A random act of damage? Someone taking a sudden dislike to Betty? Flora couldn't think so. The books she'd been delivering were either on the pavement, she noticed, or still in the basket. Unlikely, therefore, to have been a local tearaway, thinking an attack would be fun. The books would have been damaged too, or, at the very least, thrown into the hedge. No. Now, Flora's mind was quite clear. Someone had deliberately singled her out, singled Betty out, had maybe followed her from the All's Well and taken the first chance they had to inflict the damage that was meant, she felt sure, to have killed her. Harry was bending over her again and now helping her to her feet, ushering her towards his shiny new Bentley. "I'm taking you home," he said firmly.
"You can phone Michael from there to pick up the bike when he can." "The books," she said. "The orders. I need to deliver them." "That you don't, miss, and no need to worry," he soothed. "I'll be the one delivering them before I go home. You can trust me to do it well."
And she could, she knew. Harry Barnes wasn't exactly pure white. He'd wandered from the path of righteousness a few times, but he was a man Flora could trust. The schoolhouse was only a few yards along the high street, and really, she could have walked there in minutes. But Harry insisted she travel by car and refused to leave until he'd seen her into the house and into her husband's care. Called down from his office, he'd been immersed in Arthur's forcible critique of his recent book, Jack found himself coping with violent feelings of his own.
Flora had set out from the All's Well to deliver books. That was all she'd been doing, and yet she'd arrived back on their doorstep, dazed, disheveled, and, he was fairly sure, badly bruised, while Betty apparently was in an even worse state. Thanking Mr. Barnes, he took her hand and guided what were faltering steps, he noticed, into the sitting room, settling her into the sumptuous sofa that Ambrose Finch had gifted them as part of the sale. Leaving her there to doze, Jack marched angrily into the kitchen to make a large pot of tea and cut a plate of dainty sandwiches. He hoped he could tempt Flora to eat. Her pallor was worrying. After which, he felt calm enough to pick up the telephone and call Michael Worthington. "The bike will be fine," he said cheerfully, walking back into the sitting room and arranging tea and sandwiches on the antique coffee table, another Finch heirloom. "Michael is picking Betty up and is sure he can put her to rights. He has before, but with new tires to replace along with brake cables, she won't be home for some days. I can walk to the shop until she's back. It's only a few steps." Flora bit into a cheese and cucumber sandwich. "Or be driven. The Austin awaits. Better still, dare I suggest, you leave the All's Well in Rose's charge for a few days." "Lately, I seem to be doing that often. Too often." Putting the half-eaten sandwich aside, she slid down into the depths of the sofa, as though wanting to hide. Jack couldn't blame her. It was clear that Flora had become the killer's immediate target. He took the seat beside her and cuddled her close. "You should stay home," he urged. "Today was the second attempt to harm you since Gilbert Barrow died." "Only the second?" she joked groggily. "The villains must be slipping up." "I don't want to scare you, but we need to face facts. This afternoon, someone tried to kill you. That someone must believe you know a great deal more than you do, and they've decided you can't live to tell the tale." Flora made no response, and for a while they sat in silence, until Jack said, "The damage to Betty. Is there a link with your visit to the delicatessen?" "I've been wondering the same, particularly as it's followed the inspector's call at the shop when, by the sound of it, Fincham faced some tough questioning." "She's bound to have wondered why she's suddenly become interesting to the police and may have made the connection to you. She talks to you and you talk to the inspector." "But she must have had other customers that day. Why did she decide I was responsible for bringing the police down on her? For all she knew, I was just a customer who'd wandered in from the street. And how did she find me?" "I've no idea, but the fact that you were attacked so soon after that visit has to be significant. At the least, raises questions." He paused. "It may even raise solutions. Are we thinking that we've found our villain?" "I can answer with another question. Is there anyone who's more likely?" Flora pulled herself upright and twisted round to face him.
Vivian Barrow has kept a low profile since we saw her in Brighton, and, as far as we know, hasn't been near Abbeymead or the Pottery again. As for Lily Fairchild, she'd have to shut the Pottery for several hours in order to follow me to Miss Lancaster's house, which is where I'm convinced I was attacked. The Fairchild's farm is miles out of the village, and it's a long way to cycle, and her prolonged absence would be sure to be noticed. Even more to the point is why she would do it. You rescued her from near death, and neither of us have come close to accusing her of any wrongdoing. And Chalmers? Well, he was frank about the loan he'd agreed with Bea, frank to the point of brutality. He didn't seem to care who knew, the police included. Whereas,
I suppose, Bea Fincham, after my call at the delicatessen, may have pondered just why I'd chosen to buy cheddar cheese from her small shop. May have worried, perhaps, that she'd talked to me too loosely, let slip something that brought Inspector Ridley to her house. Jack nodded. It's beginning to add up. And for once, it did, he thought. Fincham spread rumors in the village about Gilbert's business, tried to blackmail him, and when that didn't work, decided to kill him in the hope she'd inherit. She could have been strong enough to manhandle those broken branches, and she could have planted the foothold trap in the cottage garden once she realized you were digging into Barrow's death. According to Timpson at the Cross Keys, she was in Abbeymead the day you were injured. As for today, she could have shut the shop. Hardly anyone would have noticed, taken the bus to Abbeymead, and followed you from the All's Well. But she would have had to walk from the high street, Flora pointed out, which means she'd be some way behind me. Cycling up Fernhill isn't much quicker than walking. She could have kept you in sight and, once you were at the house, taken the opportunity to get slashing, making sure I could say nothing more to incriminate her. But punishment too, I guess, for involving the police. I remember now, someone, it must have been Sam, said that Fincham bore grudges. She was someone who never forgave, someone who'd alienated just about everyone she'd had dealings with. Grudges, threats, manipulation, she's quite a character. Hopefully, if the police get their search warrant, Miss Fincham will have run out of road. I'm going to call Ridley. It might spur him to an arrest, and we need that to happen. Urgently, or there'll be another attempt to kill. She has too much to lose now. But when Jack got through to Brighton Station, it was Sergeant Harrison he spoke to. The boss is at a funeral, but no search warrant, Harrison told him after Jack had related the latest attack on Flora and their belief that Bea Fincham was the culprit. The inspector has tried, but the magistrate insists he'll need more evidence to grant a warrant. My wife was nearly killed today. What more does he need? Bea Fincham is a dangerous woman. Mrs. Carrington left the bike on the roadside while she walked up to the house, you say. Anyone could have slashed those tires, Harrison pointed out, his tone apologetic. And damn it, anyone could, Jack thought, replacing the telephone and walking back into the sitting room. No search warrant, he said glumly, until the police can produce more evidence. But how they get that if they can't search Fincham's premises is something that isn't explained. Flora frowned. If the police honestly believe that Bea's flat is hiding something crucial, they should be able to make a convincing case. That's the problem. I'm not sure they do believe it. Last night when I spoke to Ridley, he wasn't exactly full of hope. A long shot, he called it. So he's tried and failed, and isn't likely to push the matter? They exchanged gloomy looks. Unless, she went on. No, definitely no, Jack said forcefully, aware of how his wife's mind worked. It could be worth a try. No more tries, no more adventures. You're sitting here black and blue from this afternoon's sortie. They're just bruises, Jack, and bruises fade. I don't want you hurt, he said stubbornly. Fincham is a dangerous woman, we've decided. But there are two of us, she pleaded, surely more than enough to tackle Bea Fincham. And one of us is a man. If we're clever, we can do it without causing a disturbance.
We go after dark, park miles away, and break into the delicatessen? How?" She squeezed his hand. "There's bound to be a way. There always is." And there was. Along a passage that ran behind the terrace of houses flanking the shop, they found a gate into the delicatessen's back garden, and, from the rear of the building, could see that a small upstairs window had been left slightly ajar. The bathroom, Flora guessed. "There's no way I'll get through that," Jack was quietly definite. "And unless we pick a lock or break the shop window, we should call it quits, Flora. If we're seen lurking, someone is bound to call the police." "We're not lurking. All we've done is walk into a back garden." "In the dark and through a private gate," he added. "Well, yes, but why not? We could be friends of Bee's, knocking on her kitchen door to say hello." Jack shook his head. "I'm not comfortable being here. It feels too exposed." "Since we parked the car, we've seen precisely 2 people, and they were walking in the opposite direction. And who's going to be peering through their windows to look at us at this time on a Sunday night?" "Don't be defeatist. Let's do it. You might not be able to wriggle through that gap, but I can. I may need a lift up, though." Her husband's reluctance was clear, but Flora hadn't made this nighttime journey to Brighton simply to give up and drive home. For a while, they stood in silence, neither willing to give ground, until Jack gave a resigned puff and bent his knee, and from there helped her to climb onto his shoulders. Even at this height, the windowsill was still a few feet above Flora's head. Clasping the wooden ledge, all her strength was put into pulling herself up and onto the sill, while every bruise on her body hummed loudly. "I'm there," she whispered down, breathless but triumphant. "And it is the bathroom." "Be careful," he whispered back, "and quiet." "Oh, really? You mean I can't play the trumpet I brought?" "Ha ha, just be quick," he urged. Flora was as quick as the situation allowed, creeping to the bathroom door and carefully pushing it ajar. No sounds reached her from beyond, and, venturing further onto the landing, she tried to puzzle out where each of the doors facing her might lead. She was in a flat above the shop, she realized, so there must be a kitchen, a sitting room, and at least 1 bedroom. One of the doors was slightly open and, hardly daring to breathe, she tiptoed over to it and with one finger pushed it further open. The door gave a small groan and her heart juddered, but still there was no sound from the rest of the building. The silence was beginning to feel eerie. Craning her neck around the open door, she saw that this was a bedroom and evidently used by Fincham. The dressing table was a mass of pots and hairpins, but of the woman herself there was no sign. The bed appeared not to have been slept in. Flora ducked back onto the landing and moved on to the second door. This proved to be a narrow galley kitchen, barely 6 feet wide, so the third and final door must be the sitting room. Was this where Bee was? Had she fallen asleep in her armchair? It was a distinct possibility. Her stomach doing tiny somersaults, Flora pressed down on the handle and gently opened the door a crack. A surge of relief. Like every other room, this one was empty. A book lay abandoned on the sofa, a local paper on the rickety side table. But it was a room, Flora saw immediately, that contained a sideboard and a desk, both pushed against the far wall, places where you might keep papers, places, therefore, to search. But she would need to be swift, aware that Jack, waiting below, would be worried for her. The desk drawers revealed nothing, except that Fincham was an untidy woman who crumpled invoices, scribbled orders in pencil, and calculated sums owing literally on the back of an envelope. No wonder the shop was doing so poorly. Fingers crossed, Flora moved across to the sideboard. That, too, was a mess of bits and pieces. A tray of cutlery, some placemats scuffed at the edges, a small empty picture frame, and a decorative rectangular box. For jewelry, it seemed. Actually, 2 boxes, she saw, pushing aside a crumpled tablecloth. 2? Fincham hadn't struck her as a woman who would take much pleasure in jewelry. The first box she opened contained a collection of broken necklaces and several rather dirty rings, but the second was the prize. Beneath another layer of necklaces, this time mainly intact, lay paper. and when she pulled the sheet free, not just any paper, a scroll, she thought, unfolding it with care. The last will and testament, it announced, of Gilbert Barrow. Flora stared at it for several minutes, trying but failing to make sense of what she was looking at. She must go, was her first thought when she emerged from her daze. The single sheet of paper in her hand had to be what they'd come for. Rolling the document back into a spiral, she tucked it into the sleeve of her jumper, then pushed the collection of assorted rubbish back into the sideboard and closed its doors. Out on the landing again, there was still silence. B. Fincham must have gone away for the night, but where? With whom? To whom? It seemed unlikely the woman had friends who were close enough to visit. Unless she hadn't gone away, but was roaming Brighton, roaming Sussex, as no doubt she'd done the night she had planted the foothold trap in their cottage garden. But she mustn't allow her guard to slip, and noiselessly, Flora crept back to the bathroom, where the window still swung open. She called down to Jack and heard a shuffling below. It had become darker in the last half hour. The faint moonlight that had earlier showed them the way had disappeared in a tumble of smothering cloud. Peering through the near dark, she could just discern Jack's figure. From the wash basin, she clambered out onto the wooden ledge and, holding on to the sill, lowered her legs inch by inch until she felt the reassuring solidity of a pair of male shoulders. "Thanks," she said, puffing slightly as she found the ground. "That wasn't too bad after all, and you won't believe what I found." "Well, you can tell us all about it, young lady. We'd like to hear." The voice, a voice she didn't know, sent her pulse rocketing, and thoroughly shocked, she shut her eyes against the flashlight shining directly in her face. In a panic, she made to bolt. "Not so fast," the unknown man said, grabbing her hands and wrenching them behind her back. "My name is Burton, Constable Burton, and I'm arresting you on suspicion of breaking and entering. You'll be coming with me." And with that, he clicked handcuffs around Flora's wrists and pushed her towards the gate that she and Jack had walked through less than an hour before. "I can explain," she burbled. "Please take these things off. You'll have plenty of time to explain, at the station, and the handcuffs stay. I'm not risking you doing a disappearing act. Now move." It was only a few yards along the narrow passage that ran behind the terrace of houses before they reached the main road. Ahead, a police car sat beneath the glare of a streetlight, and beside it stood B. Fincham. "Thank you so much, officer," she said fawningly as they approached. "I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't come so quickly." The woman smirked as she turned to Flora. "I reckoned it would be you they'd catch, all that smarmy talk you gave me, and for just half a pound of cheddar, when all the time you were plotting against me. Know this, little Miss Nosy, I'm someone who doesn't forget." Where had the woman been, and why had she turned up now, and how had the police become involved? More and more questions tumbled through Flora's brain, and she could make no sense of any of it. And where was Jack? That question at least was answered, and too soon. Jack, it seemed, was slumped in the back seat of the police car as she was pushed in beside him. He held up a pair of handcuffed hands. "I hope it was worth it." His face held the shadow of a smile. "No talking," the arresting officer said severely, getting in beside the driver. "We're taking you to Brighton Station. You'll be searched and spend what's left of the night in one of our deluxe cells," the driver added. "You'll enjoy it." Starting the engine, he pulled smoothly away from the curb. 25. The door clanged shut, and for several minutes, Flora stood motionless, shocked into immobility by the turn of events. Then, pulling herself together, she gave her surroundings a brief glance. In truth, there was little to see. A toilet, a sink, a mattress, and a pillow, and that was it. Behind her lay the locked door, with just a small window opened from the outside, but currently blocked by a slat of wood. For a passing police officer to spy on her? Or a hatch for passing through food and drink, though she would have to be dying of thirst to swallow police tea. Jack must be in a similar cell, she thought, one on the other side of the building, the male and female sections kept completely separate. It was going to be a long night, and the single seat appeared to be the makeshift bed. She could only hope the mattress was clean. But what a mess they'd got themselves in. On arrival at the police station, Jack had tried hard to convince the desk sergeant that their arrest was a mistake and they should be free to leave. "We're friends of Inspector Ridley," he'd told the officer. "He'll vouch for us." But the desk sergeant's was a new face and, not recognizing Jack, had laughed aloud at the suggestion. It was probably the best joke he would enjoy that night. And so here they were. Flora glanced down at her watch, just past 1 in the morning, for at least another 7 hours until someone, Ridley, Harrison, came to their rescue. Or maybe not. Maybe the inspector would take such a dim view of their escapade that he'd keep them locked up until he could find something to charge them with. So far, there was only trespass, she calculated, and that wasn't a criminal offense. They'd stolen nothing from the delicatessen, and B couldn't prove otherwise. Except there was one item they had taken. But if Flora's suspicions were well-founded, Miss Fincham wouldn't want to own it. She hoped Jack had managed to keep the sheet of paper she'd passed him in the patrol car safely hidden. Hopefully, it would be their get-out-of-jail card. A night spent in a police cell was every bit as wretched as Flora had imagined, and growing more wretched by the hour. Despite it being a Sunday, the station was very soon filled with that night's drunks, pulled in from the streets for disturbing the peace. Even the women's section had become increasingly raucous, and what it must be like for Jack, she couldn't imagine. One woman, still fighting the arresting officer even as she was locked away, continued to swear at the top of her voice. First at the police, then the government, then at a whole list of people. Relatives, Flora assumed, or neighbors, or supposed friends. And all of them, apparently, had let the woman down and driven her to drink. She continued to shout for hours. On and on it went, her language becoming ever more extreme, until the dawn light, creeping beneath the cell doors, finally sent her to sleep. All night, Flora sat upright on the hard bed, unable to close her eyes, unable to rest. At 7 o'clock, dazed from fatigue, she heard new voices. Police voices, she assumed, and tried to focus. Was that actually Sergeant Norris speaking? It sounded very like him. If so, he must be back from his police course. 10 minutes passed, 15 minutes, and then the hatch was pulled back, and a pair of eyes looked in at her. The door opened. "Mrs. Carrington, this is an unexpected pleasure." And there was the sergeant. "Come with me, please. The inspector is keen to have a little chat." Slowly, Flora got to her feet, her bones aching from the cold. Following the sergeant along the corridor, she passed the cell where the cursing woman was snoring loudly from her mattress, then up the stairs to the ground floor, past the entrance through which they'd come handcuffed the night before, and along the passage to Inspector Ridley's office. Jack was already there, bleary-eyed, but turning to smile at her as she walked in. "How are you?" he whispered in her ear, giving her a quick kiss. "Much the same as you, I imagine," she murmured. "Surviving, though only just." "Bad night for you, was it?" Ridley asked, overhearing her as he walked through the door and took the seat behind his desk. "Sorry we couldn't offer you better accommodation, but then if you will go breaking and entering—" Sitting side by side, they clasped hands but said nothing. "What the hell were you doing?" Ridley exploded, incensed, it seemed, by their silence. "You do realize that B. Fincham has filed a serious complaint against you, and she has a case. You were apprehended after breaking into her property with the clear intention of committing a crime." Jack shook his head. "That's rubbish, Alan, and you know it." The inspector's expression was grim. "Breaking and entering is a crime, even if the Fincham woman can't prove you stole a thing." "We did steal something," Flora intervened, "and something we're pretty sure will stop her pursuing any complaint." Jack nodded agreement. "She'll be the one facing a charge, and one that's a great deal more serious." "We're clear that Fincham is a suspect in the Gilbert Barrow case," the inspector began with some impatience, "but—" "This is something you won't be clear about," Jack interrupted. From his glasses case, he unrolled a single piece of parchment. Such a clever hiding place, Flora thought. Crime writers had their uses. Jack pushed the sheet of paper across the desk, and, somewhat unwillingly, Ridley picked it up to read. The inspector was looking weary, Flora noticed, and probably the last thing he needed was another complication, not after finding his best informants locked in a cell and listed on the charge sheet. "It's a fake will," Jack said helpfully. "I did a little research a while back, in the local archives, county court records. Over the last few years, B. Fincham has contested her great-aunt's will several times. First of all, alleging that Gilbert Barrow had somehow manipulated their great-aunt Martha to favor him rather than B. That case was dismissed. Then she claimed that he'd forged Martha's will to secure the inheritance. That too was thrown out. But I reckon it gave her the idea of doing the same. She would forge a will and pretend it was Gilbert's. You'll notice that it lacks a date, Alan." The inspector continued to read through the document, then returned to the beginning and read through again. "This was drawn up by someone with a legal background, is my guess," the inspector said thoughtfully. "A shady legal background, of course. Someone who either forged Gilbert Barrow's signature or employed a professional forger to do it. For a fee, or maybe a percentage of whatever the woman eventually inherited. We'll compare it with Barrow's true signature, of course, but I'm pretty sure we won't see a difference." "But the date," Flora reminded him. "It was the date, or lack of it, that was crucial." "Ah, yes, the missing date. That's the clincher. Waiting, I presume, to be filled in once Gilbert had obligingly departed this world." "Which suggests, doesn't it," Jack said, "that Fincham was planning to make certain that her cousin died." The inspector nodded. Once she'd achieved that, she could fill in the appropriate date. Not too close to the day he died, that might look suspicious, but not too far away either, making sure this would be the newest version of the will. Clever, but not so clever to leave the evidence lying around before she'd found a way of inserting the will into Barrow's papers. Presumably, that was her next move. But then, she probably wasn't expecting midnight visitors. "So, where do we go from here?" Ridley gave a long sigh. "You'll both be released, pending investigation. Sergeant Griffin won't be happy with that. He was in charge of the desk last night, but I need you out of here." The inspector sat back in his chair and for the first time gave a smile. Slight, Flora saw, but still a smile. "It seems we have our villain," he said, looking pleased. "It's a relief to know Reggie Chalmers isn't implicated. Looks as though I'll hang on to my golfing partner after all." "Pending investigation?" Flora asked sharply. The phrase had been skimmed over, but not by her. "And how can you be certain that Chalmers isn't involved?" was Jack's question. Ridley held up his hand. "Hang on, folks, one at a time. Pending investigation means we'll have to look further into why you were arrested, but we're hardly likely to find sufficient evidence to bring any criminal charge." "But Chalmers," Jack pursued, "he loaned money to Fincham that she'd be unable to repay unless she inherited her cousin's estate. That surely implicates him in Barrow's death." The inspector chewed his lip. "I need to know more," he admitted. "I'll send Norris to interview the bloke. The lad's home again, you'll have seen. Did pretty well on his course, but it's good to have him back. He can interrogate Chalmers over this loan. If he tells the sergeant that he knows nothing about a will, forged or otherwise, and simply took a chance on Fincham repaying the money, then we'll have to accept his word." "Until B. Fincham tells you otherwise," Flora put in. "She'll be happy to tell all if it means she can implicate someone else." "We'll have to see," Ridley said placidly. "Miss Fincham is about to feel the full force of the law, and that will give her more than enough to worry about. I'll be applying for a search warrant as soon as I'm finished here, and this time we should get it. We need to know what other secrets, if any, the delicatessen is hiding." "And us?" Jack queried. "Are we free to leave?" "Unless you fancy a police breakfast." "No thanks. Jack jumped up, helping Flora to her feet. "But you'll let us know what you find." Ridley nodded. "I will, and thanks for this." Picking up the forged will, he waved it at them as they made a swift exit. "He should be thankful," Flora fumed, as they walked up the steps and out into the fresh air. "We suffered a wretched night to bring him that evidence, and no apology for it." "An apology might be a bit much. We broke into private property and were under arrest." "We were locked up because the officer on the desk, that Griffin person, chose to be bloody-minded and refused to listen to you." "At least we didn't have to eat the breakfast or drink the tea." Flora perked up. "No, we didn't. Comfort, indeed, and I'm starving. Let's go home. Bacon and eggs sounds wonderful, doesn't it?" It was the following Tuesday before they heard anything more of B. Fincham, but around midday, Inspector Ridley walked into the bookshop just as Flora was thinking of making a lunchtime cup of tea. "There was no one at the schoolhouse when I called," were his first words. "Good morning, Inspector. There won't be anyone home. Jack has gone to London to see his agent." "More books, is it?" the inspector asked a trifle gloomily. "He should give up writing and join the police. We could use him." "You already have," Flora pointed out, "and he'll never give up writing. It's a passion. It's what gets him up in the morning. Are you here with news?" "Actually, yes. We got the search warrant. No problem in persuading the magistrate this time. And yesterday spent a jolly day going through the delicatessen." "And?" Flora's eyes were wide. The inspector had brought serious news, it was plain, and she was desperate he spill it out before a customer walked through the door. "We found some interesting paperwork, more interesting paperwork, quite detailed notes on liquid gas, how best, for example, to open container valves." Seconds passed before Flora said, "To leak the gas? B was responsible for attacking Lily Fairchild then. She didn't go to the pottery to warn the girl of Vivian Barrow. She went to kill her." "We reckon so. Her cousin was dead. She'd seen to that. And no doubt she was about to fill in the forged will and somehow get it into Barrow's cottage. But she had to make sure there was no one left alive who might mount a successful challenge. She knew about Lily Fairchild. She did, and had probably heard the rumor that Fairchild and Gilbert Barrow were to marry. That would be a threat. Fairchild couldn't be allowed to disrupt her plans, so an accidental death in the pottery wrapped that problem up nicely. Warning that Vivian Barrow was a danger was B's excuse for being there. A perfect excuse, and ironic, too, when she was the real threat. Vivian was still Gilbert's wife at the time of his death. Wasn't Miss Fincham worried that she might make a successful challenge? Very worried, it seems. Among other exhibits, we found a diary, its pages filled with details of Vivian Barrow's movements. Where she was on particular days of the week, precise times she was there, and how she traveled. To me, that says Fincham was looking for an opportunity, the best opportunity to kill. But would killing other possible beneficiaries ensure she inherited? It would be a start. The inspector allowed himself a small smile. The will she forged named her as Barrow's sole heir, and she was making sure there'd be no one left to challenge its legality. Flora took a while to absorb the inspector's words. It seemed that death and near death was B. Fincham's calling card, so had she spread her evil beyond those likely to inherit? "My bicycle," she began. "Was it Fincham who slashed the tires?" "We don't know for sure, but it seems likely. You were asking questions she didn't need. Popping up at Chalmers' office, he must have telephoned her. Popping up at Fairchild's pottery. You were in the way. And the foothold trap? Thanks for the reminder. I'd forgotten the trap you found in the garden." "I didn't find it," Flora said shortly. "It found me." "Don't worry." Ridley picked up his trilby and gave her a broad smile. He was certainly looking less harassed today. "The woman is under arrest and currently occupying your cell. She'll be questioned and cross-questioned over the coming days." Remembering the misery of her own imprisonment, Flora was cheered by the thought of B. Fincham's discomfort. We'll be speaking to the lady at length about slashed tires, the inspector went on, as well as slashed webbing and runaway cheeses, and we'll let you know what we discover. He raised his hat in farewell, and with almost a skip to his walk, made for the door, leaving Flora to gather her thoughts into something approaching a coherent whole. She had a lot to tell Jack. Jack was surprised at how much information the police had gathered from their raid on Fincham's delicatessen. When he thought about it more deeply, however, it appeared largely circumstantial. To sustain a murder charge, you would have to read into the notes Bee had made on Vivian Barrow's movements an intention to kill, rather than there simply being the scribbles of a disturbed woman. A good prosecuting lawyer could probably make the case against her stick, and the fake will would be difficult to explain. But what Ridley lacked, Jack saw immediately, was concrete evidence of the woman's guilt. A Stanley knife with a clear link to the cut webbing, Bee's fingerprints on the pottery's gas canisters. Right now, the inspector would be on the hunt for just such evidence, though how successfully was open to question. After Kettler's men had tackled the fire, they would have left a myriad of prints on those canisters. And, as for cutting the safety straps in Gilbert's van, the implement responsible had never been found. Understanding how crucial it would be to find hard evidence, he was unsurprised to receive a call from the inspector only a few days after Flora had seen him at the bookshop. Fingerprints, the inspector stated baldly, after a polite but lackluster question on how Jack's London visit had gone. "They're what I'm after. I'm thinking of that foothold trap that injured your wife. She mentioned it when I saw her at the shop. Do you still have it?" He would hardly have given it away, Jack thought, but still had to remember what he'd done with it. A lot had happened since Flora had limped into the kitchen that day. "I tucked it away in the shed," he said slowly. "The shed in the cottage back garden. Can you get hold of it?" "Unless Hector Lansdale has taken a fancy, the pieces should still be wrapped in a sheet beneath the wheelbarrow. I suppose they might be some use to you. Shall I bring them to the station? It would help, but if it's difficult, I'll get Norris to tootle to the village when he has a spare hour. Just let me know." "Don't bother the sergeant. I'm happy to bring it to Brighton, but it won't be until the weekend. Dare I ask, how is Miss Fincham faring under your watch?" At the moment, refusing to speak and refusing to eat. Jack chewed his lip. That doesn't sound too good. "She'll be okay," Ridley said brutally. "For a while. But if it were to go on too long, we'd have to ship her off to hospital. I'm guessing, though, that she won't be able to resist Annie's treacle tart. That's tomorrow's treat. I've never known anyone refuse that tart. So, the weekend. I'll see you then? I'll be here waiting." Jack put the receiver down and wandered into the kitchen, abstractedly filling the kettle and putting it to boil. He felt restless and wasn't sure why. Because of Alan's call? It could be, though probably not. Probably nothing to do with Bee Fincham and her misdeeds. No, it had been the mention of his visit to London, he realized. Ridley hadn't been interested in his trip, no surprise there. But Flora, too, had asked few questions when he'd arrived home on Tuesday evening. And for her, that was unusual. The questions she had asked had been studiedly casual. It was as though she knew that this particular visit to Arthur Bellaby was a delicate one he'd tell her about eventually, but in his own time. And it had been delicate. He'd gone to sign a contract, having in a beleaguered moment agreed to write the Egyptian book. Since then, he'd refused to think about it. But on the train to London, he'd had time to do just that, to consider properly what he was doing. All the way to Victoria, all the way through the streets to Arthur's Bloomsbury office, through every minute his agent sat talking to him, his mind had been busy, and always with the same question. Should he actually sign this damn contract? If he didn't, he would be letting Arthur down, leaving him in an awkward position. But if he signed, it meant losing at least 2 months of his life in traveling. Attempting to get enough of a handle on Egypt to write a convincing mystery, when all he really wanted was to be in Abbeymead, building a home together with Flora. When the idea was first mooted, she had been keen, very keen, to visit a country about which she'd read avidly and whose history and culture had, for years, fascinated her. But he wasn't sure that she still felt the same. He'd noticed that since they'd moved to the schoolhouse, Flora had become far more comfortable simply being at home, trying new recipes in the much larger kitchen they now enjoyed, working hard in the magnificent garden. Ambrose Finch had hardly bothered with it, and Percy's original tour de force, Percy Milburn had been his predecessor, was in need of time and care. And these days, she was more than happy to host the Friends' Friday evenings on a permanent basis. Tomorrow, in fact, was a case in point. What Alice needs, Flora had declared, is rest. She's been overworking for months, and it will take time for her to get back on her feet. The least I can do is cook. He could only agree about Alice. She had reduced her hours at the Priory, but when he'd met her in the village a few days ago, buying groceries for herself, he'd been shocked. Accustomed to seeing her plump and pink-cheeked, he'd thought how drawn and pale she'd looked. And as for Kate, Flora went on, she's in the last stage of what has been a difficult pregnancy. It's up to me to step in for the time being. And she was enjoying stepping in, Jack could see. She would have done the same for her friends previously, but there was something new, a positive enthusiasm for life beyond the bookshop. Flora was becoming what he'd heard described as a home bird. Would she really want to go traipsing through Egypt for several months, leaving the schoolhouse abandoned and the All's Well in Rose's care? And now without Charlie's help, too. Since last week, the lad had been officially promoted to become Hector's assistant at the Priory. Plagued by indecision, Jack had weighed the pros and the cons, endlessly. But in the end, the wheels in his mind had to stop turning, and he'd had to plump for a yes or a no. On Tuesday, he'd signed, and now he had the problem of telling Flora. But first, while she was entertaining her friends tomorrow evening, he'd go to the cottage and ask Hector if he could rummage through their garden shed. "It's good to see you," was Hector's greeting when he opened the front door to Jack's knock. "Have you been chased out of your new home?" The question was accompanied by a grin. "It's the Friends' evening, isn't it?" "Not exactly chased, but I needed to make myself scarce. They were on the celery soup when I left." The cottage had been Jack's home for the first 2 years of his marriage, and he'd expected to feel sad to see the old house in other hands. But when Hector ushered him into the sitting room, his first thought was how small the space and how dark, the cottage windows, leaded and narrow. His disappointment made him feel strangely guilty, as though he were betraying an old friend. It was an emotion he wouldn't be sharing with Flora. For most of her life, this cottage had sheltered her between its 4 walls, and her love for it was strong and deep-rooted. "You seem to have settled in well," he said, noticing the homely touches that Rose had brought with her. "We love it here," Hector said simply, "and we're so grateful." Rose put her head around the kitchen door. Her cheeks were flushed from whatever that minute she'd extracted from the oven. "I'm sorry," Jack apologized. "I've come at an awkward time, but I won't interrupt your supper. I just need to retrieve some property from the garden shed." "Easy enough." Hector slapped him on the shoulder. "But stay and eat with us first." "I've cooked plenty," his wife tempted. And so it was that Jack ate his dinner that night at the kitchen table he'd known almost from the first days of meeting Flora. The evening felt gently nostalgic. Better still, heartwarming. To know that Rose and Hector, after a difficult start to their marriage, had found as much happiness here as he and Flora. That was a delicious pie. He laid aside his cutlery with a contented puff. "You must let me do the dishes, Rose." "Good that you enjoyed it, but no dishes," she smiled. "We'll do them later. You better go searching for your lost property before the rain comes. It's been threatened." Hector jumped up. "She's right. A real storm, they said. I'll get a torch." Joining Jack at the back door, he went first, leading the way along the path to the garden shed, the beam of torchlight essential in the darkening light. "We've only opened this door a couple of times," Hector commented, tugging at the latch. "For a trowel or trug. Flora left the garden in such an excellent state, there's been very little to do. Then the trap should still be where I left it, Jack thought. Beneath the circle of light, Hector was flashing around the interior. He spotted the crumpled sheet in which he'd wrapped the weapon and very carefully withdrew the pieces from their hiding place. The sheet slid to one side, revealing the iron jaw of the trap. "That looks particularly nasty," his companion said. It was, an item I'm keen to pass on to Inspector Ridley." His friend looked interested. "Evidence? In the Barrow case?" "He's hoping so." Hector rubbed his nose. "The last time I saw one of them, it was at the doctor's surgery, back when I lived at home. Some poor bloke, a farm laborer, had his finger trapped. How it happened, I've no idea, but it wasn't a pretty sight. Do you want help getting it back to the schoolhouse?" "Thanks, but I've parked the Austin outside, and I can store the wretched thing in the boot. I'll drive it to Brighton Police Station tomorrow, and they can add it to the evidence pile." The following day, while Flora headed off to spend the morning at the bookshop, Jack set out for Brighton. He hoped to see Ridley, hoped the inspector would be as good as his word and be working this weekend. It would spare him the need for lengthy explanations to whoever was duty desk sergeant. Ridley was working, it seemed, and had just come out of his office to claim a third cup of tea when Jack walked down the stairs and into the station entrance. "Champion!" the inspector exclaimed, poking a finger at the bulky parcel in Jack's arms. "But we won't need that." He pointed to the sheet, now grimy and bedraggled. "Don't worry, I'll take it home, though Flora will probably insist I dump it." He slid the sheet off the trap, exposing the trigger plate, the metal jaws and its powerful spring, gleaming and evil. "A nice example," Ridley commented. "Forensics will be delighted. They can get to grips with it after they've finished with the diary and the notes." "This case, Jack, could be coming together at last. We'll get that murderous female, see if we don't." "I certainly hope so, but you'll let me know of any developments." "Naturally, and thanks for bringing it in. It could make all the difference." The inspector went to shake hands, but Jack pulled back. "Better not." He looked down at his fingers. "There's some kind of grease on parts of the trap. I've managed to get a dollop on my hands. Can I use your washroom before I leave?" "Feel free. Down the stairs, but this time make sure to turn left. Right is for the cells." Jack pulled a face. "Don't remind me. You were lucky I didn't charge you." The inspector gave what, for him, came close to a grin. He turned to walk back to his office. "I'll let you know what forensics find," he said over his shoulder. Walking down the stairs, Jack obediently turned left to find the staff lavatory. Despite his heavy workload, Ridley seemed in fine form, delighted that the case he was building against B. Fincham was progressing so well. Hopefully, there would be fingerprints on the trap to make it even stronger. Quickly, Jack washed his hands. The water was scalding, and, as he turned to dry them on the roller towel, caught a glimpse of his reflection in the mirror. There was a crease between his eyes, he noticed. But why was that? He should be feeling on top of the world, having only minutes ago donated what might prove the crucial piece of evidence. Was it the Egypt trip hanging over him? The fact that he still hadn't told Flora what lay on the horizon? He didn't think so. Whether she chose to come with him or not, she would be understanding that it was his work, his career, that was involved. Yet the crease remained. The niggle remained. The same niggle that had cut into his peace last night when, before closing his eyes, he'd started to wonder about Fincham. Started to doubt. She was guilty of wickedness, he was certain, but had she really been the one to kill Gilbert Barrow? His death, after all, was where this investigation had started. Jack sniffed his hands. Carbolic soap was powerful, driving all before it. But there had been a definite aroma coming from whatever grease had smeared the trap, and it was that smell, he realized, that was troubling him. It wasn't exactly unpleasant, more unusual, yet somehow it had seemed familiar. But why would that be? 27. The question continued to frustrate Jack as he drove back to Abbeymead. Smell is probably the strongest of all the senses, the most lasting, the most evocative, and the smell of the grease, actually more of a cream, was in his head, in his nose, yet he couldn't identify it. Parking the car outside the All's Well, he opened the shop door to find Flora on her hands and knees, peering under the front table where she displayed her newly arrived books. She looked up as he walked through the door. "Jack, I'm sure I saw a mouse. He might still be under here." He was very scared. "Really? You should have asked him his name. It might have made him feel better." She scrambled to her feet and kissed him on both cheeks. "Did the inspector take that horrible trap? And you can stop teasing now. He was a poor little thing. The mouse, not the inspector. Actually, I think he might be a field mouse. He was so quick I only caught a glimpse, but I'm sure he had a brown coat. Sandy brown." Jack grinned. "Well, that's all right then." "It isn't all right for him. He's called a field mouse for a reason. He needs a field. Then he'll have to find one for himself. I am not spending the rest of Saturday looking for him. He'll wriggle his way out the same way he wriggled his way in, and we've a more interesting problem. You remember when we searched the lay-by and found bicycle tracks in the ditch? It came to me just as I was parking the car. I know now why that cream was familiar. That was when I first smelt it." "Jack, what are you talking about?" "Sorry, the grease or cream, whatever it was, on the foothold trap. It had a strong odor, and I knew I'd smelt it before, but for the life of me, I couldn't think where. But it was in the hedge, when I went looking for clues after Gilbert died. I found those bicycle tracks, but when I grabbed at the hedge, I managed to get some sticky stuff on my hands, and it smelt exactly the same." Flora looked at him for several seconds, her forehead wrinkled. "That would mean the person who tampered with Gilbert's van is the same person who nearly lost me my big toe." "Exactly." "And the inspector is convinced that person is B. Fincham?" "Pretty convinced. I should have told Ridley about the cream. It's a link between two crimes, and he can add it to his evidence." Flora said nothing for a moment, but then gave a shake of her head. "I think the inspector could be going down the wrong path. I can see B. Fincham laying the trap just about, but riding to the lay-by and cutting the van's restraining straps while Gilbert was busy shifting trees? I can't visualize it. I can't even see Miss Fincham on a bike," she said decisively. "I never could, nor Vivian Barrow in one of her pencil skirts. And what kind of smell did the cream have? Did Ridley notice it?" "I don't think so. He was more interested in likely fingerprints. It was a kind of medical smell, I suppose, but there was some other odor, too." "Not too useful, Jack. That covers just about any cream ever created. What it does is suggest a possible health problem," he defended himself. "A problem with the skin, maybe." A blurred image had crept into his mind, faint and unresolved. Another frustration. "Did you notice anything about Fincham's hands?" "Yes, they were large." "Her skin, Flora." "No, I didn't. Did you?" "It's not something you're likely to notice unless the problem is very bad. But I'll say it again, I think we could be making a mistake. It's easy to see B as our villain. It's evident from the fake will and the diary that she was planning to kill. But I'm not so certain she actually did. Someone else could have engineered Gilbert's death. The tracks you copied could belong to a huge number of bikes, and the bike belonged to anyone. One of Dan Kettler's farmhands, for instance. We've mentioned it before. He could have left it there while he was working in the fields. Left it in a ditch, hiding it beneath vegetation, and a laborer who smears ointment on what are probably bare hands, hands that he's using all day? That doesn't add up. But a male culprit does. A man seems our most likely villain. To cut that webbing, which had necessarily to be tough, would have needed considerable strength. I know B is a strong woman, but... And think how heavy those branches must have been. Jack looked at her intently, then grabbed her around the waist and smiled down at her. "You're not actually admitting there's something a woman can't do." "No, I'm not. A woman could have done it, but practically it would be much easier for a man. Whoever it was, man or woman, they needed to have been fit, and from what I've seen of B, fit from throwing pots, he suggested. If you're arguing against B as our villain, how about Lily? Flora considered the proposal. It's a possibility. I can see Lily Fairchild riding that lane. She has a bike, and she uses it. And she has motive. Gilbert wasn't willing to do what she wanted. She was desperate to marry, and perhaps he'd made it clear that he'd never divorce Vivian. Lily would have seen her safety net disappear. So she kills him after discovering he changed his will in her favor. It could have happened. But if he'd already made Lily Fairchild his main beneficiary, Jack argued, why refuse to marry her? Flora shook her head. I've no idea. Was he trying to save Vivian from humiliation? Perhaps waiting until she remarried herself. Tenuous. My money's still on B. Fincham. It's possible they were both after Gilbert's money, Lily and B, both deciding he'd have to die prematurely, and each of them devising their own plots to make sure it happened. B had her forged will, but hadn't yet got round to killing Gilbert, when suddenly Lily does the job for her. Which would mean that it's Lily Fairchild who has a skin problem. And she could have. She handles clay all day, every day. That might easily aggravate bare skin. I'll mention the cream to Alan, and if he takes it seriously, he can arrange an inspection of hands. You could be his volunteer. Jack shook his head. I'm far too delicate, and also very hungry. What's for lunch? It will have to be sandwiches, I'm afraid. I didn't get round to buying a snack from the Nook. Too busy looking after Francis. He wagged his finger as they climbed into the car. Francis? The field mouse. He has to be a Francis. The alliteration works beautifully, and think of his saintly protector. You're far too skittish today, she said, laughing. Sardine sandwiches it is. They're full of protein and very calming, I believe. Jack groaned but accepted his fate. Sardines were not a favorite with Jack, but he dutifully ate the round of sandwiches his wife had prepared, mostly because he was too hungry not to. Over lunch, he shared with Flora several new ideas he'd had of how he might amend the book Arthur had rejected, grimly determined that no matter what his agent's opinion, he would see the novel published. Still talking, he got to his feet to fill the kettle for tea when it suddenly came to him. That cream, he exclaimed. I know where I smelt it now. It was when he brushed past us. I noticed the slight odor. He'd taken off his gloves as he ran up the stairs, and his hands were red. Who had taken off his gloves? Who had red hands and smelt odd? Not odd precisely, but kind of medicinal. And his breath, now I think about it, it had a slightly fruity odor. Steroids that are high dose can increase blood sugar, I know, so that would figure. Jack, who? Oh, Jonathan Ashton. When we called on Vivian Barrow that time, and she kept us standing outside the house in lousy weather. Jumping up from the table, Flora joined him at the kitchen counter and slowly began to pile their dirty china into the washing up bowl, all the time trying to absorb this new idea. There was a bike, she said, in Ashton's house, propped against the hall wall. I saw it through the open doorway. Vivian's? Was it a woman's bike? I don't know. I only really glimpsed the handlebars, but Jonathan Ashton has a posh car. I can't see him riding a bike. Why not? A bike would go undetected in the countryside, whereas a posh car wouldn't. He could have ridden down that lane. True, but to kill Gilbert? Jealousy? Were the Barrows getting together again? No, from what Sam has said, it has to be money that's behind this murder. Ashton has money, Jack pointed out. Look at his house, his car, the job he does. Maybe he's just greedy, or Vivian is, and he's so in love with her he does what she asks. Including committing murder? They stood looking at each other, thinking through their next move. Perhaps we should call on Vivienne again, Flora suggested. I still have a print of those bicycle tires in my study, he confessed. I offered it to Harrison, but he wasn't too impressed. Perhaps Sergeant Norris will be, now he's back, if you offer it again. She reached for Jack's hand and squeezed it slightly. I doubt it. It would mean another search warrant, and Ridley won't be keen to try. Tire prints and a sticky cream aren't that exciting, particularly as he's pretty sure he already has his culprit. So, we're stuck. Jack jiggled his head. Maybe not. Fancy another go at housebreaking? In the event, the desperate measure went unneeded, though. When they set off for Brighton the following day, neither had felt confident they wouldn't be finishing it in a prison cell. A Sunday visit had seemed their best opportunity. It was a day when a well-off couple, such as Vivian and Jonathan Ashton, were most likely to be out and about together, taking a walk on the promenade perhaps, or visiting a restaurant for lunch. That had certainly been their hope when once again they arrived outside Seacrest, having parked the Austin in an adjoining street. Their precautionary ring on the doorbell, however, was answered, and it was Vivian standing on the threshold. Seemingly, there was no morning walk and no Sunday lunch out. Feeling dashed, Flora said the first thing that came into her mind, "We're in Brighton for the day, a walk on the promenade and lunch at English's." It seemed she couldn't get food out of her mind. "But we thought we'd make a brief call to ask if you'd heard anything more from the police." "Should I have?" Vivian sounded dazed. Actually, now that Flora looked at her closely, she looked dazed, too, dressed in a haphazard fashion, bizarrely at odds with her usually polished image. Flora gathered her wits. "Apparently, Miss Fincham has been taken into custody, but we have no idea why." It was sensible to profess ignorance. "We wondered if you knew." "I don't," Vivian replied sharply. "The police haven't had the courtesy of telling me even that much. But you'd better come in." Flora was taken aback. The last thing she'd expected was to be invited into the house. But Vivian, though still sharp-tongued, seemed far less confident this morning. There was a droop to her shoulders, a weariness to her face that suggested that life was not going as swimmingly as when they'd first stood on this threshold. Jack had so far remained silent, but exchanging a quick glance with him, Flora could see he was as bemused as she. Allowing herself to be ushered into the paneled hall and through into the sitting room, she caught a glimpse of the bicycle propped against one wall and noticed Jack's eyes widen. Here was their quarry. "Can I offer you a drink?" Vivian was asking. "We have some sherry, I think. Or maybe you'd prefer tea?" "Tea, thank you," they said in unison, another glance passing between them as Vivian whisked out of the room. "What do you make of it?" Flora whispered. "I don't like it," he muttered back. And neither did she. There was something decidedly odd about Vivian's behavior. Flora wouldn't call her exactly friendly, but the hostility they'd encountered on their last visit had disappeared entirely, and that, in itself, felt suspicious. A clattering from the kitchen at the end of the hall indicated that tea was on its way, and she took a seat on the velvet-covered sofa, patting it for Jack to join her. He shook his head, however, and with a finger to his lips, pointed to the sheet of paper he'd unrolled from a trouser pocket. A copy of the tire imprint he'd taken. "Wish me luck," he said quietly. Flora suddenly felt very nervous. At any moment, Vivienne could finish her tea-making and bounce out of the kitchen, catching him at his task. And then what? "Be quick, be quick," her unspoken message winged its way towards him. Jack was swift, but not quite swift enough. It had taken him time to find a comfortable position, put on his spectacles, and begin to compare his printed image with the tire that faced him. His examination was suddenly and brutally interrupted, though not by Vivienne, still clattering china in the kitchen. Behind him, the front door had opened quietly, and soft footsteps approached along the carpeted hallway. Jack was bent double with his back to the door, and the first he realized he was in trouble was when his shoulders were yanked forcibly backwards, and he was sent flying, spread-eagled across the floor. It was Jonathan Ashton who'd arrived. Now, towering over the fallen man, he took careful aim with a deliberate kick to Jack's ribs. A second blow was on the way when Jack managed to roll himself out of trouble and somehow scramble to his feet before Ashton could recover his balance. The sudden reversal took Jack's attacker by surprise, but Ashton wasn't finished. He lunged forward and grabbed, his hands wrapped tightly around Jack's throat. Silently, the two of them swayed back and forth, Ashton squeezing ever more tightly and Jack wrenching at the hands that were choking him. At that instant, Vivian emerged from the kitchen with a tray of tea and, out of the blue, faced with this life-and-death struggle, let out a wild shriek and promptly dropped the tray. The crash of china echoed around the hall, tea spilling in every direction and forever staining the carpet's soft gray pile. The noise brought a startled Flora to her feet. Rushing from the sitting room, she was in time to see Jack fighting frantically, but with Ashton's hands tight around his windpipe, his face had turned a ghastly purple, and a blue shadow hovered around his lips. Seemingly petrified, Vivian stood feet away, rigid and unmoving. Flora, though, was made of sterner stuff. A quick glance had her grab the large vase from the console table, flowers and all, and bring it down with a massive thump on Ashton's head. Disappointingly, he remained conscious, but, for a moment at least, had been stunned enough to relax his grip sufficiently for Jack to free himself and stagger to one side. Swaying and groggy, Jack raised his fist and punched. Somehow he found his target, hitting the man squarely on the chin, then punching again, like the sharp rat-tat of an exploding gun. That did knock Ashton out. "Phone the police," Jack gasped, delighted by his success but bent double with pain. He'd spoken to Vivian, and, finally, she came to life, tottering through the carnage of broken china and decimated flowers to pick up the receiver. "Ask for Inspector Ridley," Flora urged, her arms around her husband. "And do you have any rope? We need to tie him up." Vivian shook her head. "Then I'll sit on him until the police arrive," was Jack's decision. And sit on him he did, Flora desperately hoping that Ashton wouldn't regain consciousness before the police arrived. A quick look around had confirmed there were no further vases in the hall she could call on. "The prints matched," Jack told her quietly from his unorthodox position, his voice barely audible. "And there was a smear of cream on the handlebars." Flora nodded. It was as they'd expected. They had found their murderer. Now, all they needed was Inspector Ridley. The police arrived in record time, just as Ashton was stirring. At first, they appeared nonplussed by the situation, unsure which of these two men they should arrest. But, to Jack's relief, the leading officer was aware of the Barrow case and accepted his explanation that the man he was sitting on was a definite person of interest to Inspector Ridley. A question to a shaking Vivian confirmed that Ashton had been the guilty party and had them handcuff her lover and bundle him into the waiting police van. "Do you all live here?" the younger of the policemen asked, once their prisoner was safely secured. "Only me. I live here," Vivian told him. He nodded. "Will you be okay on your own, Mrs. Barrow? We can always radio for a woman officer to stay with you." "No," she said fiercely. "I'll do very well on my own, as long as you keep that man away." Flora stared at her, and Jack blinked in surprise. "You're talking of—" the officer consulted his notepad. "Dr. Ashton?" "Yes, Dr. Ashton," she said, a sarcastic emphasis on his title. "He's a terrible man. He scares me." Her voice had begun to wobble. "Please, keep him under lock and key." "Oh, we will, never fear. And," he turned to Jack and Flora, "you're free to leave when you're ready. I've a note of your details. The inspector will want to speak to all of you later, of course, once you've recovered from this fracas." Suddenly, Jack was overcome with a furious wish to get out of this house, to turn his back on Vivian Barrow, who had disastrously chosen the wrong man, who must, in part, be responsible for her husband's death. Taking Flora's hand, he walked out into Courtenay Close, shock and relief washing through him. They were going home, he told himself. He was battered, he was bruised, and his body shot through with pain. But they were going home, together. Vivian was scared of that man, Flora said, as hand in hand they stumbled towards the Austin parked in the adjoining road. I could hardly believe it.
Nor me, but she was hugely relieved to see him taken away, that's for sure. What a turnaround!
He was the one who killed Gilbert. He must be. But why? And do you think she knew? If she didn't know, she must have suspected, but said nothing. In Jack's estimation, Vivian Barrow had fallen as low as was possible. Maybe she didn't dare to know, Flora said gently. She's a woman on her own, cast adrift. Where could she go if Ashton threw her out? Or even worse, she added thoughtfully, sliding into the passenger seat. What if she was scared he would attack her next? Jack couldn't feel so forgiving, but perhaps when he knew the whole story, and very soon they would. They were certain to hear from Ridley within the next day or so, demanding an explanation for the fracas in Courtney Close. He could already hear the inspector's voice in his ear. "What the hell did you think you were doing, Jack?" "What the hell did you think you were doing, Jack?"
2 days later, Alan Ridley was sitting at their kitchen table, nursing a freshly made cup of tea.
I mean, to go to that house, knowing, or at least suspecting, this Ashton bloke was a killer. We didn't even know for sure that we should be suspicious, Jack responded. We had a clue, the only one that's come to light, and thought we should check it out. Whatever you had, you should have passed to us. We're the ones to do any checking. I tried, Jack protested. I offered the tire print to Sergeant Harrison, but he wasn't interested. I imagine he would be now. Ridley nodded grimly. Harrison is back in Kent. And Ashton's bicycle? We'd noticed it when we called at Seacrest earlier, but it was the smell that made us go back. The cream, he explained, seeing the inspector frown. I'd smelt it before, on Ashton's hands. He obviously has a skin problem, and it had been on the hedge in the lay-by.
Ashton would have needed thick gloves to move that wood, rough gloves, and after he took them off, I reckon his hands would be inflamed, and he'd use extra cream. Once I realized that, things began to coalesce. Whatever the fancy word for it, you were courting danger, the inspector said doggedly. Unnecessarily. There wasn't enough evidence for you to obtain a search warrant, Jack pointed out. You'd already had difficulties with B. Fincham, but there was enough to prompt an unofficial recce. We're certain now, that the bicycle parked in the Seacrest Hall is the one that was used to set a trap for Barrow. The tire prints match, and, well, you'll have discovered the rest. Ridley subsided, his annoyance temporarily forgotten. We're still discovering, he admitted, and it's not looking good for a fair number of people. Reggie Chalmers is one of them? Flora asked, hoping he was. For quite a time, he was your #1 suspect, wasn't he? Actually, I thought for a while that he must be the killer. I was sure it had to be a man who moved those branches and cut the van's webbing, so not Vivian or Lily Fairchild or even B. Fincham. And until Ashton appeared on the horizon, Chalmers was the only man in the picture. Ashton's our murderer, all right, but Chalmers isn't in the clear, the inspector said gloomily. We're investigating the loan he made to the Fincham woman. Why he lent money to a near bankrupt poses a number of uncomfortable questions for him. You'll be losing your golf buddy after all? Sad, but true. There's been skullduggery, and Chalmers has been in the middle of it. Apparently, he's been sacked by Consolidated Dairies, lost his big office and his big car. The firm doesn't like what's been going on. Not just the furore over Fincham. It seems Chalmers has been making all kinds of questionable deals. But, the inspector brightened, the evidence we have against Ashton is piling up nicely. What I don't understand, Flora said, is why Ashton had to kill Gilbert. It can't have been jealousy. Vivian and her husband had been separated for months, and she was living with the doctor. She'd obviously made her choice. That was it. Ridley's voice rose, appearing as excited as he ever would. The doctor bit, I mean. It wasn't jealousy, but greed, or rather, desperation.
From what we've gathered from Mrs. Barrow, and there'll be more questions for her, she's been terrorized by the man. Not at first, of course, but he seems slowly to have assumed control. I don't think she realized what was happening until she discovered that Ashton was only pretending to go to the hospital every day. Then the penny dropped. Pretending? Then he isn't a doctor? Flora frowned. Was a doctor. Struck off several years ago for pressuring 2 or 3 old people in his care to leave them his money. All ways round, a pretty nasty individual. So he has no money, but the house, the car? He was even part-funding a play at the Connaught. In debt for every one of them. The trouble must have started way back. He was desperate for money when he betrayed those elderly patients, and he's still desperate. The flashy house, the flashy clothes, the theater impresario, all of them bought on borrowed money and money obtained by lies. He owes hundreds in rent, and it's Vivian Barrow's savings that have been feeding them. How could she be so stupid? Flora erupted. She felt anger on the woman's behalf, but also intense frustration that Vivian could have been so naive. Initially taken in by his charm, the inspector pulled a face, then gradually bullied into submission. Why on earth didn't she leave? Flora was still incredulous. Vivian Barrow had seemed to her a frighteningly smart woman, in all senses of the word. Where would she go? The inspector asked. By the time she'd realized she was in trouble, she'd burnt her boats with her husband, and, I believe, with a friend in London, and she'd virtually no money left to go it alone. A dismayed silence descended around the table until Jack broke it. Did she have any idea that he'd killed her husband? A suspicion, she says, but it was something she daren't voice. Ashton was determined that Vivian would get Barrow's money, which of course meant that he would get it. When she told him that Barrow was talking of a divorce, he did some poking around and discovered the existence of Lily Fairchild, a woman who the village was confidently predicting would marry Barrow. If that happened, Ashton reckoned, Vivian could kiss her money goodbye, and so could he. It was imperative to rid the world of Gilbert Barrow before he could marry and change his will. In fact, we've learned from Mr. Mulholland that Barrow had already changed his will, marriage or not. An unnecessary murder, you might say. For some minutes there was silence before Flora picked up the Brown Betty teapot and poured another round of drinks. The cream, she said, uttering her thoughts aloud. The cream that was on the bike's handlebars was also on the foothold trap. Ashton was the one who set the trap? He was trying to frighten me off, asking more questions? The inspector nodded. It seems so. His prints are all over the wretched thing. It was an old country trap that had injured one of his former patients, but after treating the man, he kept it. Now why would you do that unless you meant to use the thing? Not the trap that Dan Kettler had lost from his barn, then. Jack was glad he had never mentioned it. It would have been a red herring. He might have been my attacker, Flora said, but it has to have been Bea Fincham who staged the attack on Lily. It was her. That's been one of the many complications in this case. We've been dealing with more than one villain, all after the same thing, but working quite independently. Bea was on the same mission as Ashton, determined to be the one to inherit Gilbert's estate. When Ashton helpfully removed her cousin, she turned her attention to the other obstacles in her way. First, she'd get rid of Lily Fairchild, then move on to Vivian. Her diary shows how carefully she was planning her moves. When we talk to her, she's quite open about what she intended. Getting rid of Lily was an unfortunate necessity, while killing Vivian was absolutely right. The only fair thing to do, she'd convinced herself. How did she come up with that twisted logic? Jack leaned his elbows on the table. They were the least bruised part of him. Is she crazy? Not far off. Bea had no suspicion that Ashton was behind the murder. She believed it was Vivian who'd killed her husband. For B, then, it was poetic justice that Vivian had to die, and of course, it fitted nicely into her plans to erase any other contender for Gilbert's estate. "And the slashing of Betty's tires?" Flora asked. "My bike," she added. After all this time, the inspector still looked fazed when Betty was mentioned. Was that Ashton or Fincham? Definitely Fincham. He looked at Flora across the table and gave a slight smile. "You became a problem for her after your visit to the delicatessen. She saw a picture of you in the local paper. She takes the Sussex Examiner. It covers odd snippets of news from the villages, and the other week's edition mentioned that the most prestigious house in Abbeymead had recently been sold to the owner of the local bookshop and her crime writer husband. They even ran a picture of you standing outside the All's Well." "She recognized me?" "She did. At that point, you stopped being a stray customer who'd wandered into her shop. You knew Gilbert, you had a husband who wrote crime, and buying that big house, you must be wealthy. So why patronize her small shop, miles from where you lived? Instead of a stray customer, you were someone who'd come there for a purpose, someone who might have been looking for information. And she'd talked to you quite freely, too freely. Seeing that picture, she must have known that she'd said too much. I'm guessing she followed you from the All's Well that morning." Flora cast her mind, trying to remember. "It was very busy on the high street that day," she said slowly. "A lot of people out and about. I wouldn't have seen her in the crowd. And she would have taken good care to stay in the background. She needed to succeed. You'd left her shop with information she shouldn't have disclosed, damaging information. Her fury over the missing inheritance, her anger against Gilbert Barrow, the loan she'd obtained from Chalmers. She needed to get rid of you, and by the time she arrived in Abbeymead, she'd be feeling panicked. Her plans were no longer quite so hidden, and it was possible you were about to destroy them. In her frenzy, the attack on Betty turned out to be a clumsy effort, one that you survived." "How sad for her," Flora's tone was caustic. "But can you prove she was behind my attempted murder?" The inspector gave a small shrug. "Doubtful. No one saw the bike being attacked, and whatever tool she used for the job hasn't been found. There's nothing we can use to link her to that particular crime. We will be charging her for attempted murder, though, of Lily Fairchild. That should send her away to prison for a nice long period." "And Jonathan Ashton?" Jack queried. "He'll be for the chop, no question." "But you've only his fingerprints on the trap." "There's a charge of threatening with an offensive weapon, then the assaults on Mrs. Barrow. She will testify to the fact that he hit her on 2 occasions and that she lived in fear of him. And finally," the inspector waited, enjoying his moment of drama. "And finally, we found the weapon he used on Barrow's van. As we thought, a Stanley knife. Forensics are confident they can tie it to the severed webbing and to Ashton. Bingo." "But where?" Jack asked. "Where did you find it?" "Believe it or not, in his doctor's black bag, the one he's not used for months. Nestled daintily between a stethoscope and a roll of bandages. An interesting hiding place, wouldn't you say?" On a Saturday afternoon, 2 weeks later, Flora and Jack walked together to the village hall. The building just behind St. Saviour's Church had been erected after the First World War by public subscription, as a lasting memorial to those young men who had given their lives, and as a way, too, of serving the interests of the whole village. Some 40 years later, the hall had begun to look its age, its paintwork a little blistered, and the weather vane, the flamboyant figure of a cockerel, dangerously corroded. Today, though, the depredation went largely unnoticed. The hall wore a joyous face, a mass of bunting and balloons to celebrate the special event it was hosting, the newly established Christmas Fair. After the sad events of autumn, the village council had decided that Abbeymead must end the year on a brighter note. Another fair, they thought, but hopefully a very different one. Every local business with gifts or produce to sell had been invited to hire a stall and had responded with verve. The hall was alight now with color and noise, music playing in the background, courtesy of Counselor Hausman's radiogram, vying with the chatter of eager shoppers. "What a glorious smell!" Flora exclaimed as they walked through the door, the air heavy with vanilla and rose. "No need to look too far." Her husband pointed to the stalls either side of the entrance, piled high with handmade soaps and lotions. She would buy soap, Flora decided, as a stocking filler. A bar each for Rose and Kate and Alice. Sally, too, would love the bath lotion. But first, there was Lily Fairchild's stall. She saw immediately that the twin of the posy vase Jack had bought her sat at the very front. Waiting for her, she knew, its soft satin glaze an invitation. "You'll have to have it," Lily smiled at her from behind the stall. "The schoolhouse deserves to have two. Think how elegant they'll look together. A dream of powder blue." "You're right, I'll have to have it. But how are you, Lily?" The girl looked happy, she thought, her complexion a healthy peach and her eyes bright. The past, whatever suspicions and unhappiness it held, seemed now a distant country. "Surviving, I suppose you'd say, which is better than the alternative. It's been a tough few weeks, but I'm back at the potter's wheel, and that brings its own peace. How about you, Mr. Carrington?" Jack had stood back, a few paces behind his wife. "Ready to spend for Christmas?" "I could be," he said lightly. Pulling a small face, Flora turned to go. There was a mass of stalls waiting her inspection, while Jack was left to search for his wallet. "Splashing out already?" a voice behind him asked. "You put me to shame, Jack. I haven't given Christmas shopping a thought." He turned to see Sam Mulholland smiling broadly. Jack gave him a quick second glance. The cords and tweed shooting jacket were an innovation. "This one is an easy win," he retorted. "Flora already loves the vase. How about you? Looking for something to please Sally? Or is becoming a rural gentleman enough?" He laughed and pointed at Sam's outfit. "When in Rome," Sam murmured. "Christmas presents are on the list, but first, I've a more important something in mind. An engagement ring." Jack stared at him intently. "Well, that is some news." "Keep it quiet, though," Sam said hastily. "I haven't actually asked her yet." Jack let out a loud guffaw, causing several nearby shoppers to turn their heads. "A word of advice. Until you get a definite yes, it might be sensible to keep the engagement under wraps. But it's the best news." He reached out and clasped Sam's arm. "We were beginning to—" He stopped. "Wonder if I'd ever ask her." "Wonder if Sally would ever find the right man," he corrected. "And has she, do you think?" "I reckon so, but the Priory, when she marries—" "As you've just reminded me, she has to say yes first. But in any case, we'll work it out. I'm opening a branch of the business in Brighton, did you know? I finally found premises that work. Dad would rather I stayed in London. He's getting on and was hoping to hand the office over to me, but he likes Sally a lot, and he knows she makes me happy." "What happens then when he retires?" Jack asked, thinking the main business in London might have to close. Not ideal. "He's talking of taking on an additional partner, a chap who's been with us for years as a trainee and now an associate. He's an excellent worker, but it will depend on whether he can raise the money to join the partnership. Hopefully, he'll be able to. He'd run the London office, and I'd run the rural one." "And Sally would continue to manage the Priory?" "With my help." Jack was relieved. "That will be important. She's had a tough job running the hotel alone." Sam nodded. "I know how hard it's been, and there'll have to be a few changes. Maybe pull back on some of the new ideas she's been trying." "Like the afternoon teas?" "Like afternoon tea," Sam agreed. "That would mean Charlie Teague." Jack left the sentence unfinished, worried for Charlie. The boy had only just qualified as a pastry chef. Was he to have this new role taken away before it had even started? "Hello, Mr. C." Out of nowhere, it appeared, Charlie was at his elbow, Jack's thoughts brought to life. "Hello, Mr. Mulholland. You done your shopping yet?" he asked them both. Face shining, he began to unpack the bag he was carrying. I got a lot of stuff, see? A scarf for Mrs. Jenner, a notebook and this fancy pen for Hector, and this is for my mom. What do you think?" He waved a gift box of homemade strawberry and cream soaps beneath their noses. "I think she'll love it," Jack reassured him. "She will," Sam echoed. "Course, next year I can buy her a bit more," the boy said with confidence. "I'll be earning lots by then." Jack frowned, wondering if Charlie would even be in a job next year. He looked to Sam for help. "Charlie is going to be Sally's new sous chef," Sam explained, "in time." "Really? But Hector—" "Like I say, there'll be a few changes. Ask Alice. I can see her now, over there, rummaging through the jumble stall. But I'd best cut and run. I promised Sally I'd help her move a ton of wine before dinner tonight." Jack put out a detaining hand. "Before you go, Sam, have you had any news of the Barrow case? Inspector Ridley has been strangely quiet these last few weeks." "I'm not surprised. The police seem to be working their socks off. As it happens, I heard from Sergeant Norris yesterday. Miss Fincham has been declared bankrupt, and the delicatessen is to be sold to cover at least some of her debts. She's also been charged with attempted murder." "Just as Ridley expected," Jack noted with satisfaction. "And despite my unforgivable blunder, Gil will get justice. Jonathan Ashton is charged with murder. Oh, and he faces separate charges of common assault and threatening with an offensive weapon." "That's quite a list." "He's a real piece of work, that's for sure. How Vivian ever got mixed up with him. Have you heard how she is?" "She'll survive," he said laconically. "The Vivians of this world always do. I'm not sure if you've heard, but probate has been granted, and I can tell you now that Gilbert changed his will to make Lily his main beneficiary. She's inherited the whole estate, including the creamery, and Bea and Vivian were both right in thinking they'd get nothing. Unexpectedly, Lily's decided not to sell the business. She wants to continue Gil's work, making cheese in the traditional manner. She could find life a little busy then, between making pots and making cheese. "Talk to Alice," Sam repeated. Jack frowned. More mystery, it seemed, which he could do without. "Miss Fairchild has done the right thing," Sam continued. "She's a decent woman and given Vivian a large chunk of Gilbert's money." "That must have been a surprise." Sam waggled his head. "Maybe, but she felt she should. Vivian is destitute. Whatever money she had was filched by Ashton to maintain his facade of a wealthy life, and she's been left with nothing. Anyway, I must go, folks, and help the woman I love. Those bottles won't move themselves." Charlie was still only paces away and had been listening to the conversation with interest. "We don't repeat what Mr. Mulholland said," Jack warned, "but what's all this about Mrs. Jenner?" "Big news, Mr. C." Charlie's face shone. "I'm going to be the sous chef at the Priory. Maybe not immediately, but after a while. Then Miss Jenner will get rid of the agency bloke she's hired, and I'll be second to Hector." "That's some promotion. But Mrs. Jenner—" "Congratulations, Charlie." Flora had wandered over, with Alice beside her. "I've just heard the news." "We'll congratulate the lad once we see how he does." Alice was sounding severe. "Hector will have a whole load of trainin' to do first, don't forget." Jack was still bemused, and, seeing it, Flora said carefully, "Alice has decided to retire as head chef, which means a promotion for both Hector and Charlie." The news shocked him. It was the last thing he'd expected to hear, and was unsure how best to respond. But the Alice mystery was solved, although not quite. "I'm not retirin', full stop," Alice said, her lips compressed. "I'm more'n able to work still, but I've got a new—" She wavered for a moment, trying to find the right word. "A new project. I'll be taking over the Barrow Creamery." "But that's cheese-making," Jack stuttered, while his wife sent him a warning look. "And how's that so different from making any food?" Alice challenged. "That lass, Lily, asked me specially, and I've said yes. I'm to have Ivy to help. She's got a few hours free now her youngest is off to the grammar school. It will be good for Ivy, too. Keep her occupied. Things aren't good at home, and to my mind, she's been getting too cozy with that actress up at Miss Lancaster's old place. But Alice, he said, knowing he was treading on eggshells but needing to say it anyway, is that what you really want to do?
What I really want to do and what I can do are different things, she said tartly. That old woman Hanson has told me I gotta slow down. So slow down I will, but I'll make a success of it, never fear. Lily, bless her heart, is having the cheeses analyzed, them prize-winning ones, so's I can follow in Gilbert Barrow's footsteps. I'll do things right, too, just as he'd have wanted, and maybe branch out a little, though I don't want to step on Katie's toes. But I could sell cheesy puffs, dips, flans maybe, and something my mom used to bake, a kind of cheesecake. That was delicious, and I haven't cooked it in years. There'll need to be extra kitchen equipment, but Lily is paying and happy to do it. Alice picked up the groaningly full basket she'd parked on the floor, her gaze taking in the little group. Right, she said. I've got all the presents I need, and I'm on my way home. Gotta consult a few new recipes. My turn to cook supper next Friday. Not quite put out to pasture yet, you see. And with that, she made a triumphant exit. Walking back to the schoolhouse, a bag of gifts between them, Jack said seriously, "Do you think this creamery business will work out?" Alice seems to think so. But what do you think? I think that Dr. Hanson is right. She needs to step back a little, not work such long hours or so hard. The dairy won't be as pressured as a hotel kitchen. I don't imagine Lily will expect huge profits, and Alice will be her own boss. Maybe, but it's still work. She has to work, Jack. It's part of her, all she's ever known, and she is looking much fitter these days still. Flora paused. She's bound to throw herself into the venture with all guns blazing. We'll have to keep an eye on her. That will take some doing, but I suppose there'll be Ivy to keep an eye as well. Flora laughed. It will be a full-time job for her. But what good news! I overheard Sam that Ashton will be facing trial very soon, and Fincham too. Certainly satisfying. You know, I think we did well in the end, considering what a muddle it felt. It was you who did well. You were the one to crack it, remembering where you smelt that cream. She paused. Maybe it's a moment to catch our breath, Jack, and let everyone else spin for a while? By the sound of it, there'll be a whole lot of spinning. Charlie being promoted, and Hector too, of course. And I've a suspicion that Sally and Sam won't be standing still either. But we can take a break. We can relax. Jack swallowed hard. Here it was, the moment he'd been putting off, the moment he'd dreaded. "Flora," he said tentatively. His tone must have alerted her to something serious, because she stopped walking. "What?" "It's about the new book. I mean, the next one, after the one Arthur wants me to rework." "Yes?" A second, 2 seconds ticked by. "Jack, you're making me nervous. What about the new work?" The thing is, I've agreed to write the Sphinx book. The one set in Egypt that you didn't want to do? That's the one." She stood staring at him for several seconds. "But you said—" "I know what I said, but I need to earn money, and Arthur was persuasive." She slid her arm in his and they walked on. "Tell me." "I signed a contract several weeks ago," he confessed. "Don't be angry." Flora stopped walking again. "Angry? You're going to Egypt. I'm going to Egypt. To the pyramids, to the Sphinx, maybe even to Abu Simbel. Why would I be angry?" "I don't know," he said helplessly. "Only that lately you seem to like being at home." "Of course I like being at home. We have a beautiful house, a beautiful garden. But I've always longed to travel, you know that. Let's travel, Jack, as far and as fast as we can." "Whoa, it's only to Cairo." She gave a peal of laughter. "Do you realize how comical that sounds? Not to you, I know. You've been around the world. But to me, it's only to Cairo."
Only to Cairo, she repeated, laughing uproariously. Then, grabbing him by the waist, she waltzed him in a circle, their bag of goodies flying dangerously free. Jack took the bag from her and laid it carefully down on the pavement. It was his turn to dance her around, a waltz he made sure ended in a very long kiss. "Those sphinxes better watch out," he murmured. "We're on our way." The end.